Oh, it's live. Hello again. All right. So a little bit of a late start because I was talking with my lovely wife. So, um, here we are again. Um, so I wrote a couple things down here that we'll use as a whatchamacallit. Oh, some cigarette butts. I can't smoke inside. I'm almost out of tobacco, but I have a little bit more. So, when people come in, it's fine. We'll go ahead, and I haven't put the link up yet. I'm not going to do that right away. I'll do it slow enough that I can talk about this. So I do want to have a agenda because I think part of the problem why the conversation when Vic was taking part stagnated was that I backed off of an agenda. Professionally, I really believe every meeting has to have an agenda, and pretty much the whole industry believes that now. But sometimes people say that and they don't really believe it because they forget that means that weekly meeting that you have, you have to be suspicious of standing agendas, meeting agendas, right? Just, we'll tell each other status. That's not really, you have to say specific things. You can have part of your regular meeting for status, especially when things are moving fast, but it needs to be agenda driven, or if it's truly a status meeting, this agile approach of, okay, let's have one of those every day and keep it to 7 minutes or whatever. I actually like that a lot. People have complained when I've said, we'll just use Robert's Rules of Order. But I always loved Robert's Rules of Order. It's one of the reasons I got probably, related to why I like logic, and because it's a kind of logic in the organization of people. And as I started to become a more senior programmer and lead programmer, see, when I first started, my attitude was actually in my yearly review, it's like, I don't want to have to deal with people. Just let me design and write code. But then I got a chance to write some code, and it was going to take a lot of people to build, and I realized that people were more important and actually more fun to collaborate with. To organize a team, something the team should collaborate on ideally, but you start with a template from your ancestors, and but you collaborate on how the team's going to work. That's programming. That's basically programming, but instead of a computer, which is inflexible, you have the creative human, and it's very, very, very powerful. In fact, this is how I think of software. When it involves a human, I as a programmer, the way I learn to program is just, well, I'll pretend I'm a computer, and then I'll try to do what the program's supposed to do. I'll see if I can do it. And you think, well, maybe if I do this, and you figure out all these convoluted ways, and people tell you them, of course. And so I think so when I'm programming and I'm the computer, to me, human beings are just another library. It's just another way to get input and output, like a library. And the human thinks they're just controlling, but all they're really doing is sending information in. And I wouldn't even be listening for the information. And as a programmer, I have to be sure to, I'll set up a listening for that. And so I'm constantly listening. This action is simply polling the status of the data the user is allowed to toggle. And when you think of users that way, because a lot of programmers don't like users, they sometimes get called losers with a U, and the bastard operators from hell don't like them. I always felt sorry and sad and sympathetic for the users, and I'm like in that old sci-fi book, A Moten's God's Eye. There's one of the alien genders, because they got like 5 different specialists in there, was a tool builder, and that's what I really like about. And so you want to be like a hammer with the really nice grip. You want to be nice to your user, and it makes them a better person, assuming that that what your software does is something useful, stilts or something. So, um, okay, so much for that tangent. Um, I want to talk about Amy Goodman has a warrant just for a misdemeanor out for being at the Dakota Pipeline protest for trespassing, something like this, where her crew was the only media there that recorded these dogs attacking the protesters. So yeah, no, that's I'm glad they did it though, because I think, Amy Goodman just will maybe promote just how bullshit that shit is. And I'd like to talk about the Dakota Pipeline. And I'm pro infrastructure, by the way, and I'm not against pipelines in principle or anything, but we could talk about that. I think the interesting thing about that, it relates to good old Brandon, which is, he's like, oh, well, it's theirs by law and they need to get off. And a lot of people were saying that. And the thing is, that's inconsistent. I mean, do you believe in eminent domain? Do you believe that the government can come and just take whatever it wants for whatever reason and do whatever it wants, and that's that, and then shut up? Because that's not most of those guys that were saying the Indians could fuck themselves because it's crossing the reservation. Yeah, just too bad. Law. That's not what you normally say. Just like Eamon Bundy up there and about to go on trial. He's all complaining he can't get on Facebook from jail. Is this the kind of guy you think that's been advocating like Amy Goodman for for humane prisons? Yeah, fuck no. But when they get in there, it's all wah, wah, wah. That stuff smells good. Yeah. I mean, for a cleanser, yeah. It's not so much a perfume smell. It's just like that's the smell of the cleanser. But so the other thing I want to talk about also has a libertarian angle, which is and I consider myself a progressive libertarian, a term I coined. And I've coined a lot of terms that then became popular. It might be a coincidence. It's just sort of everybody has an idea at the same time or something. But no, or you just hear a term early. It's funny as you get older. But yeah, I'm just kidding about I can't think of any that actually went out in the public or that. And usually when that happens, I realize, oh yeah, I heard that. I just heard that earlier or whatever. But the serious aspect is, no, that's one of like relativistic skepticism. So that's a name. I'm not claiming it's a category other than one that I've created. And I think there's a lot of people that fit into that category. I'm the only one that knows about the name of it as such, so they would have a different word for it. I do believe in individual liberty, and I believe progress is possible. And two things, but going together means we can make progress on liberty, and that basically everything good comes from that. And you just have to understand and debate what the meaning of liberty is to be clear on that. Because of course, a lot of people, they're anti-libertarian because of what they see in libertarianism, and which it's changed in my lifetime, but whatever, and it'll change more in the future. They will, well, let me take that back. There's people that all along that the idea of liberty, to them, it's a bad thing because it means doing whatever you want to other people, for example. And I don't think it means that, because I don't believe we had liberty. We had people, rape and murder. There was no law against it, just your family, or whether you could stop it, which means there was no law against it. People did whatever they want, and most people didn't necessarily want to do that within their close family, but when they did, that's what happened. And there was no real individuality, because individuality does take a society around and inside which you can have the liberty to live at peace with a neighbor who is different from you, and that has to be possible. The idea of having a homogeneous society, like racists that think that this would be a good idea, um, that would not be pure. And if you have individuality, everybody's going to be different anyway, no matter what they look like on the surface. And these, and in fact, the variation in character, temperament, and intellectual metabolism is way more, um, is a bigger difference between individuals than any statistical difference between different races. So I would consider myself a progressive libertarian. And the issue, though, is US Incorporated, because I don't see people that complain about the illegitimacy of the US government and taking taxes, for example, or any of the other things that it does, or to the idea that we can do um, what we um, but we should be able to do what we want, own our own land, and all this bullshit. The thing is, if the U.S. government was just the U.S. Incorporated and its military and all of its apparatus, and it just like the East Indian Company companies, because like what was it, the Dutch West Indies and East Indies Company or whatever, and the British Indies Company, whatever they're actually called. They had their own armies and everything. They just did whatever the fuck they want with armies, and that was, whatever. That's what they did. So, if the U.S. government had been that, or was, let's say, once it broke off from its rightful sovereign nation of Britain, even no matter what it called itself, it is a private corporation. And it established rules by which people could join up and live on its property. It's a kind of corporation that's sort of a gated community. It takes, whether it builds a gate or not, it has this territorial attitude towards what it considers its borders. And it could charge you whatever fee it wanted. And it could do exactly what the current government does, exactly, and have, in which case it's a pretty fair system that you get to vote. I mean, how many, well, actually gated communities, the homeowners association, you get to vote on how things go and change. And if that is okay, it doing exactly the same thing, but it's a corporation. It was interpreted and it had always said it was a corporation doing the exact same things in the Philippines and everywhere. Then Stephen Molyneux can have no complaint about it, right? The only reason he gets to whine is because he is acknowledging the power of the state to do that. Because the state was just enforcing its power with guns as a private organization to keep the peace in its own house, in its own living room. Its whole right, this is the living room. Would you let people in your living room? This is this is the U.S. corporation's place of business. It's golf course, right? It's lawns, the whole thing. You get to carve a little thing, but there's rules. And that's all legit if it's private. And it's violence against you, that's just private property violence. You break the private property rules, they're allowed to. Remember, that's justified force in Stephen Molyneux libertarianism. And then the other thing is anybody that wants to talk about Thunderfoot versus Elon Musk. Oh, it's funny. So let's see. There's that. Okay, and I go over to here. Oh, that's right. Plus. I don't know if it even matters or where this is going now, but I'll do it on Plus. It's been up on YouTube for a while now. Google. All right. I'm putting the link on as a Google Plus message. All right. Yeah, Thunderfoot versus Elon Musk. Um, and also just debunking positive technology ideas. So, or that guy, the Red Bull guy, is it, that did all the hype about like having pedal power in Africa? And one thing Thunderfoot said is like, well, if you just do the math, it's obviously better to just have a small petrol generator. That's the problem. There's no petrol, and they can't get petrol. That's why solar and wind and stuff makes sense for them, because since they have zero power, any power starts to be good. Hmm. So I don't know why there's all this shit on my Google Plus. I don't get it. Is that even the right place to put it? I don't know. So 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 I'm open to tangents. I make my own tangents and forget I'm even on a tangent, so fair enough. But I'm going to be tightening up things a little bit, and hopefully won't have to get to Robert's Rules of Order. But I'm the chairman, and I will keep the right to go every other time if need be. And generally, I will not do that, and people will forget. But sometimes people come in and they tell me demands of how it'll be, and it's like, no, this is a conversation. It's not my living room, but it is a conversational space that's created, and I think the rules are pretty loose, and we will have some. And if it comes down to it, I believe I know some fair rules, which is Robert's Rules of Order in general. You don't have to do the specific things. But for example, there's a point to these kinds of rules of why there's a point of privilege or point of order, and etc., such as there are. And it won't come to that, but I'm just saying. And actually, hi, Gary. Let me put you on here. So, um, uh, Gary, actually, I was seeing you do the, you should be able to unmute yourself now if you want. And I gave you controls. Because I was joking last time about it being accidental per se. It was just that I thought it also put you on dock. But I can't hear you. There.
Well, doesn't work. Anyway, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
only in briefly. I mean, usually I show up and then your other assholes will show up. So, and I gotta go for a run and whatnot. But I see. Yeah, I really don't like the terminology you use is always really kind of irritating. But why would you play with a word like libertarian? I mean, the
because
idea. Just to finish the sentence. I mean, the idea that human beings are not self-interested and bigoted by nature, it would be idiotic not to concede, and that you can't give that any liberty. I mean, you have to come up with you have to come up with rules that say these things are only compatible, and you can't mix baking soda and vinegar, and you can't you can't mix the acids and the bases. And I'm just saying that there is a certain there's an incompatibility, frankly, with American
right,
secularism and Islam. Those two things don't mix. Islam's going to try to take America if we don't
because
stop it.
because liberty, I do believe we want to optimize the amount of freedom the human can have. And it's true that Lord of the Flies situations are very natural situations. Given any crisis, it can revert to that. So I admit that. So there's a limit. That's what limits it. And you don't really even want to say maximizing liberty. But I got into that. So you probably see where I'm going, like on the philosophy of it. I believe liberty involves having society, and your obligations to other people to live peaceful is the only way to have the liberty of I'm going to hike across the country or whatever.
Well,
And you're objecting to why stick with
argument
the word.
is yeah,
It's been a bloody word,
yes,
and
yes. My argument is before you can have a good argument and have the winner win, you have to have a good language. And if words aren't going to mean anything, then you're not going to be able to have a rational argument
well,
because you're
but we
not going
do
to really understand what people are advocating and what they're defending. So, for
Gary, the
instance,
meanings of the words
there's
change.
compassionate conservatism, compassionate capitalism. I mean, we just come up with these stupid acronyms that are lies and bullshit and say it's all going to be okay, that we can mix acid and bases, and you
But the
can't.
meanings of words get debated and they change, and then the mainstream, the bulk of the people, as the words get entered the regular language, how they think about things changes. So that's what I think is going on. And so I want, but there's also just, I grew up in California where there is a out west idea and the Tonstoffel and libertarianism and pioneers, and I could do it with my horse and my knife, and so I probably got some of
Yeah,
that. And a lot
yeah.
of
Well,
people.
I'm just saying it. That's the
So I,
example.
I was
That's
growing up,
the
but no, wait,
example of
can
the
I fucking
failure.
finish my sentence? So, in that one reason, which is just where I'm from, that was a bunch of liberal, anti-government libertarians that were liberal, hippie libertarians. So that's why I have, but also I think liberty is a very, very important word, and you should not cede this. You should fight for the meaning of that word, and it can shift a lot. Like when liberal used to mean more what libertarian means, these words can shift, and we take part in those shift and fight for them.
Well,
That's what philosophy
I
is. That's what the debate
don't
is.
think liberal ever meant anything to do with giving people liberty. So I don't think that's right. I think what liberal meant was we're going to protect people from people who don't want people to have liberty, in a sense.
Well, you can look up the history of it. FDR
Well,
shifted and used this word. It was good old American libertarian pioneer types, all the good and bad, and I got my gun libertarian was shifted into liberal because it had to do with letting people be their own way, right? So
no, it had to be. It had to do with ending sweatshops, giving women some protections and rights. The invention of progressive taxation. It had everything to do with non-liberty.
well, I'm not sure if you're able to get what I'm even saying. No,
I'm not.
FDR added that.
Right.
No, no.
That's right.
FDR added that, and that's what I'm into that. I'm like, the idea of personal liberty is linked to the idea of not being fucking enslaved.
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. I'm just saying but yes, your California model is the model. So that's why I'm saying it's pointless because it just ends up with a Prop 13 kind of bullshit. It ends up with bad policy because it's not coherent and explicit, and you're not advocating for liberty. You're advocating for a strict definition of lines that can be crossed and lines that can't be crossed. And it really doesn't have anything to do with liberty. It has to do with civilization, and that's what progressive has to do with. It has to do with civilizing progress, okay? Not liberty progress.
What do you think about individual?
Civilization is where you're trying to
What do you think
head.
about individual? I think it has all the same problems. I've always been pro-individual, but individualist and stuff also has some of the same problems of
It's
the
like
liberty.
saying I'm pro asshole.
Yeah.
I'm not pro religious kook. I'm not pro fanatic racist. I'm not pro any of these
But to
assholes.
me, it's also like saying I'm pro-artist because,
Yeah, well, I'm not
Forever What
pro
Films
that
is an
either.
individual. That's what I love about art.
I'm not pro graffiti.
Well, no, artist, I said, but I am
Well,
pro-graffiti. You went there because
they're
you
calling
always want to
themselves
disagree.
artists.
Fine, let's
They're
argue about something.
calling themselves artists.
But I wasn't talking about graffiti. I just said
No, I know
artists.
you said artists like that. Like somehow everybody's supposed to stop and say like I could say ballet. And of course, yeah, it stops the conversation because no one can be rational about anything because all of a sudden it's ballet.
No, I'm
It's like saying
saying,
kitty. Artist isn't
oh
off
my
the.
God.
Well, I'm
Sometimes,
just
Gary,
saying
you need to slow down.
there's nothing perfect or beautiful about artists. They waste an awful lot of money on mush.
They're individuals.
Who cares?
Well, it's what the word we were talking about. The word individual also has the same problems as liberty, but including having a positive meaning, not a positive
I
meaning,
just
but
pointed
a
out, I
useful
don't
meaning.
think there's anything positive about our individualism because it just creates a bunch of tension and antagonisms. So the less of that we encourage, the better. And frankly, as a rational robot, I'm going to say there's a rational way to be a human being. There's rational human beings and there's irrational human beings. I want people to be rational. I don't want them to be free to be irrational.
But you seem to think that if everybody was rational, they'd be exactly the same and
I
wouldn't
don't
have
care. I don't
conflict.
know. No, I'm not care. We can wear different color sweaters, and you can have a goatee, and I can not have a goatee, and blah blah
But don't
blah.
do you
Yes,
think too?
we can even be different colors. Okay, there's lots of things we can be without antagonizing the shit out of each other. But what we can't be is fanatic
Okay,
Muslim
but here's what I
and
want to ask.
fanatic progressive. You can't
Do
be
you
those two
think
things.
right? But a bunch of moderates can can live together and still be pretty
I'm not a
different.
moderate, okay? So I'm not
Obviously
moderate
not.
on asshole. I don't like asshole.
But you're one of the
one
extremities.
bad apple fucks the pie.
You're one of the extremities.
I don't care. I'm just saying that why would I advocate for a system that
Do you
says
think two
let's keep
different
putting
parties?
poison apples in our
I have a
pie. Let's keep
question. I
putting
have a question for
bacteria
you.
in the pie. Let's
My
keep
question.
poisoning our food.
My question is, do you think two parties, two different people or groups of people can be rational and still end up having a conflict?
No, obviously. I think the facts are available and the arguments can be made. That's why I'm advocating for it, because I'm saying the facts are here. We do know that we have to have a system. We know that there's no way, it's not sustainable without a system of justice and a system for drawing fair lines. So let's just get to the business of drawing fair lines and quit talking semantics about whether you're going to call it puppy or you're going to call it syphilis. What you call it is irrelevant. The fact is, you know that civilization requires it.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that resource conflicts create rational decisions that are in conflict between two parties. If there's just one deer, then I'm going to try to get that first, and maybe that's where we get conflict, where I got there second, but I'll kill you, and then there's rational reasons
yeah,
to be.
I know. We know that's not a problem of anything other than irrational behavior. So we know that the overpopulation, and we know that if you're tribe A and I'm tribe B, and we're both saying we're not going to control our population and we're going to constantly need to grow because we're going to need more food for the more people, then yeah, we're going to have to kill it. One of us is going to have to die. I mean, the gorillas are doing that right now. They're playing evolution, right? So they genocide each other because, yeah, one wins, one loses. That's the game they're playing. One takes over. And I'm just saying that those natural elements make libertarianism kind of a misnomer, a false word, because the basic diagram of the game is asshole. And if we want something better than asshole, we have to play a different game than a freedom game. We have to play a responsibility game and an obligation game and a janitor game. We can't play the fun, I want to do exactly what I want to do and fuck everybody.
Well, I don't really, you know what, I think that's just to hear. I know you don't converse that way by those principles.
How so?
You don't restrain yourself to any sort of civility as you just described in the way you're interacting with the world around you. Or you just said you weren't a moderate. You don't have to moderate.
I do. I don't shit in somebody else's yard. I don't make crank phone calls. I don't in any way impose myself on anybody. People have to come to my videos. I don't shove them up their asses, and I don't shove them in their eyeballs. I am totally unaggressive in being myself. If somebody tells me I'm too noisy, then I'll be quieter. If somebody tells me I smell, I'll do something about it. Okay, I am trying not to be offensive to anybody else's sensibilities, so I'm not imposing on anybody. So I don't agree with your point at all. I'm saying I am perfectly within the limits of liberty. I am responsibly liberal.
By my standards,
okay?
My standards are
physical. Has to be responsible speech, right? I could make that argument. I say free speech has to be responsible speech, or there's no point in having it.
So, but that's the part I believe will not violate anybody else's privacy, and in fact would pull a guy out of a river, even if you said, you stupid fucker, while you did. Fine, that's my standard of civil interaction, because we're all different. But you are not civil in your words, and those do count, and now you just added civil language.
You're saying they count. I'm saying you can't make a rational argument that my words count. I'm allowed to call.
No, I'm not saying they are. I'm asking you if you claim they do or not.
I have no obligation to play this sissy game that, words are causing brain tumors. No, I'm not playing that.
Well, I agree with that. That's why you don't get a very hard deal from me on that. I mean, I'll yell back at you.
I'm just saying the rational. I'm saying, look, we could even argue if I lose in a democratic fight over the definition of vulgar language, and we agree somehow that there is such a thing. Okay, then I'll change my behavior. But until
I'll give you credit.
until the statement is written, I'm not going to play that.
Well, anyway, you obviously do have bounds. I mean, I could even quote a couple times, and there's more that you've gone, oh, well, I shouldn't say that, and things that you've changed how you talk a little bit on purpose. So, but fair enough, it's your thing, and I believe in a wide amount of chaos in that level. What I wish is that people could keep the chaos of rah 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 away from. No, I really want to kill you. I fantasize about
Well, I'm
actually
saying
killing
that
you all the time.
I'm talking about your rhetoric. So I'm talking about the word libertarian, which might
Yeah,
as
well, I'm
well,
going to stick with it. I'm fighting over it as my answer.
it might as well be right next to Nazi. So you're basically just using a word to redescribe Nazi or capitalist or exploitionist, because that's all it means to me. So I'm saying you're trying to recapture a word that is just filthy with selfish motherfucking nihilist crap. And I'm saying, what's the
No,
point of doing that? What's the point of putting that word, trying to
no,
nigga libertarianism? Why do you want to
because
bother doing that?
the word liberty has a lot of technical philosophy to it. Like On Liberty by John Stuart Mill is actually very good about the ways that liberty is impinged upon, that individual people ought to be able to have the right to a lot of differences, including screaming at each other in public, because down in the town square or whatever else.
Well,
And so that's a real thing. And I'm not going to let the word liberty come to
I'm
mean
just saying
I
that's
don't
the
want to pay
least.
taxes and I want my free
That
land.
is the least of our social problems right now. Is a lack
No.
of ability to call each other an asshole. I mean, we have plenty of that liberty. So I would argue that whatever liberty you're talking about is a liberty we really don't need right now. The kind of
Well,
liberty
fuck that.
we need right now is freedom from exploitation, freedom from owners, freedom from motherfuckers who think because I have a gun I can shoot anybody I want. Freedom from this whole obsession with their property. I don't have any obligations to the civilization.
Yeah.
That's what we need liberty from. So
Well,
I'm
duh.
just saying,
I didn't.
if the
I
whole
just
point of
because
you using their Nazi word to get rid of Nazis doesn't
it's
make
not
any
a Nazi
sense.
word.
Well, I'm just saying, to me, I told
Yeah,
you,
I
for
know,
me,
but you're just one
that's what I
person.
said. I mean, you're reclaiming a really crappy word.
I don't think that it's ever been lost. I know other
Well,
people
okay,
and
then
liberals.
all right. There's no point in us having the conversation. I'll go to take my run. If you don't think libertarian is really owned by the libertarians, the Stefan Molyneuxs of the world, then I think you're a little bit delusional. That's my conclusion. If you don't
Well, I don't think it's
recognize
really a piece
that
of
it's
property.
their word and you're trying to take it, then I don't know what to say. But that's what it looks like to me. You're just trying to take their word because everybody likes their word, and so instead of calling yourself a gun nut, you'll call yourself a gun non-chauvinist. I
Well,
mean, it's just,
I
I'm just
told you
saying
already. I was
you're
born
just
with that
using
word.
rhetoric, and I'm just saying I don't think the rhetoric is productive, and that's my opinion. So I'll let you know what
Well,
my
give me
opinion is.
another alternate word because I was born with that word and I don't know of another one. Just
Well,
inventing.
there's probably
When I invent words, you don't like that either. So fuck
responsible,
them.
progressive might be better. That's all I'm saying. Responsible. Maybe that's a good word. Rational. That
Yeah,
would be a good
progressive
word.
is not enough
Logical.
alone because the
Logical's a good
Republicans.
word. Logical, responsible, sensible, reasonable.
How about peaceful?
Yeah, all those are really good.
A
Libertarian,
peaceful
not
progressive.
good.
Well, I'm sorry. I believe in the concept of
I'm
liberty.
sorry. Yeah, yes, I don't
The
believe.
idea of
I
liberty is a
believe
good
you
invention.
are.
We need to work on
I
it.
believe you will just keep on whatever, tripping on your own shoelaces, and that's what you'll do. Okay.
All right.
I don't think you can afford shoelaces anymore.
Yeah,
Why not?
I didn't quite get that.
Why do you think I can't afford shoelaces anymore?
But you're unemployed now, and you got rolling tobacco, and
Yeah. Well, that's because I was supposed to not get any tobacco at all. But actually, I like the rolling tobacco. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not totally destitute yet.
I've been off it all for 6 months, by the way. The rolling tobacco, the e-cigarettes, cigarettes, all that crap.
Yeah, I didn't buy. I did not replenish now, so I'm about to try stopping. But that's another matter.
What on earth is that in your hand, Gary? It's like a lollipop or something. I don't know what this is.
He's gone.
Oh well.
So, Yeah, it takes a long time to get a job, but I have a lot of leads. There's a tons of programming work remotely now. Anybody wants a new career if they think they could program, because there is a lot of jobs. Regular companies, startups, they're figuring out not only do they have more people to choose from if they go remote, but they don't have to ask those people to move to expensive places and pay a bunch of money for them to move and stuff. So it seems like a good time.
I gave up on programming in your equivalent of high school, or my equivalent of high school, and it's because I was trying to make this game, and it was like Frogger. We were trying to dodge things that were driving along the road, but I couldn't figure out, and I got stuck on inventing and randomness. And obviously, I realised later on that you can't have random in computer programming, so or real random. You can have virtual random, but you can't have actual randomness from a computer, and that's where I got stuck and gave up on it all and threw away my keyboard and everything.
But what? Do you, well, that was a bad reason, because you just call the random function where they have something that has the same statistical behavior as randomness, which is
Not in
good enough.
BASIC, they don't.
They did. Yeah. What computer?
I think I can't remember. It
Apple?
was in BASIC. It was
Dick?
BBC Micro, which is probably created by Apple, and it was in BASIC.
Yeah, no, there was a rand back in those days, because that's what I learned to program on, is Apple Basic. And but yeah, and actually you can write a randomness, because there's just some mathematical tricks to create things where then it's not random, but it's random in the sense that you if you take the statistics of how the distribution and it's the same as a random series, but like philosophically there's a difference. But in terms of the randomness in computers, yeah. Well, that's what I always like to do. I made a game out of the low res thing that was like Dig Dug. That was my first little game, which was easy because it just left a trail of his own color basically after him, was or black or whatever. So I didn't think of it as Dig Dug until afterwards, though, because Dig Dug was made afterwards. But that's what it was like. You had to,
I've never
go
heard of that.
underground.
Is that
There
like
were no
Boulder
mod.
Dash?
What?
Is that like Boulder Dash?
Dig Dug, you had a little guy and you dig underground and you make a tunnel, and then the little monsters, and you're digging the tunnel to get little bits of stuff underground, and then the monsters can follow you in the tunnel. As you get higher, some of them can go right through the dirt and stuff. And so this was, you just had one pixel was this like the size of a quarter inch or something in one direction, and it, maybe,
It's
well, I don't
like
know.
Boulder Dash or Commander Keen or something like that. It sounds very similar. But I want to
Yeah,
go
but
back.
just one
I watched the
screen.
start of your hangout. Sorry, I watched the start of your hangout. You're talking about the Sammy Goodman thing with the DAP, and I'm
Yeah.
wondering, is it just a perception of some class issue that's at play here? Like they were going to build the pipeline near what is it? What's it called? Bismarck, capital of North Dakota.
Right.
But they rejected it, and then the Army Corps and the private companies went, "Oh, we'll just build it over this Indian land instead," without asking anybody. I mean, was there actual asking, or is this just something
So
that
eminent
reacts?
domain. It was eminent
Oh,
domain.
right, really?
Yeah.
So I get the impression, because I've been watching a lot of interviews with the people who are protesting, that these are people who have just they're as a result of the socio-economic conditions in those communities, they've just like dropped their dead end jobs and moved out there to protest. Even though they don't actually come from that area, they've got like native heritage, so
Yes.
that's at play for them, and they're standing up for maybe tribes that would have been enemies of theirs like 300 years ago, but now they've got this sort of communal interest at play, and that's why they're going up there and protesting rather
But
than
that's
actually
how it is
being.
now. There's a powwow. Um, they run Indian powwows all over the country, generally on the local Indians or Native Americans organize it, or if there's still a reservation, or if there's not, or if the local town, they did one in Hawaii, and then people come, and it's a heritage kind of day, and it is all it's become, even over the last 15 years that I went to these, it's become like traveling fairs. They're very homogenous. Or the same mixture, and there's a lot of Navajo drumming, and but there's really stuff from everything. They've got, they'll have the fry bread tacos, but it's also tribes such as still exist do send people together, and it's a constant communication and a political activism. It's a very politically active group of people, which if their political activism wasn't so suppressed, so ignored, people would know they don't have much power, but they're very active, and that's why you can see this many people out there in the field stopping something like this. And yeah, and so you heard Amy Goodman, I guess, has this warrant out for being there. The only press that is even there, while private security men sick dogs on protesters, and she's gonna get cited for that. Well, I think that can only play into her hands, really, because it's so ridiculous.
It's the first I've heard of it when I watched the start of your hangout, but it's just a citation for trespassing or what?
Yeah, it's a warrant. They called it a warrant, but it's just a misdemeanor. So, and Amy Goodman is.
What's the crime? Is it trespassing or?
Yeah, trespassing and something else like that.
The thing that's what I hate about laws and rules is like they are selective in how they apply them. If a law exists, then
the thing is,
choose to do it to that person.
Traditionally in the U.S., I would say we've been pretty good about, people with cameras and stuff playing as press get away with it. They get away with being there. They get selectively not charged, but also on the grounds that, they'd get off because of freedom of the press anyway. We don't even push it. Because when you push it, they might get off, but they might be in jail a year. It might be on an appeal. You can punish them, and it helps to suppress them so that no press will go to a thing like this. Well, they picked on the wrong person, almost like they don't even know. She got arrested at a Republican convention a few years ago as well, and was trying to protect her cameraman who was getting arrested. So this is so minor in terms of what she's willing to do, and she has a huge platform. I mean, maybe people don't realize it, but she's like, she's just totally an awesome person beyond being maybe the last journalist and the people that work with her. But this is according to them, Democracy Now! Criminal trespass, misdemeanor. But there is an arrest warrant though in North Dakota. So to keep her out of North Dakota. But I think they picked the wrong person. If I know anything about Amy Goodman, she's probably on a plane to North Dakota right now.
Yeah, I guess I've kind of got Amy Goodman here tonight, so it's a strange coincidence. It's nothing to do with that at all. But it's 9/11 today, isn't it? It's like, or 11/9 as we call it in this country. It's a big day. It's 15th anniversary of the attacks. And the one thing that I was thinking of was, even to this day, there's still people who believe that George Bush was some kind of criminal mastermind. The man could barely speak or walk through a door, but somehow he was capable of organizing this black flag operation to take down the towers. And there's still the conspiracy theorists going on about it. Just like
what happened is they knew something was coming and they let it happen.
They didn't know specifically what it was, I think, but they knew something was going to happen, and they thought it would be to their betterment to allow something to happen. Maybe they thought it was going to be a hijacking on an airfield or something like that, and it would go on for a few days, and then eventually they'd kill the hijackers. I didn't think they could imagine the scale of what occurred. And I think that is why you see the shock on George Bush's face. But still, they were opportunist government, and they played on the attacks. That's what they did. They were opportunists.
Well, they knew that it was a danger, that they were planning on flying planes into buildings.
There was that report, yeah, but a lot of people could defend that by saying, well, there's 1,001 reports that say this, that, and the
thing is,
every day.
Not everybody knows everything, so there can be agents facilitating this, because we know that most of what the FBI, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of cases where the FBI just go get somebody that's schizoidal and talks them into, provides them with all the weaponry and everything just to bust them. And some of the, I forget whether it was Snowden emails, had the FBI talking about the Hollywood arrest. I mean, they knew they're just setting this thing up for show. And it's a way to keep your budget and look like stuff's going on. So that kind of agent provocateur probably is going on too. So it could easily be that somebody in the CIA did know it was going to be a bunch of planes on the same day, or even helped it coordinate. Or why wouldn't they know that? How could they miss that? So the amount of it, there's a fundamental philosophical similarity between this difference of like malevolence and incompetence. Right? When they say you don't assume that it's malevolence, it's probably incompetence. There's a point where incompetence is intentional.
What do you mean?
I mean, intelligent people that can manage to keep raking in billions of dollars with their decisions that are accidentally incompetent when it comes to this other stuff are not really incompetent. They're applying themselves in one area and letting chaos reign in the other.
That sounds
so when you go, well, they didn't know what kind of chaos it would be. Yeah, but they could still have bought henchmen that created the chaos exactly as it is. And the reason they didn't know about it is because, doesn't really matter, boys. We just need some chaos.
Well, that intentional incompetence is a form of malevolence, right?
Right. But I'm just saying, too, you grow up, you get your methods and your gimmicks in life. And being incompetent in certain areas just can become second nature. You could be trained it as a kid if it's your family style of running businesses. So you never even interpret that action that way.
But it's a convenience at the very least.
Yes, it's convenience. It's a self-evident. Yeah, right. It's totally as negative. My point is, it's just as negative as somebody writing down in their diary, I'm going to do this plot. We have generationally some people that exploit others through these kinds of means, and it doesn't really matter how intentional it is. For example, Donald Trump says he had a plan for ISIS. Was he lying? He's obviously didn't have a plan. Nobody thought he had a plan really to begin with, and now he said I'll have another and this. And then in one of the things I heard today, he's like, well, I mean, I will be making a plan. Is that a lie? No, it's a kind of psychotic neuroses, sort of, where he thinks that, I know these kind of business guys, they like to wing things. They're like, I can I'm going to my snowboard down a mountain. It doesn't mean I have a plan to succeed. And that's how they live their life. And so to him, I have a plan to make a good plan. And I'm so good at that, and so it doesn't matter that it's a lie or not. Yeah, it's a lie, but it's also, we're all mentally ill. At a certain point, that kind of a lie is also a mental illness. Doesn't make it not a lie. Doesn't mean, what's intentional there? He knows he's deceiving everybody.
I disagree with you that it's not intentional. I think that's an intentional lie to manipulate the public, obviously.
Well, no, I would just said that as the comma phrase, which is the reason it's still a lie worth blaming of a lie, is he knows other people are thinking that means he has a actual plan.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that's the motivation.
Yes, but no, do you disagree that motivation becomes
I really do have a plan, and no, it's there. Think
about it this way.
Let's say because he knows half the people are going to believe that.
Let's say you're 14 or 15 at your first, party where it's kind of like, oh, some of this is, the parents wouldn't like this, and you're trying to just fit in, not even be cool, and so it's like, I like that movie too. Oh, why did I say that? Just you're 12. I'm sure you got over it, right? Some people never get over that. And so how conscious is this instinctual saying what you think people want to hear and playing on weaving in your confidence that you will make it true later, baby? It's true because my plan will be great. I feel it right now. And that is a self-lie, where what I'm trying to actually say is that self-lie doesn't make you a more innocent person. It makes you a less innocent person. People that write how to rob the bank in their diary have plotted a crime knowing it was a crime, and that shows superior ethics to people that just live criminally. They just live criminal ethos naturally, natively. They rob the bank by being its owner and fucking over the clients or whatever. That is actually worse. Sorry, I went on too long. I got a
Well,
headache. Fuck.
no, I mean, I think I'm in basically in agreement with what you're saying, but yeah, that that but I do think that when Trump says I've got a plan to defeat ISIS, he is intentionally doing that to manipulate the public.
You
And
don't think
I
he
don't think it's just some sort of response or,
really? So wait, let me just okay, let's see then if we how much we think's probably different. So I think we could get into like a percentage or level of that, right? I think he really believes that I know what we do. Like the one time he said, I'd bomb them to hell. He really thinks that these gut instincts that when he thinks about ISIS for a minute, he's like, oh, well, you just do this and this and this. That's like a plan to him. The fact that he's had that attitude that I figured it out. The rest is details. So
Didn't he
he
say
could,
at one point?
well, then that's just like saying he doesn't think he's telling a lie.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I think it's you can't really discriminate with him. The reason I would
But
still
what I'm
count it
saying
as a
is that
lie is because he knows people, what people take it to mean is he knows that's different than what he even means. Right?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Salesmen think like I'm saying. They say all those stuff that a lot of people think are lies because they tell themselves, well, there's this higher truth, or it's the basic gist of it, or
right.
You
And
know, you know,
I think
Donald.
that the point is that he, whether he thinks there's some sort of loophole in what he's saying or what have you, he knows it's a manipulation, and he doesn't really have it all figured out.
He
we
paid
know
someone
it.
to listen to right-wing
Yeah,
radio for years on end, so he'd know exactly what talking points he would
yeah,
be required to have to win enough of
yeah.
a mandate to be president. So, and that's the horrible thing for Hillary saying what was it, a bunch of deplorables. That's the thing. He knows exactly how to
Basket.
respond to that now after all of that research. So he is quite an intelligent man, although on that level, but obviously he's a dumbass as well.
I don't think so. I thought he was just maybe manipulating everybody really well, like he's a showman, like he's Barnum and a salesman. He knows that, and he's intelligent about that. But now I don't think so. I think he actually just listens to Twitter and watches Fox News, and he's actually the kind of guy, and he's so in tune with that, it makes him seem in tune with this subculture, this large subculture that he's got to back him. So I actually think the way you just last put it, we agree that it's some sort of mix of his own dementia and he knows he's fucking people. I don't think that. No, but I think I actually do think he's more like a crazy guy in that head, and he really doesn't know, and he is. It's just he's winging things in a way that he's developed. And he doesn't. I think it's beyond truth and falsehood. I don't even think he thinks in those terms of truth and falsehood.
It's effectiveness. That's what he thinks about. Effectiveness.
Yeah, but not even that as smartly as I wanted. Because look, I thought the smart thing for him to do is this. He's got to lock in on people they would not vote for Hillary. That's unbeatable. The people that will vote anti-Hillary. That if he had just gone to the left and taken Bernie's thing, even if he had to abandon some of the stuff, like, you know what, never mind the wall. I thought about it. I talked to the president. He's such a nice guy. His dog was sweet. No wall, baby. Yeah, he could win. He could have won. So I don't understand why he wasn't smart enough to do that. Because if he can play the gullible reaction right, and he only needs 5 or 6% of people on the left to fire that, and that would make the difference, then he's just really tuned into that. He's become that case. 70 years old. He's become that kind of person. He's reading Drudge and Twittering. He's really Twitter brained. I mean, he's not just using Twitter.
Well, trying to analyze him from a psychological perspective is pretty difficult.
I forget how old you are, but I've had to see this motherfucker since I was a teenager, and when greed was good, and he was being celebrated. So I feel like I've made a somewhat close if consistently negative analysis from him. So I mean, I dislike this guy, and the idea that he would ever. It's like if you spent time as a teenager disliking Justin Bieber, and then every time he showed up, you disliked Justin Bieber, but the next thing you know, he's fucking running for president. I mean, which you don't expect that to happen, right? It's like, no, I just hated that band. I'm sorry, I didn't expect REO Speedwagon was going to be running for president. I would have shut up about it or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's like that because he was just really so I'm 48, and you'd have to be almost my age to really know what I'm talking about in a way. You know,
Well,
like
I'm pretty close to your age, so
teenager in the 80s, he started being everywhere. And I just read some New
I
Yorker
never liked
article.
him either.
Yeah, and it wasn't just us hearing about him. He really was pushed out. There was just reading in the New Yorker this woman that says he's an asshole, but also kind of helped him, a gossip columnist for Newsday and some other places. And they did some word study or whatever you'd want to say, statistics. And he was like mentioned 3 times a week over 6 years or 7 years, you know, with Marla Maples and everything. And so that helped make him what he was. And then that stupid Apprentice show, I didn't really pay attention to that, keep going on. And then that just collected so much static, you know, so much, you know, pieces of dust on the static side. You know, it's just like 12 years of that kind of thing or whatever it was, his like powered him up. So he's the same idiot, but even more idiotic. But
well, if you didn't know all that stuff,
his fake billionaire-ness, for example,
if
was never going to make him this powerful. The
yeah,
TV show put him over the top. People thinking him as a billionaire made it put him. It's crazy. He's like Dallas.
it's like an icon. Like it's like people are just so fucking stupid that they're just voting for an icon. Like, oh, this guy's just gonna save us.
I guess there's some 80s
Donald
Trump.
Isn't that what the head of state is really, in essence, what it's become anyway? Like with Reagan, it was this.
Well, not. Well, I that's a fair point. But I think there's also usually some amount of substance there. I mean, just seems like there's no substance at all, except for where it's really bad. Like, I'm going to build a wall to keep all the brownies out, you know.
But doesn't he have more policies? Because I don't know a single Hillary policy other than I'm going to be a good person. You know, I mean, there doesn't seem to be much. Oh, here's our plan. Here's a manifesto for action for the administration. I don't know if this is like a modern thing for the United States, but in the last few elections I've seen, there doesn't seem to have been this. Here's a plan. Here's a manifesto. Here's what we're going to do over the next 4 years. They always do.
No, you have to go to their website. They always have some plan. It's always pretty vague. And the best you can know is by people that have been in power. So, like, we do know what Hillary would do. She's pro the globalization trade. She's basically like it's almost
you're
a
pro globalization trade, right?
Right. She yes. So because I think there would be a healthy way to go towards it. We're not doing that, but in the long run, we need to go through a one world peaceful government. Only inside one conceptual human group has we ever had peace. So we need that, I believe. And also it's profitable to be able to trade everywhere and stuff, but it'll take us a while to get there. But anyway, I'm saying she's the globalist, including the pro banker bad and evil part of it that is worth slowing down. But what I was going to say is I think of her like she is whatever 50% of the people think is just liberal enough to be acceptable, meaning like in the middle of the half that says let's be liberal at all. That's where she lives. If it moves,
Dave Rubin, basically.
If that's why she was, you know, she was really late to the let gays marry train, but I guarantee you she's never thought, you know, she was very polite like any hippie or that generation of towards gay people in her life, and you know that, but she wouldn't come out and say, because she's right at this 50 or 49%, wherever just that edge, but a little bit on the liberal side. So
well, she was on the Obama trying to have it both ways thing before, and then when it became politically okay, you know, they both sort of flipped over and said, well, yeah, and let's just go full bore with this, you know.
Yeah. There
People
was
don't
this whole
want
thing
leaders.
where Bernie was saying it was $15 minimum wage. That's what he was going to push for, and that was a policy people could get behind and say, "Yeah, I'm for that. Let's push for it." And this is a plan when we get into action office, and then there's all these down ticket votes, and then we'll take over the Senate or the House, or try to take over the House, and then we'll push for this $15 minimum wage. And all Hillary said about the $15 minimum wage was, "Well, if it landed on my desk, I'd sign it." I mean, it doesn't seem like a person that's very, horrible word, proactive and saying, yeah, let's do this, let's do this. It's like, oh, well, I might allow it to happen.
I don't know if $15 minimum wage is a good idea.
I mean, it should be
Actually.
20.
No, I'm really skeptical of that.
Well, that's what it would be if it had just raised at the same rate as American profit.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
Minimum wage as a concept, or the value of the
minimum wage should be set as a percentage type thing.
The problem is that you're just forcing certain aspects of the market to automate, and then you'll just be putting people out of work entirely.
It doesn't matter if people can't live on the wage, then it's not in the society's best interest. They'll have to be on public assistance or something, or just let them die in the street, and that'll cost money. So no, you can't. It's just like, sorry, if you need slaves to run this business, you can't. This business isn't going to work out. Sorry, bye.
Well, that's why there has to be the basic minimum income.
Well, we've only had minimum wage in this country for about 20 years, by the way. So
I would like a minimum wage where it was just like the lowest paid person in a company had to be paid within a certain percentage factor of the highest paid person.
Say that again?
Well, where the lowest paid person, if the CEO is paid 20 times more than the lowest paid person, that'd be fine. Right now it's hundreds. That wouldn't be allowed. The lowest person would have to be a certain percentage of the highest. When those guys at the top wanted their golden parachutes, they'd have to be giving things like that all the way down. And including severance. If you want to be able to get severance as the top guy, fine, and you can have it. It can be this amount, and then there's a percentage that it has to apply through the rest of the thing. But I'm radical about companies because I don't really care if our companies live or die. They should not. There needs to be democracy of a kind and co-ownership in our businesses, because that's reality. Anything else is slavery. You can't just rent me in it as if I'm a slave for a couple hours and say that the people are free. I don't think.
Well, that is radical, because that's far from what we have now.
Yep. I don't think we need
how
to
would
force
that be implemented?
How it would be implemented is you start companies by people that actually believe in that, and they run their companies that way, and they eat up all the other companies.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
It means they outcompete them in the market, just like any company. That's the way I've decided years ago.
Okay, well, that's not happening. That's not it's not an organic thing that's going on.
Oh yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Well, take a look on the .coop domain. Look up Mondragon. Look up the fact that there's a lot of not-for-profit, like AAA, not-for-profit, I believe.
Hold on, you're saying...
I believe AAA is a not-for-profit.
I want to understand you. So you're saying that there are companies that are doing this sort of employee ownership thing out there.
And democracy and having co-ops where people inside it have a say about who runs it.
Well, right. I agree with you there. I mean, that's just a fact.
Like in Mondragon, when they hire you, you actually have to give them money to buy into the company.
Whether that's ultimately going to overtake everything is a question, I suppose.
Well, of course, yeah.
But as it is right now, it seems to be that most of the incentives towards making a company don't go in that direction. That's more of a sort of outlier, and something that has to be determined whether that's going to be successful or not over the long term.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the side I'm on.
Well, I would be on that side too. I'm just saying I don't know that is organically what's going to be successful, and it doesn't appear to be the case right now.
Okay.
Well, you have to agree that the current business model that is the most successful is this giant corporation nonsense.
Well, I mean, if you look at, it depends if you're talking about the biggest companies, but those got big over the last century and more. If you look at a lot of companies like Costco treating your employees better, um, and the whole tech industry, but for a different reason, they fell into that. And then there's a lot of they try to treat them real bad. And so it depends on the company. But treating your employees well, giving things like stock options and stuff, which is basically a part ownership in the company, right? Because you don't have to sell those stock options for money, which is what they're generally meant to do. They do convert into a chance to buy stock in a company and become a co-owner at a really cheap fixed rate. So, and so those
Right,
kinds of
but even
trends are going on.
Costco is still under the same essential model. They just treat their employees a little better than the average.
Well, I think that you find out in a lot of companies like that, there really is a lot of democracy in the sense that the leadership wants to do things the way their workers think best. So I think there's a
Well,
gradation of it, and the
I
more
don't
you
know
have
that.
of that,
I
but
doubt that
that
that's.
group still has to succeed in
You
business.
should
So it's a
probably
slow
modify
process.
that a bit. You
What?
should probably modify that statement. I don't think that they want to do what they think their hourly employees
Any
want
companies?
for the best thing. I think that they probably listen to their employees a little more, and that's part of their model. Yeah.
Well, there's a gradation. I mean, I'm not here to debate exactly how democratic it might be at Costco because I don't know, but I know some factory floor places and co-op run places and co-op farms that they do employ democracy, and there's still people in authority just like there is in any democracy.
Well,
And
some
people
of
can
it is bullshit too, though. I mean, like some
I'd be more
companies
interested in why
they put out
whether
like
you would think it'd be a good idea.
questionnaires for their employees just to give the semblance of, hey, you're involved, but
I
it's just
think
bullshit.
if you don't people if you don't support democracy in the workplace, you just really don't believe in democracy, period.
Well, I don't know how to respond to
Well,
that.
do you believe in democracy in the workplace is something? Obviously, you can't do it overnight. It's I advocate a slow process taking a couple centuries, which is those of people that agree with me start companies like this, and then let's see how they do. Some of them I think might do quite well.
I don't know. I mean, in principle, you're saying that the workforce has a say in how the company follows.
Yeah, you could look up Mondragon. They have a pretty good Wikipedia page these days. It's a giant
I think
company,
that's
vast Spain. We've
I
talked
think
about
it
it before.
should be a good idea, but when you get into these giant companies, how much information is sort of like the idea with democracy as a whole. I mean,
You're making assumptions.
Let's work it. I work in a big corporation.
There is an
and we
infinite
do have
number of
these-
different
Okay,
democratic systems. Wait, there's an infinite number of different democratic systems. So there is no direct democracy where every single person votes on every single thing, and there isn't a system where everybody has the same amount of authority. There has to be a distribution of discretionary authorities, and you have people playing certain roles which they are elected or appointed to, which are subject ultimately to the votes of the majority through various means, right?
okay, all right. So I would okay. So I do have one question I'd like to ask. Pharaoh, I mean, you are. I don't know. It seems like you're being a little like kind of my way or the highway about it. At least that's what I kind of picked up on it a little bit, honestly.
How so? Can't I just have my position? I'm telling you the side of history that I'm on that I also, do believe will win the battle, which is democracy includes being in organizations that are organic and employ democracy. Now, democracy just means that there's votes at certain times. It's mechanisms. There's an infinite number of different kinds of mechanisms to organize teams, and you got to use different mechanisms for different teams. Farms are different than factories or whatever, but the people in that organization are also capable of figuring out how best to do the work, assuming they all start off as people that want to get the work done. That's possible. You don't have to have disgruntled people that don't want to be there at all. That's actually not ever necessary. That could always be solved with money. For example, you will find somebody that's fine walking around the shit if you don't treat them like shit. and they actually have a nice standard of living when they get out of the shit, well, they're the people that don't mind it.
I mean, like, I agree with you I agree with you for the most part, like, especially about that.
I've never met somebody that agreed with me, actually, that we should allow democracy in the workplace so far.
I do, actually, partially. Then again, I'm a fucking socialist anyway, right? So, I do have kind of out there, like, far-ass left fucking opinions about shit.
There's no way, well, I guess there's a way, but it seems to me that trying to impinge that upon companies would be difficult.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that.
I don't think. I mean, well, look, I advocate just out-competing them and proving that they can be out-competed. That it'll be more efficient to have a company run like Mondragon.
Okay, but so far that's not working.
Stop saying. First of all, that wouldn't matter, and second of all, that's not true. There are successful companies that use this kind of thing.
But they're all small businesses. You can't.
Okay, look up Mondragon. It's a multiple billion-dollar business, huge business that makes
How do we take
fridges,
shareholder
and
corporations?
it's a huge, successful company.
How do we convert shareholder corporations into Mondragon?
You don't. You outcompete them and drive them out of business like any proper market. They just fade out over time. The problem is people that believe in these kinds of principles, it's scary when you have your own business to give it up to democracy, and it can't be done when there's just 5 or 10 or 15 people. So you would actually need a plan to, once your business hits a certain threshold, 1,000, certain things kick in, and maybe it's like that until the guy that founded it died even. But there has to be a process where a group of 50,000 people should have the rights of human beings for those 40 hours a week.
But are you arguing that there should be a business owner, so the person owns a business, but the business is run like a democracy? Or is it like an entirely socialistic thing where the people...
I think large businesses... Look, I believe employees have certain rights of democracy that have to be interpreted to apply while they're at work. Right? I also believe in the entrepreneurship, and as I've tried and have worked in businesses and startups and trying myself, I could see why even people that believe in these kinds of principles, it's very difficult to start off with that kind of a system. In the case of Mondragon, it was a graduating class from this one guy, and this graduating class of engineers started the company in this principle, partly in reaction to the fact that Franco was abusing the Basque region, evidently, because they didn't support him in the Civil War or whatever. And so they just made an internal economy, and then they worked with each other. And this now it's a co-op. It's huge. You look it up. It's a Wikipedia page. You can see. So it's the perfect example. But there are a lot of communes, and when you say small, I don't know. There's a lot of co-ops that have pretty big farms now. After when they get old. They grow slower than, banker financed companies and stuff, but some of them they're hit for the long haul. So, and I do think you could that the not-for-profits like the credit unions that are in the banking space and other insurance companies that are run from not-for-profits, that a lot of them are old, they would actually be convertible, because if this started to be popular, some companies would go like, yeah, we'll do that. There are companies, that have a pride that they try to treat their employees fairly and listen in every way, including sometimes actual voting mechanisms. But there would be people, it's a sell for some of those companies, especially like big not-for-profits that actually are profitable, like AAA, but are, set up as not-for-profits, that would convert to things like this, and it would be within reason, because direct democracy isn't even an option, right?
Mention the AAA, we have the AA in the UK, and it demutualised. It was a member-owned organisation, non-profit. They did a hell of a lot of work in the UK. All road signs were put up by the AA, but they demutualised and privatised and sold off to a massive conglomerate.
When?
And it was 2002, I think. At the same time as a lot of building societies, which are member-owned banks, converted to public built
United
banks. Like a
Airlines.
whole swathes of them between like 2002 and the crash. All of these member-driven cooperative organizations turned into public companies.
And some of those will grow bigger and bigger and bigger.
And
right.
a lot of that is what I think contributed to the crash, is that you didn't have these stable institutions that couldn't go out with their means and couldn't risk as much as the private banks could. So, you know, that's one thing to be said for cooperatives, is you need them there to have some kind of stability in your economy.
The key to Mondragon is in the 70s, they got big enough, they started their own bank, or savings and loan kind of investment bank. And then everybody thought, oh, that won't work, these socialists doing that. Even though they've been going since whatever, I was saying the 30s or 40s, whatever, look it up. But, you know, for a long time. But so they started a bank. And that way when, you know, like one factory, okay, nobody wants Walkmans anymore because they'd make like a knockoff Walkmans and stuff, you know, just generic quality. I don't know what the quality is, but cheap, you know, for Spain and stuff. And then internationally, though. And when that factory runs out, because they have their own bank and they're all run as sub-co-ops, you know, they've got a place that's friendly to the story that, hey, we got 1,000 guys, we can't make Walkmans anymore, what do we make? They get all together, they have the vote, their board of directors dresses like ordinary people, and they were from all kinds of original jobs, admin assistant, factory foreman, people that rose up through electoral processes. And but anyway, so that you know, they don't automatically get approved for whatever they want to do, but there's a process, and these guys agree, and they ended up making food processors, you know, blenders, basically high-speed blender kind of juicy processors, things they knew would sell. They're not Apple, but people need fridges, so they make a fridge line and stuff like this. But now they're in all kinds of, they have art studios, but mostly they're still, as far as I know, that's why they still make billions of dollars is off of these fridge brands. Well, at a certain point, they'll become powerful enough, we'll be able to buy their cheap and reasonable quality stuff. You know, and I saw it happen in the US when Honda and all these little teeny tiny vehicles came running in.
Okay, so I've got, to me, I looked it up, and I looked at their wiki page, and to me, this almost is a counter to your point, because this has been around for a long time, and
growing
it's
bigger and
still an outlier to the general model of how the capitalist system works.
Well, you're just,
in fact, if I may continue that point, it's antithetical to the capitalist ideal, and it still has to operate within this capitalistic framework, and it hasn't really caught on.
I don't know what you mean hasn't caught on. It's like the biggest company in Spain. It makes billions of dollars. You're in America.
Well, why aren't all the
You're in America. A lot of shit like public, that's like saying public health care hasn't caught on. See? Well, I think that'll eventually going to catch on over here in America. I argue with my conservative relatives in the 90s. I said, for sure, we're going to have public health care. It's just a matter of time, right? See what's happened in the world. And they're like, no, well, I'm sorry, they're huge in Spain, a poor place where they've come from, and they weather economic downturn better and whatever. Make your bet, but saying that they've been around a long time and they're only, whatever, $14 billion, they're doing fine. They're very stable, and they're huge.
Well, yes, but the point, I don't think you're addressing the point.
Hold on, okay.
If you were calling that a failure,
I'm not calling it a failure.
That's on you.
I'm not calling the company a failure.
They're huge.
I'm saying
they're huge, and they're huge relative to the businesses they compete with and in the market they're in, a poor part of the world, basically, for a long time. And they.
But wait a minute. You really think I'm saying that the company is a failure?
I have no. You seem to say that it was an example that the way they do things doesn't work.
No, I'm saying
that's what you said.
No,
okay,
I'm
wait, hold on. Let's clarify. I'm
saying the way Mondragon does things seems to work, and it's an example.
Obviously,
there's a lot of gradients.
Hold on, Piero.
Between that and...
All right, hold on 1 second. Piero, let Infinity clarify his position, and then Infinity, Piero will clarify his position. Because you guys are just kind of running into each other right now.
Well, I don't think you understand what I'm saying if you think that I'm saying that...
Well, I respect you, so let's clear this.
I would have to be
again. You understand why I thought that's what you're saying. You looked at Mondragon and said, well, it just shows that Mondragon, that is not good. They should be doing it differently. That's how I took it. But okay, that's not it. Say what you are arguing.
I'm not saying
and
that
remember, I am just for this, and I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight. I wouldn't want it to happen overnight. But you asked for a progression, and I'm eager to say, well, here's the historical prediction of how I think this progression could happen. So first, I want to know you understand the way I'm saying the progression. It's not going to surprise me that you disagree. I've never met anybody that thought there should be democracy in the workplace the way I do. Ever.
I'm not talking about should or shouldn't. This is
right.
Not,
I'm curious what you would think, whether it should or shouldn't. See, I do.
I've already said that I
wait.
like the idea as just a general principle.
Okay,
well,
so where's the?
Okay.
Wait. Where's the misunderstanding coming from then?
Well, I can say one misunderstanding. I thought you said you were worried about it because you had that reaction a lot of people have had. Like I say, everybody has some negative reaction to it, of that it would be, a direct democracy kind of is a problem. You think about, well, the boss should be somebody that knows better, and how can you have democracy? And it's just like, well, like the mayor and other things. There's ways, you need discretion, and you have appointments and elections and discretion, and there's a million different ways to do that. So, but if you agree that out there, let's put on that you need a decent system, right? You need to use democracy well. It's like programming, basically setting up a democracy to get, for an organization. Then you can have some democracy in the farm hands. They don't decide when they go work, but they can decide whether they go from east to west, or their equipment. Let them vote on which kind of equipment, or spend their own budgets, that kind of thing. So anyway, okay, so that's my part of what I'm saying, and you're disagreeing with that. I don't know how. All
I'm pointing out is that it's not going to happen organically, or if it is, it seems to be troubled. And to me, the Mondragon example is to my point, because that has been around for decades, and that model of doing things has not caught on at all. And I would also point out that according to what I've read here, they still have they're not managed by while their employees have a say-so, they're not managed by the employees. They still have management that controls decisions.
Okay, what do you not understand about that's how democracies are too? There's a mayor, for example.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that
so all democracies are like that.
It's still a corporate structure.
Well, that depends what you mean by corporate structure. It is a structure, right?
You have management, you have employees. Granted, it's a much better system.
No. Everybody is an owner. Like, you have to buy into the co-op. So there's fundamentally a democratic aspect to it, of how people are chosen for the boards and things like that. And there's no external owners. If you leave the company, you have to sell your part back, which also is really cool, because that's basically your severance. The stock you've been paid, or if you've bought more, or it's just gone up in value.
Well, let's do. Okay, I was just pointing out that that was sort of a side note.
Well, I'm pointing out this is a lot better way to run a business.
Well, that might be true, but why has it?
Let's talk about if it is or not. Let's talk about if it is or not.
But the point I'm making is, why has it not caught on if it's a better way?
It's got 74,000 employees. Now, go tell me other companies. Tell me another company started in 1956 and find that in that range of employees. That is actually a very large company. 74,000 people can make their living doing it that way. That's 74,000 free people.
What's your point?
What?
What's your point?
74,000 free people is success of this system.
Somehow,
and what would be even more success is if we ran a lot of
that
companies.
Success has not been impressive to most corporations.
Well,
that's the point I'm making.
I do not believe our current corporations could, even if they wanted to, change to the kind of system that Mondragon has. It's
Then
not
that's a
possible.
problem for your side of the case.
No, it isn't. Because
How
we'll
you
drive
figure?
those fuckers out of business with more efficient businesses if we can just start doing this. And
But see, you're saying
the way
if we
they did
start
it,
doing
you
it,
need to get like,
and the problem is that you're saying they can't start doing it.
well, it's you can't get a bank to fund starting something this way, can you? And
Well,
the people that want to do
then
this,
you're in agreement with me.
and then with entrepreneurs, I'm in agreement with you that there's certain hurdles in the way businesses are created. One, getting up to capital, right? And and the fact that it would seem you need a threshold of a certain number of partners. And so, like when he started, I forget. This page probably says it was some number of these graduates of the same class from this from the guy that taught these kids how to engineer and had this philosophy that you ought to run things as a worker, a productive cooperative. And I forget how many kids it was, but you might need 20 people that are all like at the engineering level in this business to do something. And that's a threshold of how do you get that number of people, even more than the money. Getting that number of people, I found it's hard. Entrepreneurship also, you work so hard to get things going, and you can't get anybody to help you unless you just out and out pay them because they need to pay their rent. And so this kind of dynamic means that by the time you start making some money, it's really hard already to let go of it. So there's ways around that, right? If there's a political movement, we give a lot of money out in grants from the government. I mean, I would like to have a grant where you could go onto a website, and if you could find 20 other people of sufficient qualifications in an objective sense, like the government, there's not totally unobjective, then you could qualify to get, entrepreneurial grants to start these kinds of things because it would be better for society. So, and if those things couldn't succeed against the other banks and stuff, well, I mean, I think the credit unions are going to take over the banks at some point. They're not all better though. Banks have had to compete, be more fair because of credit unions growing bigger and bigger and bigger. So I think it's happening, and it's just something that has to happen slowly.
So you're saying that this is going on, it's just taking an extreme amount of time to manifest itself.
You think it's extreme, you strike me as impatient.
Well, several decades, I don't know what
From the
should be
50s,
the threshold of impatience.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, several. So it started
Several
in the
decades.
50s.
The last 3 decades have been ridiculous.
Okay, so 56.
I mean, we just have more
2016.
inequality. We just have more
So that's 50.
differential between high wage earners and low
It's a
wage earners.
60-year-old company, and it's got 74,000
You keep
employees.
referring back to that.
You don't know. Let me finish my sentence. I'm doing some math. So that's over 10,000 people employed, right? A decade more. That's a significant growth. So I don't know what you're talking about. And when you don't want to even talk about
I
the
don't think
details,
you do. Yeah, I think that's the problem.
74. You already agreed. 74,000 is people getting to work this way is successful.
Yes.
So what else is there to disagree about? The
I don't
revolution
know why
is
we're going back to this. You already agreed with me on this.
Okay. What?
No, now I'm really confused. You keep criticizing that this is impossible or something.
No,
and then when
I
I
didn't
pin you
say it was
down,
impossible. I'm just saying it seems like it's not happening.
Okay, I feel like you're.
How is 74,000 people not happening? I don't understand.
That is happening, but 74,000 people versus the billions that need to be employed on the planet?
Well, how do you think the current corporate system happened? Overnight? It took centuries.
Honestly, I feel like what's happening is that, like, we're still... Okay, Infinity...
I think you don't understand the scale of history the same way I do. I mean, I see that there's this history thing of... There's people that have been wanting the kinds of freedoms we're fighting for now for thousands of years, right? There were people that knew slavery was wrong thousands of years ago that have been waiting, essentially, an underground of people that always agreed with that until slavery was finally even in the closet. So, I mean... Yeah, I'm ready to see some major thing like this. For one thing, most workers are not ready for democracy in the workplace, and it can't go faster than it can have people with the character to do that. And one way is if if a company like Apple was ran this way, and you had to be really top notch to get into Apple, then people would work harder to kind of get that, and the people that didn't get into Apple would go start other companies that did have that ethics. So I think it's possible for it to become. And how quick could it happen? Well, in America, we're fad based. It could happen in a generation. You know, Bernie Jr. could come along with an idea like this, and you might be surprised all the rich kids put $1 million into starting 1 million of these. Some of them would succeed. So, and they're more robust. For example, in a downturn at Mondragon, people are more willing to actually take a pay cut because they know what's going on and they have some stock and which they could maybe sell. Well, they can't sell it actually unless they leave. There's rules about the way their stock works. But anyway, people are more willing to tighten their belt when they actually know that it's not done to screw them out of something.
Okay, Infinity, I feel like what's happening is that, like, you just aren't, your point hasn't been explained. Not that you not that you can't explain it well enough, just that I feel like that's what's happening, and, like...
So
Piro
no one
just
understands what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I feel like Piro doesn't get what you're saying.
You're for this, and you wish it would go faster.
No,
That's what it is.
No, I just look. It's like, okay, if
You're
we
for
go
this
to,
and you wish it would go fast.
Wait, Piro,
slavery,
let me explain. Go
if
ahead.
we look at your slavery example and sort of use that, even in the slavery example, at the height of the Atlantic slave trade, you still had trends towards getting rid of slavery in the free world, so-called free world.
Well, I mean,
you still had trends towards, there were more and more people clamoring for an abolishment of slavery across the board. You still had countries getting rid of slavery at the height of slavery in the Americas. So what I'm talking about is trends. And what I'm saying
my
is
industry of computers, the trends has been
if I could
more
finish
sharing.
my point.
Fine. Okay, go ahead. Trends. Yes, trends. What are the trends?
So the trends show that this company Mondragon, that their business model is not being really put forth in large degree.
By anybody else?
Yes, and in fact, it's going the
Do you
opposite.
think they're going to go?
It's going the opposite way, and we see more and more wealth inequality. We see more and more problems with wages. We see more and more automation. We see more and more taking advantage of people that are in lesser states within their economies.
Right.
And
so
we see this over and over and over again, and we don't see it going in the other direction at all.
So what's necessary for that to change direction is people to realize there's another solution and to put their time and labor into those other solutions. Right.
Well, how do you do that, though? Because you've already
for one thing, for one thing, you study how fucking Mondragon did it. Right?
Oh God! Let's stop talking. Let's finish each other's points, or
Look, I'm an activist. We have to move and do things differently, or else we're going to collapse. But guess what? If we collapse, that doesn't mean Mondragon's going to collapse. It's a very robust way to do things. I'm in an industry where there is more employee ownership, and certainly a liberal people that would, I think, take it to the next level. There is a problem with co-ops because the people get at each other's throats and they can break up and dissolve, right? But a producer's co-op is better than like a store buyer's co-op, a consumer's co-op. Totally different things. And whatever, we've got to make this other model work for the same reason we had to free the slaves. And it's like, but that'll ruin the economy of the South. Well, too fucking bad. You can't have slaves. And that includes all kinds of pseudo slavery. If you go have to spend 5 hours in something and the rule is, remember, you have no say in what you do, that's ridiculous. Well, you can leave. No, that's not enough. You have a say in what you do and how you do your work. If you know there's a safer way in issues like that, you get a say. That's what I believe. It's a philosophical matter. And whether we could actually do businesses like that or not is tough shit. but obviously we can do businesses like that. Mondragon has 74,000 employees, so you could obviously copy that. Unless you think they're very unique 74,000 people that no other 74,000 people could pull that off, which seems statistically unlikely. This proves that it can be done. I think it needs to be done. And that's the completion. I don't really, the idea that you're saying it's not happening. Yeah, I know it's happening in the United States, but it is also happening that there is more power and better pay in the tech industry in certain part of it. Right. So, and people own stock. They're given, as a matter of course, equity in companies, which they actually get to vote, right? They could vote on for things when they have the shareholder meeting. You get a notice and you own, part of that company. And so all you can really vote for is certain things that are put before you. And I guess some chair people, which one's the chairman, they have different rules depending on how they incorporate it, right? But you can do a little bit of voting, and you can bring suits against the company to halt, and you can call special meetings, and so that is a part of this, but it's not really enough. But I'm curious. You don't think it's going to happen is a perfectly reasonable reaction. That it's impossible and stuff. That fine. We're not arguing that. I think we have to be active to make it happen. So I brought it up to see, because I've never found people that thought you should have any kinds of democracy in the workplace, that workers are basically lazy and stupid or something. And my experience is that in any reasonable place to work, people pretty much want to get their job done well. And there's, maybe that's just like, good, don't think about a lot. It doesn't have to be perfect. Or maybe it's like every one of these is just right. But both of those are like, they want to do it safely at a pace that's okay and get it done and get money from it. I don't think they could, if all the guys on that floor say, oh, we'd rather have brighter lights or something, then they should be able to have that say. There's no reason it should just be up to one person. Even if there becomes a public opinion. I mean, public opinion in a business matters. And if you can't, you get to hire people. You get to decide what kind of person you want to vote. So it's like, if you're just careful hiring, you could have any kind of, that's Gary's complaint about this, is that, well, people are assholes, so it doesn't matter. Companies would still do Exxon stuff. They treat their own employees better, but they'd still behave like Exxon, or whatever bad company that you don't like, fill in the blank, and that's a good point, except for I think over time, no, because since in a democracy, you have to do things in the open, it would be a lot harder to do some of the planning and plotting that has come out about when companies get caught.
Okay, but we'll break in here. So I don't think we disagree on the principle level.
I don't know if you think we should be able to vote in the workplace or not, and for what kind of thing?
Given the current, under the same sort of current model that we're operating on now, I would agree that the employees should have some sort of say in how a company is run. I think that would be productive, yes.
I would say every company has to have a constitution, basically, of how votes, will work. And there could be a tremendous amount of liberty, especially starting off, and what those rules would be, basically. Maybe you would outline, like there's a template where it says, it's like, they always have to be able to vote on matters of safety or this or that or the other.
But you're always going to have an electoral college, essentially, in these situations.
The way I see it is, game theory wise, a company like this would be started out, right? You have the founders and they all say, well, we'll be in these agrees. And then you make that agreement and people come in. And the Constitution, as far as I know, if one person wanted to say all the voting is in secret, another could say, no, all voting, you have to stand behind what you believe. And then they hire people that agree to that way of doing democracy, right? And they could fire people. I guess if you do your voting in public, they could be fired if the people up that have the right to kick them out of the organization to exile them from the church or whatever kind of organization is. We're talking about a business, but I'm just pointing, there's people that still have that right, right? But maybe there's a committee of people that has the right to kick out the top guy that can kick out anybody else, whatever organization we wanted. And obviously, like Mondragon does have, I think, a board and executive hierarchy as its kind of organization, but that's kind of a dodge because in a way, they force the hierarchy on some even regular organizations are not really hierarchical.
Let me deal with, I mean, because my issue is the organic part of it. It's just not going to happen organically. It just,
no, people have to, I don't know what you mean organically. People like,
it's not going to happen without some kind of impingement.
well, in the case of this, it was there was this Catholic priest, and I don't remember his name.
No.
In
That's
Mondragon.
anecdotal.
And no, it's an example.
It's anecdotal, though. What I'm saying is on the broad scale.
Case.
Okay, wait.
It's a single case, and if you wanted to empirically look at cases,
anecdotal.
you go. No, it's not anecdotal. It's a single case. And non-anecdotal would be to collect as many cases as you could and compare the structure of those cases of how it worked, right? One case is history. It's not anecdotal to, like, do you think that since it's anecdotal, you shouldn't know that example?
But I'm saying that we're talking about the organics of the entire system of the globe.
Are you curious about how one guy did it? Maybe it might be a clue of, it might be copyable, or maybe it was just luck. It doesn't matter how one guy did it.
Well,
I disagree with you
about
how. What matters to me is activism. So if you believe in something like I believe in it,
but
and you're trying to do something about it, you have to figure out ways to do that. So that's all that matters.
You're saying
so
it
I don't
requires.
know what your point is because the important things don't matter. You see, that's why I'm confused by what point you are trying to make.
You're saying that it requires.
Okay, Piero, hold on. Let him make.
You said, "How could that happen organically?" And I said, "Well, here's one case of it happen." Well, if you don't want examples and you don't want them one at a time, how many at a time do you want them?
Look, the point is, though, is that organically doesn't mean you point out one example that from
There's
ages
a lot
ago
of profitable co-ops
that did not apparently catch on.
What does organic mean to you in this context?
It means to me that this just happens without any sort of impingement whatsoever.
Any sort of impingement?
Right.
You mean it happens, nothing stops it?
Well, yeah.
That's not how organic.
No. That's nothing. No, not nothing stops it. That means something.
Let him.
Without any impingement over how things are otherwise behaving and
whatever
manifesting themselves.
To me, it's important. This Catholic priest.
I'm not saying it's not.
I want to say.
Okay, let him finish his point, Infinity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am going to change the point or whatever because I think it's an important example because it is educational, this particular example. And I could also tell you the co-ops I saw fail from being a hippie kid among the hippies trying to start these consumer co-ops and how they failed and which ones have succeeded. And successful co-ops of various kinds, businesses, and homesteads, most of them died off, and the ones that survived, that is actually a breeding thing. I actually like to find those stories, success and failure. So I'm not getting the idea that your point is that we should look into a lot of that. So I want to talk about this one case, which this Catholic priest went to Mondragon, which was a town, and as was fucked up from the Civil War, and then Franco was mad at him or whatever. So he created a technical college there in that little tiny town, and the fact that it was a little tiny town might have helped because it was probably made it the best opportunity was to learn this stuff, without that other thing. And his first, I'm not reading the thing, but his first students when they graduated started Mondragon, and as people graduated and joined it, they started other little co-ops that they would sell their service to everybody, but also to each other, so sort of preferentially in the sense that like their bank is basically in the business of supporting other Mondragon co-ops when they have to change course and they need some financing. So I think that is a good example. We should create technical colleges like that, small technical colleges in poor rural towns that offer to teach the kids technical specialties, and then those kids can go off and have as part of their graduation enough capital to, I don't know, create whatever it is, a little manufacturing for whatever they're going to manufacture or whatever kind of stuff it is, vocational stuff, and that would be a successful thing.
Okay, so when you say we should create
That's
these
copyable.
When you say we should create these little technical colleges, what do you mean?
And I also saw, that, like, in my, this is anecdotal, but also cases of failed co-ops, because basically somebody that had a little land or a little bit more money, and they go in and then they end up working harder. And a lot of the, these hippie, and this is food co-ops, right? Which was popular in California for years and years, and now they dwindled out, and natural foods and stuff, and done as a co-op, and you'd have to go work there, and some people wouldn't, and they'd take advantage, and you'd have political problems. And they all the ones I knew of firsthand, but as a kid, I mean, watching with the adults doing these things, and my parents being in a couple of them, they all ended up re-privatized at some point. The ones that succeeded got bought out, maybe by the person that actually owned the land that they'd been leasing from and stuff, and they basically failed that way. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a way to do it successfully. I mean, do you not acknowledge that I'm saying there's some way to incorporate democracy into our workplace, and we need to do that? I mean, I don't care. This is organic or not, whether there's enough people to try to do this. I don't see the point of debating that, though. I get what you're saying. You don't think it's going to happen.
No, I'm just saying that I don't see how it.
Are you really curious in how I would think we could try to get it happen? Because I've already told you some ways. So
well, listen, though, what you're saying is confusing, because you seem to be arguing with me that it's not going. Obviously, it's not happening organically.
I do believe. I don't know. I don't really.
At the same time, then you
hold on. Go ahead.
I don't think you've sufficiently described what you mean organically. I think organically means by a natural process of human history. Yeah, it's possible that it could happen.
I guess you can define natural process. Anything that happens is a natural process.
Well, exactly. So that was kind of a point. I don't know what you mean organic. Could this has happened with history going forward? I think it could.
Come on, man.
Is it going to? Yes,
I think
it's
going to. Organically meaning that the government doesn't have to involve itself and impinge upon businesses in order to get the job done. That you want to get done.
That has nothing to do with organic. I mean, of course.
Well, I don't want to argue the semantic.
Well, no, okay? The government. No, because the government does have to be involved. For example, the government has to guarantee police protection to everybody equally. So they have to be involved for us to have a fair market like this.
Well,
I don't think if it was a war state, like of war tribe states, I don't think.
I just don't think you're dealing.
Okay, Piero, you gotta let him go though, man. Like you've been.
I mean, really, man. I let you talk and talk without interrupting.
Bullshit. I want to talk about how this works, and if you can imagine voting in your office place, and you keep going, but is it going to happen? Well, no, not if we don't figure out how to make it happen. So I would rather talk about it in your office. I've said this 18 times. I tried to erase and start. I said, I'm curious. If you ever worked in a workplace, what do you think? Could you vote at your workplace on what? I asked you that many times. On what could you vote? Safety, security, the temperature, how many coworkers, who to hire? Do you get part of the hiring process? Can you imagine any of that? Which things? Because I'm curious, but I don't think you're for it. I think you're against it. So you keep saying, well, it's not going to happen without my help. So, okay, I don't care if you don't want to be involved with it or not. I do, and it is possible. And so I'm going to try to do that. Down. If I get no, why should I calm down? I don't. You say I dominate. In reality, I'm letting you dominate it.
No.
So answer me, would you vote? Okay, have you ever worked in a workplace? This is what I want to talk about. Have you ever worked in a workplace?
Yes, I have.
How many people on it would you consider were your immediate, the team of people you had contact and worked with, whatever that means? directly?
Say that again.
How big of a team have you been on? Have you
Depends
ever been on
what
a
you mean,
team
I
of people?
guess.
Well,
Yeah.
and how many people were on that team? Like 10, 20? What's the biggest or the
The
range or something?
biggest?
Sure. That would be
It
the
depends
best,
on
most
what you
easy
would
for
mean
democracy.
by team, but I mean, you could say arguably 500.
Okay. And I know if you have that big of a team, of course it's broken down and you have people that share the same, you know, whatever schedule as you that you work with day to day, or in that you're part of the office, or people in another part of the building that you work with more than others, right? So there's, anyway, and so could you imagine voting on anything, and that would there have been a good, could things have possibly been done better if there was a subject that could be voted on?
This line of questioning is pointless, Piro.
Not to me.
It
I
is to
disagree.
me because you
I
don't
disagree.
understand my point of
Your,
view
your,
of things.
your discussion of whether it's going to organically happen on its own is unimportant to me as an activist, except for it is of interest because I think it's fun to make our predictions, but there's not much more than that. You think this is not going to grow. I think it's
No,
inevitable
and
that slowly
I
but
don't know what
surely
you
these kinds
mean.
of companies will beat
I am
other companies.
saying that it is
Excuse
failing.
me. I believe that because these kind of companies are inherently more efficient, if they find a market, all the other things being equal, of them finding people to buy their stuff, if they have a market, a company run this way will be more efficient and be able to out compete the other sort of competitor. However,
All
there will
I'm
be barriers
saying
of entry.
is that
There'll be barriers of entry. There will be barriers of entry like political corruption, and that also slows it down. And why you see none of this in the United States, probably. You know, not that equal. No billion-dollar companies, but there are very successful
all right, I'm
co-op
taking a
farms.
break. I'll be back.
Okay, shit.
Good.
Piro,
Wait,
like,
did we not most of that whole time talk about whether it was going to happen on its own? What's the value of that to anybody else? Because I don't value that. So I think I was very tolerant letting that even be the subject, and I inserted my questions over and over, totally ignored, and there's no point to it. Well, I think that's bullshit. I think the only point is if you can imagine that it's a good idea or not. You have a workplace, you use that with your imagination and tell me, could there have been voting there, or would the shitheads you worked with have ruined the place? And if you can't answer that, I don't give a fuck whether you think it's organic. I think the problem is you can't imagine voting at your workplace. I can, because I've been at workplaces where I would trust the people overall to be able to vote, and if not, I'd leave.
uh, okay, so
Like a country, you get to leave. What's the matter with that? That's what I want to talk about.
I don't think you're wrong for wanting to talk about that. But like, come on, like you did kind of like just talk all.
No, all we have talked about is whether it's organically going to happen or not, with a bunch of denial that then, it's like whether Mondragon's succeeding or not, or whether that means that. We have not talked at all. None of you have answered whether this question of, is there something you could have voted on or not
I
in
mean,
your workplaces?
okay,
Right?
I think Matt is playing Pokemon, but he's listening, and I don't know what Sizer is doing. I'm listening, and I'm trying to keep up with the conversation, but I'm
No,
also
I'm not
trying.
saying people should say that. I've been talking to Infinity.
Yeah,
He
okay.
hasn't said that. And when I forced the issue, he's finally like, nope, I won't talk about it. So don't tell me that I'm blocking the conversation. We have so far only, and I'm not taking offense. This is how conversation works. My side of it is, and you're arbitrating, and that's fine. I'm pointing out that we have actually talked about what the Infinity wanted, which is whether it's going to happen, without even talking about what it is. I find that annoying. We talk about what it is at least as important of whether the thing that we don't know what it is going to happen. I want to
Okay, I'm
talk
back.
about.
Okay,
I
wait.
want to know what kind of. If you say no, the places I've worked, I imagine if everybody voted, they just fucked the shit up because they were crazy morons that needed a boss to tell them how to be productive. Fine. I want the answer to that imagination, because otherwise because if it's not possible, or it would be negative, because I know people, not democracy isn't all pretty, then wouldn't support it. So I think it's kind of important. What you say has no point.
Okay, all right, Pyrrha. I get where you were coming from, but what I'm saying is, I'm not. the problem is that you basically not allowed Infinity to talk. I know what you're saying, but you haven't. So, you have some points. You've kind of made it hard for him to have a counter argument.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear that I
will accept that when we ever answer my question, because I answered your question of why I thought it could happen, which I don't even think is an important question. Since I'm an activist, I'm going to try to make it happen.
I don't know
and
that.
Then I asked you my and then I asked you my point again and again, and you refuse. It has no point of whether or not there could or couldn't be democracy, which means you're against it, right?
What did you ask me that I refuse to answer?
Tell me, could you have voted on those teams on things? What kinds of things could you not have voted on? What kinds of things could you have voted on?
Yes, I could have voted on those things.
And what kind of things would you not have wanted to vote on?
The problem is that you're arguing with me about the principles involved, and you're not arguing.
Not arguing. I'm asking you.
Yes, you are, because we've already agreed on this.
Answer the rest of his question.
No, we didn't agree. We did not agree on anything other than maybe there were things you could vote on. I'm curious in the information of what sorts of things you think you can or cannot vote on.
Okay.
In your experience of the kind of places you worked.
Okay. Well, he's answered one of your questions.
I answered the question, and I think it's a pointless question because I don't disagree.
You didn't answer the question. Listen closer. What particular thing could you not be voted on? Question A. At what particular things, like we could, like for example, the farm worker can't vote on when harvest needs to be done. That needs to be organized by the agronomist in their company, say. Right? So what subjects in let's say you were in a factory, could people have voted on how fast they were allowed to drive the forklifts? An example, so that I know what you mean by democracy, since there's an infinite number of kinds of ways of setting up democracy.
You want me to answer what?
I don't think he understood how you phrased it.
You've worked somewhere and there's policies. There's company policies. Are there company policies you can think of that you think the people, if they had been allowed to work there on that team, they would get to vote on the team policy? If they worked in that division, they'd vote on the division policy instead of it coming down from the investor owners. Is there any examples of things that people ought to have been able to vote on?
Well, you're asking me in the situation I was in, I would say yes. But in the situation that you're describing that you would want to happen, I would say no. Well, I couldn't think of anything anyway. In the situation I was in, I would say yes. There are certain things they probably shouldn't be allowed to vote on. Yeah.
Like, can you think of anything they shouldn't have been allowed to vote on?
Well, something that's, I mean, I can't.
Or characterize
think of a specific example, but something that would cost the company more money than it was worth to spend on. Yeah, I can think of those things probably.
But that's always a guess a lot of times. I mean, some of those are investments.
Well, the point is,
you get better employees.
You're asking me a question about the situation I was in or I have been in at some point.
Because I think that's the fairest one where I'm playing to
different than what you're proposing.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's pretty open-ended what I'm proposing, that we need democracy, and that's so many million different forms.
Right. So if you say
every company would have its own
situation where now these
in my vision, every company would have its own.
And what happens with the company?
Right.
Then,
would own it a little
then
bit
that
too.
Would be a different situation than I was in.
I mean, basically, I believe in principle that if a company is an entity of any sort, that everybody that does any work for it owns some at least sweat equity for that time they worked on it. And it might fade away, right? If you work for them for 2 weeks, you don't own them forever, right?
I think you're arguing with somebody else. I don't know how many times
I'm describing. I don't know why we're arguing.
I don't know how many times I have to say that I agree with you in principle that yes, it would be better if employees had.
You're the one that thinks we're arguing. I don't think I'm asking for agreement. I'm asking details. If we were brainstorm about what can and can't be voted on, we'd figure out the kind of democracies that would work in companies, right?
Okay, this is just
You get it? You get it? I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying if we do agree, then let's talk about the ways that would actually work and get into it deeper. That's the way I think. I'm not trying to agree or disagree, except for with your idea that when you seemed to me to be saying, well, this can't ever happen. I'm like, well, I think I've answered that already. I know it could, but it won't be organic, or it couldn't be. I'm an activist, so I'd like to convince enough people to want this to happen, and then it would happen.
Wait.
I think we've reached the point where you essentially agree with me that it's not going to happen without governmental influence, significant governmental influence, national level.
No, I don't agree that that's necessarily the case. What do you mean?
Then how does it happen?
If people believed in this, young people, when they went and did their startups and they started their companies this way, then we'd have a generation of Apples, computer corporations, the new Neo Googles, whoever's next, that would be run this way. And then they would grow and have these kinds of organizations. And sometimes their constitution might kill them off or whatever. And mostly,
right now,
only
that
some
model's
people,
getting killed.
So, and then those people would outcompete the old companies, just like the current generation of computer companies have really destroyed a lot of traditional companies and eaten them up.
Okay.
But right now, that model is getting killed, and it's getting killed because of the way the system is set up.
What's getting killed?
The model you described.
What model did I describe?
The model where small companies come in with this idea of having a democracy within the company.
Okay, it's like you lose the thread, because here's what I said. You said, how could it happen? I said, well, if, as an activist, if people get in on this movement, like let's say somebody grows a movement, or a Bernie Sanders comes along there, and if it becomes popular in people's mind that this is a good way to do things, the new generation of people will do that. And when their companies survive, those companies will over time become in direct competition with all the traditional companies around them. And I'm rooting for those companies to win. And I think there's reason to expect that they could win, the ones that had lived that long. Because I've seen it happen in open source too. We're told, oh, you'll never get anywhere with that open source. But no, if open source is slow, but after 10 years, when it's still useful, it's got to be good engineering, or it would have died off. And so by then they can grow incredibly big, and that's the internet, is just, more of the open software, Linux on the internet because of that. And it's pretty big, but some businessmen are like, yeah, so what? Those companies aren't making as much money as us. Yeah, but they're making billions of dollars. If companies like that started with these kind of models, and actually they are companies that might transfer to a model because they're founded on this open source idea, which is, similar to this philosophy, but they're just regular companies. But there's a relationship. Then you could have a movement. And then if that happened, that's how it would happen. I'm not predicting whether that movement will occur, but I certainly have seen trends in my industry of software and open source, and that it's not impossible. So that you predict it won't happen, or that you just are being agnostic on if it'll happen, that's fine.
But it seems to me that when you say, the reason why I felt the way I did about your point of view is because, or that I had that question about your point of view, is because you said the word, I'm an activist on this. So what does that really mean? Is it just getting the word out and talking about it, or what does that mean?
What does it mean in general, or to me?
Yeah, when you say you're an activist, that means you're taking action. So what actions are you taking?
Okay, I can take a break. I'm sorry, but I'm going to take a break in a second. But let's finish. But I didn't hear the last bit of that. But
so yeah, I just said you being an activist implies you're taking.
Oh yeah, what is activist? I believe, yeah, it means that you dedicate, some of your interests. Like I'm a bicyclist. I mean, it means that you're trying to make things better somehow. It can be. There's all different forms, including on all different sides of political spectrum, but a lot of it is, you know, just public awareness, and you find people wanting to make something into a park, or put up a, you know, kids climbing thing in their park that they have that's just a green field or whatever, all the way up to let's get a hospital to be here, all kinds of political activism, and then
Right,
regular
but in
stuff
this
that you get
case,
into.
is it just talking?
In this
or
case, talking.
is
Well,
it just getting
what
the
else?
word out about, hey,
Well,
this
what
could be
else?
successful?
All right.
What else is there to do? What do you mean? I would do a business
Well,
this way if it ever
you could
grew big enough.
make laws that would benefit
Well, I can't make laws.
those companies. Well, you could try to get laws. You could work with
I don't think
organizations to try to get those types of laws passed.
Well, I think no. Well, no, you just need to make fair economic laws. I mean, the laws right now are stacked towards monopolies and
Well, I'm just
people able to-
asking you
the bidding process in the government isn't fair. And I do believe that the government should only use open source software, because why should they use software where they have to pay software licenses when they have enough people to start with open source software and actually make anything they want? Just hiring this with the license fees, they could hire people to use open source software, and that they would be one of the hugest influences on open source software.
Okay,
and in
forget
fact,
about the
this is gonna
specific
happen.
examples.
That is going to happen, except for that
And so,
our governments don't want to save $10 million a year, but like Munich, I think it was that their city government all switched over.
so you think there are certain things that the government can do to influence this type of business
there's
model?
things the government can do in every single situation.
Right. So then I was correct in what I was saying, and that you think
you were correct. Oh, great. What? Okay, put the one sentence what you were correct about, and that's great. I'm glad you were correct.
Well, I was saying that you can't, or it's difficult for this to happen, or I was saying that it seemed to me that
you can't mix models. Okay, so yeah, this idea
Yeah,
that
you
you
can.
have capitalism. No, you can't.
Okay, I've got to go.
Nobody can finish the sentence. Yeah, you really are impossible tonight.
Yeah, like
I'll just let you know.
I have to go. I have to go because there's a problem. Just for a second. Oh my God, calm down.
oh god, man.
I have to go because there's a problem with the water pressure or something. I'll be right back.
This shit's been fucking crazy tonight.
Yeah, it really is. It's pointless. But look, the only point I want to interject is that this idea of democracy being a solution. Democracy is a last resort. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nobody thinks democracy is the way things become efficient or smart or any of that shit, right? We only pick democracy because we can't. We're too afraid of the Hitler card being drawn or something to actually say, yes, the exceptional people should be running the show, right? The people who are really good bus drivers should be driving the bus, and we're too chicken to say that. So we're letting morons have a say in how the bus is being driven. But obviously, I think we all could agree that if we let the democracy of the people on the bus tell the bus driver how to drive, he's probably going to be a shittier driver, not a better driver.
well, it seems that would be direct democracy, which would be a different thing, right?
Well, I'm talking about any amount of democracy. I'm just saying democracy is not a pure. Democracy isn't a good thing. Democracy is diluted intelligence. Why would
Well, you can have checks and balances on power.
Well, I'm not talking about checks and balances. I'm just saying that why would I ever, when I engineer a building with a democracy, would I do anything with a democracy? No, I would say I want to get the best guy, the most qualified, the guy who's done it 400 times before. I'm going to get the best, if I want to break a horse, I'm going to get a cowboy who knows how to do it. I'm not going to have a democracy and have hey, let's go find a guy who's a plumber, and let's go get a grass cutter, and let's all them decide how to break
Well,
horses.
now you're talking about division of labor, essentially.
No, I'm talking about mixing judgment. We're talking about a system, right? We're saying that this democracy Puro wants to install is supposed to create good judgment. That's what
right, but it would be internal to the
We're
company.
talking about the judgment of the company being controlled by a democracy. My simple argument, why are you being so argumentative? My simple argument is democracy isn't smart. Disagree?
Well, it just depends on. I think that there are circumstances where employees could have a say-so over certain things because
so
they're the ones on the ground that know what's going on.
We should let students run the colleges. I mean, it's just
No.
There's a certain point where there's just, I'm saying I'm for empowering employees in the sense I would just shoot the owners, okay? It's just much simpler. I wouldn't bother with this idiotic notion you're going to mix capitalism and somehow the capitalists aren't going to be offended by a bunch of jackasses telling them how to run their company. Or they're not going to sit there and basically say, I'm not going to employ anybody who's a Piro, okay? If any guy's got any fucking ideas, he's not getting in my company. He's going to just shut up and do his fucking job, and he wants to vote. Okay, I'll give him a vote. But if the vote's wrong, he's going to have to be looking for work tomorrow. You can't mix capitalism and democracy. It's just stupid. Capitalism isn't about democracy. It's about ownership, for fuck's sake. It's about
yeah, and even in his example of Mondragon Corporation, it's sort of anti-capitalistic in
principle. You've been
principle.
bringing that crap up for 7 fucking years. It's not that brilliant, you know. The people work for crappy wages. They don't have any benefit. And again, it perfectly illustrates my point. When you make workers owners, the workers say, I want 500 weeks maternity leave. And what if my kid gets beat up at school? I need 5 or 6 weeks off to comfort him. And, you know, you end up paying for all this other shit, right? So it becomes a social service organization. Montreal is a bunch of, you know, if you want a company you work for where it's all benefits and no salary, fine. But that's not what I want. I don't want to work where I'm working.
Wait a minute, didn't you say it was no benefits?
Schools. Well, my preference is that, yeah, it has nothing, but benefits should have absolutely nothing to do, okay, with where you earn your money. There should be nothing. You get paid a salary for coming to work and doing work. And that should be the deal. I don't want to pay for anybody's vacations. I don't want to pay for their maternity leave. I don't want to pay to have warts removed from their ass. I don't want the obligation to do a damn thing unless I choose to, and I can do that in the private. I don't have to join a collective at work. I can join a collective anywhere else if I want to do a collective thing.
Right, because and that's addressing the idea of co-ops in the insurance industry.
Yeah, all benefits was a racket to get around taxes, payroll taxes. That's all benefits ever were. It was invented by the unions so they wouldn't have to pay taxes on their fucking salary.
Right, but those taxes existed that way to influence that, correct?
No. Obviously, when they created income tax, they didn't think the consequence was that everybody's going to evade having an income by calling everything a benefit.
Right, but there's an incentive to have that system where the employer is the one.
That's why they should tax the benefits. That's right. That's why they shouldn't be allowed to do it. They should tax the damn benefits.
All right, I'm back.
Income.
Well, I mean, if you could just reset everything.
Look, my plan would be to have not-for-profit businesses. So unlike Piro, I would just get rid of this idea of anybody being an entrepreneur or anybody making special money or everybody owning anything, and then you fix all of this shit. But you can't. As soon as you give employees the incentives of owners, they will behave like owners. I'm telling you, and you've seen it with unions. I mean, you've seen how they've destroyed the whole purpose of unions, right? They're not fighting for fairness anymore. They're exploitionist, extortionist, motherfucking cunts. You know, the cops and the rest. I mean, you know, these people aren't the oppressed. You know.
Well, union membership has gone down in the United States for many decades now.
Well, that's a whole different thing, but I'm just saying part of the reason is because unions are so impractical.
What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean? What do I mean? They're asking for $40 an hour for a job that somebody else will do for 10.
Well, that's the whole point, right?
Well, I'm just saying that the whole point is they're not fighting for fairness, right?
You don't want to race to the bottom.
$20 an hour, right? So let's just say if fairness was $20 an hour, we shouldn't have the $10 an hour guy, and we shouldn't have the $30 an hour guy. That's all I'm saying is the unions are destroying the idea of fairness. They're not fighting for fairness, and so now they're getting undercut because they're too extravagant.
Well, it depends on. It seems like you're.
No, look, I made a simple proposal. You have not-for-profit businesses, then nobody owns them, then nobody behaves like an owner. I'm just saying when you give the employees the same incentives as owners, which is fuck the customer and I get better benefits, as soon as I have that frame of mind, as soon as I know that it's in my self-interest to fuck the customer, then I become an asshole.
And you get around the whole, well, I think that's a yin-yang thing that you're going to experience, where you're trying to cut costs as much as possible while trying to please the customer at the same time.
I'm just saying, if I give incentives to employees, okay, if I give them the power of self-interest in their voting or in their management of the company, I'm just saying they're going to tend, okay, to behave in their self-interest. So I'm just saying I won't have.
Right, but part of their
owner is just so much simpler. Why have an owner?
Well, part of their self-interest is to propagate the company and propagate
I'm
the
just saying, yeah. They can do that with a salary. They don't need anything else. They don't need to get stock, and they don't need to make profit beyond that. So I'm just saying, as soon as you make them profit whores, as soon as they have any look, I don't know. I can't make it any simpler. You can't figure out. You can't agree with the simple premise that the problem with capitalism isn't the fact that there's capitalists, but the capitalists are selfish.
Well, but the difference is that you're concentrating things into one small area.
Saying, what's the problem with capitalism? Is it the selfishness or is it the ownership? Which one is the problem?
No, that's an interesting question. I mean,
to me, it's obvious which one's the problem. Okay, without the selfishness, there can't be a problem.
Well, selfishness is just a thing you have to deal with in any system.
I just pointed out how you don't have to deal with it if you don't make people owners. Fuck.
What do you mean? People aren't going to be selfish anymore?
They don't have any power to do anything about their selfishness. They have a contract to do a job, okay? They don't own the company. They own a job. You don't get it? They work as an employee for the company. They don't have any power to decide how to fuck the customer to make more money. They can't do it.
Right, but yeah, so that's how you deal with the selfishness issue, is you just relinquish the power to control anything
to exercise their selfishness except in their own life. They can't exercise it at work.
And so where do the profits go?
Again, well, obviously they go to paying the electric bill and all of that stuff, of course, and then the expansion that the business decides to do.
That would, by definition, not be profits.
There's a CEO. Well, by definition, there are, except they go back into the company. So I'm just saying, obviously, you call that something else.
You mean it has to be invested?
Not a net profit, okay? Fucking minutia fucker. Oh, you're impossible.
I'm just asking you questions.
The company actually has to make more money than the cost of the products. You don't understand that? So yeah, it's not going to be a net profit, but it's a profit above cost. Okay, and then they can decide what to do with money, extra money, in the sense that they couldn't expand unless they obviously have some sort of account that they put the extra money in. All right, for future investment.
Okay,
so you don't call it profit.
Who invests that money and who makes those decisions?
CEO, for fuck's sake.
So there's still a CEO in your model.
Well, he's not the owner. He's paid $150,000, no more. It's a not-for-profit, so there's no salaries. He's got a job to do. His job is to manage the company. The consumers and the workers vote on his job, whether he gets to keep his fucking job or not. Okay, yeah, and his job is to make good decisions for the workers and the customers.
So in your perfect world, I guess, and I don't mean that in a derisive way, but in your perfect world, you have a limit on income.
On the one income, on the CEO, yeah.
Okay, and there's a maximum income.
I'm saying there's nobody else to make anything but do the work. What, am I going to pay somebody $10 million for doing what? Engineering something? No, I'm not going to go out and pay somebody. No engineer's worth $10 million. I'm going to have rational salaries for their experience. If I need a doctor, he's going to get paid a couple $100,000. If I need an engineer with 10 years experience, then yeah, I'm going to pay $150,000. Yeah, whatever I'm going to pay. I'm just saying the guy running the company doesn't need to get some huge giant salary because it's not brain fucking surgery.
Okay, but the government, I'm just making it clear, the government imposes a maximal income that anyone can make.
I'm just saying it's a not-for-profit business, the government. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, the rule is It can't be called a not-for-profit, okay, if it has excessive salaries. But yeah, so I just give you a simple rule. Yeah, 150,000, fine, that's the limit. But what my argument was is that's the CEO's salary, and maybe there might be a circumstance where you might pay one specialist for 1 year. Maybe you'll pay $400,000 for somebody who's the greatest in the world at something. I don't know. I can't find all contingencies. I just said it's the fucking CEO's decision how much to pay the employees. That's his fucking job. Okay, but his job is limited to his salary.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand your point of view. It's not like I've heard all this before, so you have to understand.
Well, I have said it before in this room, but whatever. That's part of the problem.
Well, maybe I wasn't listening. Maybe I wasn't here. Maybe I didn't hear that part.
Okay. I'm just saying I have been over it before, and everything's over. And we go over this shit over and over and over again, and these arguments, Pierre just keeps ignoring them.
Well, I don't know about that.
I think the argument that employees, when you make them owners, you make them assholes, I think that argument is irrefutable. I don't think there's any other thing they can turn into but assholes. If you're giving them an incentive, a profit incentive, they're going to just behave like any other asshole, and they're going to vote their self-interest.
Well, that's true. They're going to vote their self-interest. I mean, that's sort of the idea that I think he's coming from.
No, I don't think he wants that to happen. I don't think he wants the employees to decide they want, 15 weeks paid vacation, because he knows the customers are going to have to pay for that.
Well, he's also saying that they have part ownership, or they have, in your example, they have full ownership. All right.
We'll just use the California example. Do you think Proposition 13 was brilliant? I mean, that's the kind of crap you get from an ignorant democracy, right? Everybody voted their self-interest. I don't want to pay property taxes. And then you end up with an idiotic system, 15 or 20 or 30 years later, where some millionaire's paying $49, property tax.
Well, sure. I mean, there are problems with having certain democratic proposals. Yes.
You create bad policy. I'm just saying it doesn't matter that the people of California know it's not a good idea to go to bankrupt. They still vote their self-interest. California's gone bankrupt 3 fucking times in the last 15 years.
But what I was saying is that part of the self-interest is that the company needs to be successful for them to be successful.
But I guess what I'm trying to point out is that when push comes to the shove, people are going to be thinking about their own short-term, narrow interests, and they're not really going to give a fuck about the 5 years down the road or 10 years down the road. They're going to be thinking about their future, and when push comes to shove, that's right, they're going to shove the company over the cliff.
Well, that may be true. I mean, I can't really...
Well, I don't think it's a refutable argument. That's what I'm saying. I think that's not just true. I think it's no.
Well, you're basically saying that people would behave irrationally.
No, I'm saying they'll behave rationally, just like capitalists today. You think capitalists today just sit around and say, I'm going to kill some Chinamen today? No, they just ignore. They pretend that it's not happening. They come up with rationalizations and excuses. They don't really want to poison people by creating incentives for the companies in China to cut corners and put plastic in the milk and do this and do that. But the fact is they could know that's exactly what they're incentivizing, but they don't see it because the money, fuck the money. And I'm saying it's the same thing. It's not like you have to make a bunch of Nazis to create concentration camps full of Jews. You don't need Nazis for that to happen. You just need people who make convenient rationalizations in their self-interest.
Well, yeah, and I am not a proponent of rational choice theory. I don't think it really works. I think it's pretty much provably false by history. But in the scenario where you have the workers are also the owners of the company, and this is the case across the board, and they're not competing with other companies that are doing something different, I'm not sure how that would play out, because the way you describe it...
They're not competing. I don't know exactly how that could happen, short of communism or something.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying, how can you have non-competitive business?
I am saying they're competing. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So I'm still saying, okay, fine. I thought you said non-competing. I thought that's what I heard.
No, I said the opposite. They are competing against each other.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure how that would play out then, because the competitive forces would.
Again, I just pointed out how it plays out. I mean,
Well,
again,
you're saying that.
I can give you 15 million examples of companies right now. Volkswagen is going to pay a huge price, okay, for trying to cheat the U.S. code. A huge, giant price for that. And that was the incentive of their competition. And that
Sure.
was the incentive of their CEOs because they
Right.
said, hey, we can cut some corners and make some money. I'm
Right.
saying that
Yeah.
incentive exists. We see it in capitalism right now. We see those decisions being made. And I'm saying all you're going to do is take the same bad judgment of the filthy fucking selfish rich, and you're just going to make it the bad judgment of the moderate income owners.
No, I think that's a fair point. No, in that framework, yeah, I think that's a fair point. You're going to wind up with the same sorts of decisions being made.
So the simple argument is that you could cut all the philosophical crap out of this and cut it down to a simple word. Selfishness isn't efficient.
Selfishness isn't efficient.
Yes,
Yeah, I agree.
doesn't create civilization. Okay, you gotta mix self-interest. Self-interest is the obstacle to civilization. So
But we're so
you've got to suppress it, you've got to control it, and you've got to regulate it. And I'm just saying, coming up with systems where you embrace selfishness, which Pirro keeps coming up with, don't work.
But the reason why people do that is because there is still the compelling argument that people do act in their self-interest.
I just said that, didn't I? There's the compelling argument that people do act in their
Well,
self-interest.
I'm saying you have to come up with a system that recognizes that.
I
Right?
just did. I just pointed out I could come up with a system tomorrow. We don't need the owners, they're useless, and we don't want to make workers owners. So we just make consumers and workers, we give them a 50-50 vote on how the company is run, who CEOs it. And there, now we have a balance of power between the rights of the consumer, who are also selfish cunts, and the rights of the workers, who are selfish cunts. And that balance of power will prevent the very thing I'm talking about. Nobody can get out of control. Nobody, and it mitigates all the problems of selfishness because it takes the two self-interests and it puts them right against each other. The two self-interests are production and consumption, the consumers and the producers. They have individual conflicting self-interests. The producers want to maximize their profit for their work. The consumers want to maximize their purchase power.
Okay, well, I probably would need to flesh that out a little more to get how it works, but I have to take a break, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, you have to flash everything out forever and ever and ever, so it really won't matter. So it really doesn't. I've made my point. I guess that's all I wanted to do here. Is that Pirro's just never. He won't listen. I said it directly to him a couple of weeks ago. I made the point. You make workers owners, they're assholes. He doesn't believe that. I'm saying it's the non-starter. There's no point in talking about democratizing businesses because you can't even do that in the capitalist model anyway. It doesn't make any sense. Again, why would I, as a business owner, hire managers who would not realize you can't have employees in the company who are troublemakers then? I would just say, don't hire anybody who has any kind of look like he's anything other than a good Republican.
Alright, Stizor said, bike company in Italy does it, forgot the name, was on where to invade next. By the way, USA never ratified the right to work for unions with something UN law or something.
Well, who cares? I mean, obviously unions made themselves real by going on strike and basically crippling industry. So you didn't fuck with them. And the Teamsters, they didn't even have to do that because they would basically just kill you. I mean, that's why they're still a union, the Teamsters, is because everybody's afraid of them. Because they know they're probably going to get killed.
Here we go. Second part is on Noam Chomsky video, Requiem for American Dream. Interesting film, kind of same topic you're on about.
Yeah, well, Noam Chomsky's an idiot, so I don't know what to say. You know, I mean, he plays with the word anarchy and then talks about civilization. It's just retarded. I'm just saying, we the people can own our country, or we the people can let the rich own it. You know, it's not that complicated a question. Yeah, we have public libraries. Nobody finds them offensive. We have lots of public industries that work just fine. And there's absolutely, you know, the only ones that don't work are the government unions. So, yeah, you get rid of the government union, right? I mean, if we could all vote for a CEO that told the government workers to grow up and actually do some work for a change, I'm sure everybody would vote for that. I mean, you know, we're not going to give benefits to old ladies who are senile and they can't even, you know, they can't even function and they're working in a post office. I mean, what the fuck is that shit?
Alright, what did he say? He said, Noam is smarter than you, Gary, no offense.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck what Skyzer says. Skyzer's dumber than a fucking mentally ill frog.
That's not random and funny. Oh god, that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah. I didn't say hot straight either.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
How cute, can't make a sentence without cussing. Mother must love you, Gary. Shows how smart you are. This is what
Stizer ass about shit like that either. So I mean, again, it shows how dumb the audience is, right? I mean, if something like a booger in my nose is going to stop somebody from listening to me, that's their bad, not my bad. You know, I got no problem with that.
Well, that would be distracting.
With that definition, all right. So if somebody can't take, if they can't take a little bit of dirt, you know, and brush it off, so to speak, like a man, then they don't belong in the rodeo. Whatever the metaphor should be. Yeah, but I don't cuss for the hell of it. I don't cuss for the hell of it. The English language is a poor enough method of communication. I'm going to use all the fucking words we got.
So what did he say?
Hey, let me ask you a personal question. Does that fan behind you work? I'm just wondering.
Not much. 88 degrees in here, so yeah, it's a little hot.
Yeah, I figured you don't have your shirt on, so it must be hot in there.
Okay, so this is where...
I wouldn't wear a shirt anyway, but I'm just saying, yeah, it is fucking hot.
Alright, so how many PhDs you got, Gary? Mr. Noam is dumb.
That's another hugely important thing, isn't it? You know, I mean, this definition of a qualification. How many PhDs did Thomas Edison have? The greatest inventor in the history of mankind. How many PhDs did Benjamin Franklin, for fuck's sake, have? I mean, there's a guy who did everything, right? He invented electricity, invented it, invented 10 million other shit things, and was able to snooker the King of France into helping us overthrow the king.
Yeah, I agree. You don't have to have a PhD to affect the world. That's true.
I don't have a PhD. I don't have to have a PhD to make a fucking argument. I'm making arguments. I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, as a PhD."
So,
well, truth to be. That's not what I'm doing, douchebag. I'm making arguments.
Jesus, hold on. Snyder wrote a little bit more. You can disagree with him, but to call him stupid is a joke. You do ask other people, do they have PhDs, Gary? That's why I'm asking you, idiot.
Where do I ask? Where have I ever asked somebody if they have a PhD? That's the most preposterous pile of shit ever spoken by a retarded frog.
That makes me laugh.
Why can't Stizor talk?
Why can't Stizor just crawl under a rock?
Because he's playing Dota 2. He's playing a video game, and he's muted, so I'm talking for him, I guess. Listening to Gary be because I'm busy playing Dota 2 and listening to Gary be a retard. when you get told, okay, here we go. That's okay. When you get told and put in your place, you say, "Do you got a PhD?" Then they say, "Are dumb."
Look, if it's just going to be accusations with no evidence, okay? Didn't I hear that Skyzer got caught molesting little boys? Didn't I hear about that? and he was shoving frogs up their ass. Wasn't that what I heard? The retarded frogs.
Now that would be an accusation right there. That would be an extreme accusation.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, generally speaking, for the audience at large, do you really think, Inbendum asks people if they have a PhD? Do you really think that happens regularly?
Oh,
Well,
shit.
I ask people, do you have a fucking argument, or are you just going to catch flies? That's what
Okay, hold on. Where the fuck are you, Stizor? You said, okay. Use the same science. I'm in your little theory, LOL. I can post a vid if you want. Do I need a PhD for that?
Look! I'm not gonna play with this. Okay, I asked for PhDs when I was going to pay somebody for an argument, retard. You don't understand why I would want somebody with a reputation. I'm not gonna argue physics with somebody with nothing to lose. Do you understand? If I'm going to pay somebody, he has to have something to lose. Get it, retard? God. I mean, that's not in conversation. I've never in conversation asked somebody, do you have a PhD? Ever. And that's what you implied, shit for brain. I really don't, I'm not going to spend the evening arguing with Skyzer chat. So if you're going to keep reading Skyzer chat, then I'll just get the fuck out.
I mean, like,
It doesn't make for a very good conversation when you're just reading his text.
I defend myself to Skyzer. I mean, I'm making arguments. I'm not going to defend my character, that weasel. He's promising to make a video. He's been promising to make a video on physics for 2 fucking years. I'm not going to show how you're wrong about everything. Yeah, I'm going to make a big video. Someday.
Alright, we gave up on you. Okay, never mind. I won't read the rest of it. This is Stizor, dude, come in, man. At least stop. You can play Dota and fucking talk to us. You don't have to fucking, like, talk shit up. Who fucking cares if you're streaming? Who cares? Alright, fuck that. Who cares if you're fucking streaming? You can just... They can hear us arguing. They can hear us arguing on the stream. It might won't work. Fucking coward. There you go.
Whatever. It's not terribly relevant. But the point is, okay, so let's just argue about this whole form of arguing and all this, the whole. So, I would argue that what we all should agree is that these conversations are incredibly redundant, unorganized. Nothing is established as premises or axioms. It's like we just keep arguing our own personal religions. And, in some cases, I'd say the offended guy's religion is, he's a real skeptic. I mean, he just doesn't want to like anything very much. And so, yeah, he's just a terror downer. Okay, so, I mean, I'm not saying that's a terrible thing to be in a world full of bullshit. But I'm just saying it's not very conducive to any kind of let's build on something and get somewhere, because we're not going to ever agree on anything if we're just going to tear each other down. So we need to something like we have to have some premises you build on, and then you can get somewhere. Because I can't ever agree with Piro because he just doesn't account for human psychology. He thinks human beings are by nature good, and I know human beings are by nature shitty. And so he's going to keep talking about how we can have a commune and we'll all work together. And I know from personal experience that that means I'm going to be doing all the work, and the rest of them are going to be loafing around going, I got a swollen big toe, and can't really. I got some arthritis and stuff. I mean,
well, I would probably be more on your, if that's the case, and he's saying that people are basically good, and you're saying the opposite. I would probably be more leaning towards your
I'd say
foundation
you're
there.
both. I'd say you're both right. People are shitty and people are good. It's a mix of not shit and shit.
Well, I would argue that the good people are 2%, and the people who are generally just going to take advantage are the 98%. So that would be my argument. Yes, there's people like me. I will do the I'll do the commune. I'll do the shit, and I'll end up getting totally exploited.
Right.
Because I'm a good Chinaman. You know what I'm saying? I'm a.
Hero's back.
But the average person isn't.
I am.
And he
Hero,
thinks
are you still?
them, and you really can't trust them because the average person is not trustable.
Piro, have you calmed?
I agree.
Have you like chilled out a little bit? You were
I guess. I was talking to my wife. I said, they all say I'm being psychotic. I don't know what they're talking about.
Not psychotic. It's just you were really fucking angry and shit. And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Well, the button is pushed, but yeah, I'm over it. Is that I do get this a lot, which means there's probably some truth to it, but it only means also that you're having a kind of a chemical or analogy to a chemical reaction too. So I think it's wrong because like what I'm interested in is this idea of, is it even possible? I've met a lot of people. I remember thinking it wasn't possible because people don't, or I also remember as I worked hard trying to figure out, did the bosses pushing me around with no recourse, did that help? You know, like in school, you have more recourse, right?
I understand, but what's the point of saying something like, I could say, is it possible for us to make a bridge from New York to Britain? I mean,
well, I find it interesting. Most people I met don't think you could trust their coworkers, even though they'd get to vote too. They wouldn't trust their coworkers to vote on anything.
Exactly. I wouldn't trust mine either.
Right. I find that interesting. What is the problem? What do you think they would vote?
Because people are paranoid as shit about being ripped off.
Then why can they vote for president?
Well, I'm just saying. These arguments are all made.
Yo, Snizor is here.
Now everyone is involved.
What's up? Now we're gonna have some fucking fun, motherfuckers.
Why can't people vote on if the sun is black?
These were arguments when you were in the room, but this will be the last one I'll make because it won't be coherent. And pretty soon it's going to be just impossible to say anything. But anyway, look, this argument was made while you were talking. This may
go.
Okay, democracy, just as we say, like, there's no other choice, right? So we all say democracy is the only choice because it's the only choice, right? There's no other choices except dictatorships and horrible things. So, but the point is for running a business, we know we have lots of better choices than a democracy. You have a guy who actually knows what he's doing. That's the whole point. So democracy is diluting the intelligence of the system. It's creating a dumber system, not a smarter system. You don't want to run the company based on a democracy, just like California doesn't want to be run by the self-interest of the voters.
I believe that it's on that guy that knows what he's doing to hire people that know what they're doing. And if he can't do that, then it's not sustainable.
I think Snizor should defend himself now since he is here.
No.
And I'm saying that there's no interest for a corporation owned privately to employ anybody in their company if they're going to have voting rights. They wouldn't employ people who are going to be troublemakers. And if you think they would, I think you're delusional.
No, right. They wouldn't. They'd fire him.
Tyler, shut up. You've been speaking for too long already. Shut up. Right.
I haven't been here.
Because I've been listening to this conversation, right?
I haven't even been here for 40 minutes.
Okay.
Shut up. Doesn't matter. Still talk too much.
Okay.
So,
say what you gotta say.
I was listening before, and I kind of agreed with you a little bit. And the other guy who was speaking, Infinity. I think
that's Infinity Guy. That's what we're calling you now. Infinity.
Yeah. Okay. Well, whatever.
I think the
point
called
is
Infinity Guy for some reason.
I don't know.
Infinity Guy.
Whatever. Anyway, point is right. I think you're confusing 2 points. I think you're confusing social aspects with how to run a business. You don't want democracy in a business ever.
Why not?
That's the stupidest idea. Because what Gary said, you're going to have votes for what? Hang on, didn't I employ you? I'm not asking you for your opinion. fucking do your job, or I'll find somebody else.
No, how
I'm
I
sorry,
see
that's
it
the
is,
harsh truth.
didn't 500
arguing
people
against.
didn't 500 people cooperate to get something done? Why shouldn't everybody
Yeah,
have an interest in that?
That's one little example. In the real world, where most of us live, that don't happen. I'm sorry. It's probably some rich guy trying to be nice. You know, God bless him.
Okay.
Yeah, he probably did
Well,
it.
we
But
also discussed that briefly, but I mean, your whole Spanish example, or whatever it
Be
is,
right back.
try that in China.
isn't a brilliant example anyway, okay? The business hasn't been that terribly successful, and the wages aren't that terribly good, and they are exploiting women, and blah, 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 blah. It's not some sort of perfect...
I didn't say it was perfect. You're the ones. What's perfect? We're not comparing it with the perfect
There's a
alternative.
better diagram of not having any owners. Neither the employees nor
And
the...
how does that work?
Well, we've been over this not-for-profit
I know. Let's talk about how that works. No owners, just a not-for-profit. It's still run by somebody, right?
A CEO elected by the workers and the consumers.
Elected.
Consumers
Yeah, it's
and
gonna
the workers vote on the CEO.
So it's just like what I'm saying, but you would add the workers to get the vote, which that's, I mean, the
I
consumers.
wouldn't let the workers vote on anything, but
Who the CEO was.
when the power is balanced against the consumers, so the consumers have half the votes.
So,
do
but the
consumers
employers
have the
would
vote
also,
over
the
who
employees,
CEO is?
because that would be one option. You could have it so
Well,
the
you have stock
employees
options.
vote for CEO. You don't have to have, there is no direct democracy, so the range of what would be allowed could be really broad. And I think voting for your own CEO would be enough, probably. Maybe not forever, but for me.
That's called an agreement. Excellent. Fantastic.
And as far as consumers voting, I haven't been talking about that. You have brought that up. I always forget it. And I think that's an interesting idea, but that's the more communist idea but I agree to make sure those people aren't assholes and that the people it's also a partnership with consumers. So, I mean, how would you work that? Like if per dollar I spend on that company, I get a little vote that year?
You could do it either way. I don't even care. You can almost have a public vote. Okay, they don't even have to be actual purchasers of the product. Right. But I certainly would give extra voting power to people who buy a lot of the product. So people who bought a lot, they get tickets that say your vote's worth 4.7 quanta.
I'm fine with that because the government's making the regulation. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say they kind of do that already with stock options. I mean, they started to do with banks and CEOs because the banks are just fucking ripping people off. But I mean, they still will rip people off anyway. But they've tried to oh well, let's make it less rip-offish. So they've started to do with stock options and shareholders. But at the end of the day, if you're a multinational corporation, the only thing you want to do is get low, cheap-ass labor, hence China, and sell your products back to whatever country you sell them, which is like USA. So like Apple,
not everybody does that though.
All the rich companies.
We've already agreed on having a company not run for that purpose. So we're already agreed on that, and we've already gotten rid of the owner. Okay, and so we're way ahead of there.
Yeah. Well, stock options, like I said, would be one good idea, I think.
And I think to make them owners, as soon as you make somebody an owner, you make them an asshole. I'm still going to argue that principle. Make them an owner, make them an asshole.
Well, but you're also saying it could be mitigated if the consumer or just all the voters outside the company also got to vote.
That principle is strong. I'm just saying, if I gave you $1 million worth of Apple stock, you'd know you're going to start thinking like, well, I don't want them doing too green a thing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't solve it.
I don't want them being too liberal. I want to make money.
Right, but it is often more the regular worker that thinks, hey, we can save money being green. I mean, but they're not always right. They're not always right. Companies might die from that.
Percentage of people think that way. Most people just think about their self-interest, and they're just going to be worried about their 2 weeks vacation and saying, I want 3 weeks vacation.
I do not think I would have people vote for the executive. I think I'd have people vote more for a board, and also there'd be certain categories like safety or nominal things like how you set up the break room.
Still going to have to make a yes or no decision, so I don't see any point in hiring a bunch of extra people to get in the way. If the CEO needs help, then he hires somebody to help him.
Yes.
But I don't see any point in having a board full of straw men who sit there and argue to still say yes or no.
No, I'm saying the board. I support our current system, but it might evolve where you have a board that doesn't do the daily operations. They might even only meet every once in a while. They appoint the executive, and you can have the democracy be voting for the board. and it defers it because a company does need to be actually.
System, then you don't agree with anything that was said in the last 7 minutes. So you support owners and you support.
You said that the workers could vote for the CEO.
I'm saying you can't, well, there's no point. The workers will be all Republicans, so it won't matter if there's still an owner. The owner's not going to let employees work for him who are going to vote against his interests. He's going to say you can't work here.
Well, to me, it doesn't matter if you say there officially is no owner. They're just some entity that is a profit and loss entity of itself. I believe in that.
I mean, there's tons of examples of not-for-profit businesses. Why is this so complicated?
Yeah, and they have boards.
Run it like NASA, for fuck's sake.
They have boards.
Run it like a company with no
not-for-profits have boards.
What do you need a board for?
Not-for-profits have them now, is all I'm saying.
What do they need them? Yeah, we're not talking about not-for-profits now.
They appoint a CEO.
Businesses, they're fucking charities. They're not businesses.
Well, sometimes, I mean, like AAA, some of them look a lot like businesses.
Maybe in business, not-for-profit.
Not all non-profits are charities.
AAA?
Yes.
You think AAA is a not-for-profit?
I do.
Well, I think you're wrong.
Let's see what the Wikipedia says. Oh, I hope I didn't get this one wrong.
All non-profit means is that you can't sell your assets.
No, there's rules. Like your board cannot be paid.
For fuck's sake!
They act like owners, but they don't get paid and stuff like that. They have to, and they have to have a mission statement.
There's no fucking owner. Do I have to actually go through the trouble to say, okay, let's not say non-for-profit, we'll say unowned.
AAA is a not-profit member service organization with 55 million members.
Right, and how much do they? I'm just saying, I bet you the CEO gets paid way too much money. I bet you there's all kinds of people on some silly board.
Plus credit unions. Credit unions are
right. So you mean something different than non-profit organizations, as
I mean something with the same rules, except you just add 2 more rules, which is nobody gets paid more than $150,000, and nobody owns anything. Nobody owns the furniture. Nobody owns the building. Nobody owns any of it.
Right, and the government sets all that up, correct?
No, they just make the damn rules. Whether the government finances it, of course, I think that has to happen. We, the people, have to invest in it, or we're not going to have it. But yes, nobody owns it. I mean, what? I mean,
have you ever heard of Kaiser? Have you ever heard of
draconian government force? That the idea is that you have rules. Okay, so there's rules in football. There's rules in baseball. Do people have to worry about going to this? Well, you mean the government enforces those rules?
That's not how it's saying.
Okay, so wait, another example. Have you guys ever anybody heard of Kaiser Permanente?
Yes.
So they make like $2 billion. They're not for profit. $2 billion a year.
Right, and what do they make?
No, they invented the HMO. They got their own hospitals, and you join it, and you have to go to their hospitals and stuff. It's medical.
Right. Okay, so it's a not-for-profit, but it's not really what I'm talking about. Would you concede?
Well, they compete with like Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and all.
Well, I know, but
Piro, he's already said that it's not the same.
I mean, I'm talking about like an insurance company. Okay, I'm not talking about some sort of healthcare club. I'm not saying there certainly could be lots of not-for-profits that do a lot of good work for their members, like the members of the Longshoremen or something, and they have some kind of old man's home or something. Okay, I'm not saying there aren't things.
I'm talking about people selling services, not-for-profits that are in business.
Capitalist industry with worker industry. Okay, get rid of the capitalists, maximize the rewards to the workers.
Just nationalize the fucking shit.
Well, the problem.
Doing other things. I'm talking about them actually making real products in the real world.
I think Gary's closer to nationalizing shit, which would make more sense.
I don't know why.
Because all the technical profits would go back into building hospitals and shit.
Like nationalize, right? I say no owner, you say the government owns it.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. I think it'd be better if the profits went back into schools and shit like that.
It really isn't the same thing.
No, I know, but I'm just saying is I think the closest one I would go to would be nationalization.
Oh, fine, okay, I'm not going to bother with this, right? You go to the trouble to explain something, and somebody pigeonholes you into saying you just nationalized it.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm saying I would fucking
You're
nationalize
not
shit.
pigeonholed.
Said
just
I
'cause
would.
He says.
Well, you do have to deal with the structural aspects of how you're going to get your goal, right?
I just
I
pointed
would
out
like
the structural aspects are what? They're so simple. I just spelled out the rules. All right, that nobody gets paid.
Well,
The CEO doesn't get
well,
paid
no, but I mean,
150,000, and he decides what everybody else gets paid. He's elected by a 50-50 vote between the employees of the company and the external world, whether that's the consumers or not. I don't really give a fuck. It's better for the consumers, but I don't care. And let's
well,
see, what else is there? Oh, the only other part of it is the money, right? So you have to first get the seed money from the government. The company would have every intention of paying the seed money back over a 20-year period out of some meager profits it makes to pay the government back for the seed money. But that's how the company would be operated. It would then be thrown into the regular commercial world, and we would have the public option choice basically to say, yes, I want to buy from the company that pays the workers and doesn't pay any owners.
Well, it's kind of funny. They actually nearly did. Well, they nearly did that with Royal Bank of Scotland, actually.
That's where Gary and I agree, and I have a broad idea that I think there's various solutions, and Gary's is one in the spectrum of what I'm talking about, that they would outcompete those other guys. And I was trying to talk badass about it to be all capitalist, but I think it would be gentle. They'll just undermine it, and it's true that the apples will put more shiny stuff. They won't go away. But a lot of the underservice of regular stuff we just want at a reasonable price would happen.
I think it would wipe it out so fast because I think people,
I wish.
especially like software engineers and shit, they love the whole, they love the open source idea. They love all this.
That's what I want to do. Totally, I'm willing to risk it.
You would be so into this. I mean, I would love, you're working for a company and you're saying, yeah, I can demonstrate how good this is, and we can all work together and we can get something done and do something ethical for a change, besides making rich people rich. I mean, I think we would all love that. I would love to make the guy working next to me richer instead of some cunt who fucking inherited stock.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, it's so simple, it's so easy, it's just that it's totally obnoxious to the entrepreneur, selfish cunts who want to all be billionaires. They hate the idea because they can't be billionaires with this system.
Gary, that's probably true. Do you watch Thunderfoot anymore?
Well, you don't pay any attention to my videos. I just made a fucking Thunderfoot video, retard.
Really? No, I didn't see that come up.
But
I'm too busy.
I don't mind him bitching about the stupid billionaire space program because he's a retard, okay?
I saw you had a series on Thunderbird. You mean a few weeks ago?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
So I would know, specifically, if you've been watching the Elon Musk, how he would debunk the Hyperloop and made it about Elon Musk, even though that's not really Elon Musk. And then this SpaceX thing, he just trashed him for the SpaceX blow up.
Well, they're very bad trash.
Thunderfoot
makes such bad videos, but you can see in the video he's talking about how refueling is the most dangerous time in the whole thing. Refueling is the most dangerous thing in the whole thing. And then at the end of the video, what does he say? NASA hasn't lost a spacecraft to a refueling accident since 1960. So he just pointed out how it's the most dangerous time in the whole fucking process. And then he just points out how, they haven't lost a spacecraft.
Because it costs them $5 billion every time they put something up.
1960.
To me, the important part is nobody died, because it is dangerous, and they used to spend billions of dollars to be politically scared. And frankly, stuff should blow up as long as they can do it without people dying.
I'm just saying it's obviously not the most dangerous if it's been since 1960 haven't lost a spacecraft.
Well, no, because that's because they overspent.
They obviously know that the spacecraft if it can't survive refueling, it can't survive being in space. So it's a catastrophic flaw anyway.
No, but it doesn't matter. As long as nobody's hurt, you just have to charge people enough to pay for the ones that blow up.
It's still a huge waste of money, and it's all this other stuff, but it was probably
they should obviously make it not happen very much.
Some dumb, retarded satellite anyway, because every satellite they shoot up now is retarded.
Well, a better case was this other one he was talking about, where Virgin had a thing where some of these guys might not be following standards good enough to really do this with human life.
I think it was right to debunk things like, when they Musk
Solar roads. I agree with him on the solar roads.
Thing when he reusable rockets, the whole thing where he re-landed a rocket. I mean, that is bogus because that nobody's going to want to fly in a reused rocket.
Well, what a good reusable rocket is good for is you have them in the space shuttle. If there's a problem, then you can.
I know, but that's a whole different kind of.
In other words, you don't have to reuse them.
That's a very expensive rocket. I'm just saying that's not the kind of rocket they're going to be able to reuse with a parachute. So what
I was gonna say is that you don't necessarily have to reuse them. Just to have a rocket that could land might be useful for quick shuttle, like an emergency shuttle. But I read years ago. Do you guys know this?
My argument to that would be is that this space travel really isn't. It is a kind of disposable thing. You don't want the thing coming back because it's full of radiation. It's been beat to shit. I think it's kind of foolish to think in terms of reusing spacecraft because
rockets aren't meant to be reusable. I grant you that. But here's the thing. What is reusable, and the military did this, and they came out and was released about that they've tried it and it is possible, is that blimps. You can take a blimp and it's possible to get it to go up, like it takes a week or even maybe 2 weeks, depending, but in that scale to get up to the stratosphere. And if you have a big balloon that's like a couple miles long in either direction, it's just a big, but space canvas, but it can float on the top of the atmosphere up there. And then to rocket from there, because there's no air, takes less fuel. And to get stuff by blimp, if you'll wait a week, is like $1 per pound or something. And that's the way I think we need to go to space. And then you have rockets so that it's like could be in ambulances.
Yeah, I don't personally on the face of it don't think it's practical, but whatever. It doesn't sound 5
in
mile
space at all.
5 mile balloon. Just sounds like an accident.
I like the laser beam idea myself that MIT did. Just fire shit up using electricity and laser beams. It's a lot easier. And it looks cool as well. Shit just floating up.
Well, the point is, however you shape the balloons or however many, the point is you can get enough pressure, blimp pressure, that you can have a station that'll float up there, and you can get the blimps to rise up there, and it'd be super cheap a way to get up past a lot of the expensive part.
I know, but it's not really the expensive part. It just takes a lot. It takes fuel and it's heavy. But I'm just saying the idea of having a spacecraft that's durable enough to go into space anyway, I don't think your cost is going to be that much cheaper. So all you're really doing is saving the cost of the fuel to shoot the rocket into the 90% weight.
No.
So I'm just saying they really have this rocket shit down.
No, that's not true because
my argument is that they sort of do rockets pretty well. So.
But that's the thing. But the idea is you use rockets from the stratosphere up, where there's no friction after you get it right out of the last part of the atmosphere. And then to get up that far, you use blimps, which don't pollute the atmosphere and shit.
It doesn't really. The pollution, who cares?
I do.
Well, I'm sorry. The amount of pollution coming out of a Saturn V rocket or whatever is.
Yeah, if you could take a vacation on the moon, there's going to be a lot of rockets.
Well, I don't think anybody's vacationing there anyway.
I'm going to. When I'm 147.
Yeah, well, I bet you want to bet on it
Sure.
Whatever 100 in 50 years from now, future money, because I think it'll be worth
it.
Sure.
I know. I'm just betting that you'll die first.
I'll bet you $1 quadrillion that you ain't going to be living on the moon.
I know. I wish so.
I
wish. But let's be realistic. Hey, one we could really argue about is I do think I'll have a chance if I have the money to go to space for somewhat reasonable, like a cruise price to space. And hang out there in one of the space.
No way, Jose.
Yeah, that part is going to be over.
30 years from now.
As soon as
You're a dreamer.
The Concorde does. Okay, as soon as one of those little flights does what the Concorde does, which is fail, this whole party will be over.
Oh, I don't care. Cars.
When a bunch of millionaires watch their brother blow up in space, they're going to say, "Well, that is kind of a retarded idea."
Well, it would have to be more people than die on the roads for me to get all worried about it.
Well,
more people down the road than an airplane.
When is that going to happen, Piero? When is this going to happen? Where you can
privatization of Virgin is trying to do a tourist flight and has go check it out yourself. Virgin Space or whatever his one is.
Yeah, but you're saying
Like I said, they had a problem. They had a problem.
There's only a certain number of retarded frogs on Earth, and there's only a certain number of retarded cockroaches.
No, there's money to be made in space. No, there's money to be made. No, there's kinds of manufacturing that are going to be really cheap in space. Stuff that's hard to impossible on Earth.
You people are so full of
in microgravity,
yeah,
and
but
also
for fucking Christ's
there's
sake, you have to.
Okay, hold on. Stop interrupting each other.
Robotic mining of asteroids needs a space thing to bring stuff up and down.
Oh my god!
I mean, this.
Oh my god! Next, they'll have a circular world. You'll have the internet.
Jesus Christ! You're comparing that to the internet? Come on.
Well,
You're
yeah, we're
talking
in the
about
space
having to-
age for
You,
70
how much
years.
energy has to be?
Why don't we just make up fairy tales
50 years.
now? Okay, so let's all write.
We're in this. We're 50 years. Okay, how about let's just go slow? Let's just go slow, you guys. I don't think being in space is a big deal, and tourism in the stratosphere and space is not actually difficult or impressive. We're going to be super profitable. I agree. I just said I think I'd have a chance at that. In terms of mining things in outer space, that's not that. Why is that so impossible? We're 50 years into the space age, right? We all agree we're 50 years into the space age, and we only did one thing really so far. Except for now we had the cheap
let's
robotics.
talk about how much you're going to have to pay in medical expenses.
We've got cheap robotics.
Let's talk about how much you're going to have to pay somebody to really take a job as a space miner. Okay?
No, the question is, okay, speaking of Hollywood movies, do you believe, okay, we have space robots right now, right? Doing stuff, flying around and taking samples and landing.
Falling into holes on
So
asteroids.
if
Look
you
at a robot stuck in a hole on an asteroid, really cool.
we landed a robot that was a comet, right?
$10 million piece of junk now sitting out there. $10 million worth of junk.
Because it was just a fancy camera, but we could also make robots that land and stuff. Do you not think we could make a robot that could go out?
Any fucking point. Why don't we all talk about the most perverse thing we've ever imagined? And why don't we do bestiality or something? What is wrong with you? How
Because it seems more amazing.
How
Well,
exactly do you get a
fuck
boner?
you, but I believe that it was more surprising.
On the fucking moon.
It's more surprising that Europeans would go across an ocean that they could never cross again, and no mail really. And that's more amazing to me than what it would take to
that was just
work in
courage
space
alone
or
and
build a factory in space. If somebody found something and wanted to build a factory in space, there would be people willing to work there, for sure.
Oh, God.
So the question is only, is there any manufacturing process
Wipe out a few assholes in
so
the initial
cheap?
stages of this bullshit.
Is there any valuable manufacturing process that is cheaper in space that it would fund the expense of doing it in space? That's the only question.
And
yes, I think there is, because in all molecular processes to make fancy kinds of circuitry and materials, gravity is a problem that you would rather be able to control with centrifuges.
Well, regardless,
what do you mean?
If you're saying something essential to our progress is going to be we have to go out into space to do it. And I don't think there's any.
Well, for example, if you could make
a bit of evidence that we'll find earthbound solutions to problems, because we always have. So
yeah.
Again, this is just.
So this is another thing. You guys don't think that we're gonna go any further into space than we already are, ever?
We all found out.
I think we'll go extinct before we get in.
Based on some sort of capitalistic model that you're proposing.
Okay.
It's uninteresting. It's uninteresting, Piero. We answered the question. The moon's not made out of cheese. We're all worried about that. We got the answer, and then everybody said, "Who the fuck cares?" And I was right. How could you possibly care? Do I give a?
Basically, agree with the Thunderfoot version of it's all fucking bullshit.
Okay, wait. Infinity,
can't do anything good.
Wait, Infinity, you said the capitalist version? Hold on, you said the capitalist version, Infinity?
It's going to, it's how much money
Every version.
Under the capitalistic version that you're presenting, how much money is it going to cost to just keep blowing things up into space to get to these.
Well, we already have
asteroids
we
or
already
whatever
have a
you're talking
satellite economy that we're totally dependent on. So that is a space industry already, right?
True that.
Right, but you can just put
I think it'll grow.
asteroids.
I think
You
it'll
can
grow.
put asteroids into orbit. You're
I think
talking
it'll
about
grow.
flying to
has nothing to do with what you're
asteroids.
talking
You can
about.
put satellites into orbit.
So the
Do you-
highest satellite.
Well, do you know we're putting up this James?
How high up is the highest satellite, Piero? How many miles?
Well, the military stuff.
Have you guys heard of the James Clark Maxwell telescope that's going to take over from the Hubble?
Isn't it the James Webb Maxwell telescope?
James Webb Clark Webb. What is it?
Yeah,
James Webb.
it's the big fuck off one, isn't it? It's the one that replaces.
I
think
forget who
you're-
James Clark is. It's the James Webb, right?
Yeah.
That thing is not in orbit around the Earth. It's way out there between the Earth
Yeah,
and the moon.
the furthest ones are military satellites. By the way.
Well, so what? That doesn't go to your point.
Well, he just asked me what the furthest one was, and it's it's an observatory.
Well,
So why couldn't you have a robotic factory you put out somewhere like that? You could. Why wouldn't they do it? Well, I think when it's cheap enough, they'll do it. I think you guys are crazy.
What? Put space in.
What's going to make it cheap
Put
enough?
space in
Not
bottles
sending
and
humans
send
as
them down
always.
to the Earth. Shoot the
Okay,
bottles
wait.
down to the Earth so we can sell them at Walmart, so people could buy a bottle of space and put it on their fucking
I
mantle.
consider that's a silly question.
Why don't we call it the pet space?
What would make it cheap enough?
Yeah.
What makes that
Okay,
cheap?
hold
Your own little pet space, and we could paint whiskers on the bottle.
Okay, wait.
What made computers cheap?
They look like retarded frogs.
Okay.
Why is robotics?
Keep saying retarded frogs.
Why is robotics cheaper? I don't even get why you'd ask that question. What makes technology get cheaper?
Because it still requires energy to push the vehicles out into space to get them that far out where you can actually
Yeah, dude.
even do the mining.
Hold on a minute.
First
Hold
of
on.
all,
I think you guys forget like how quick technology
Technology
evolves.
is not.
Guys, enough. Hold on. Stop.
I'm sorry, but like
Go
30
ahead,
years
wait,
ago
wait,
and
guys.
shit, you'd be like,
Guys are
mobile phone? Are you shitting me? Mobile phones look like fucking bricks. The only
I
people
mentioned
that
how
have
you
mobile
get
phones
cheap.
are fucking
A
rich ass
mobile
motherfuckers.
phone does not represent an energy
You-
source.
It doesn't
Infinity.
represent an energy source.
Infinity.
If your consumption
Infinity.
of power is the
Hello,
size
I'd like to say something. Hey, Infinity.
We're already inventing something.
Infinity. I said my idea for making it cheap is you can use
Sorry.
blimps that might take a week to get to the stratosphere. Then it takes less fuel when you're flying around, starting from almost in space in the microgravity.
Yeah, well, as I pointed out, it's not the fuel that gets you from the ground to space that's the expensive part. It's the technology that makes
Right, but Infinity's here too, and he just talked about the fuel.
reliable enough to
Okay.
navigate
Okay, wait.
space. But here's a simple question. If I gave you a $50 gift certificate for eBay, okay, and in exchange, I can give you a coupon that guarantees you the magnificent wonderment. You get it now. You get the profit now from the magnificent wonderment that's going to be exploited from space, okay? So here I give you $50 today, or I give you the real value, whatever you think it is, of this wonderful progress that we're going to get from space. I mean, are you really going to sit there and just say, oh yeah, for the principle of it, I'll sit there and grab that stupid piece of crap? Because you know that.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. You asked Infinity a question, Piero. What were you trying to ask Infinity?
Well, I don't know. No, I already said what I said.
No, I think he was just responding to my point by saying we can blow blimps up into the upper atmosphere.
That's
going to solve the energy.
Not solve. It takes a lot less energy. More versus less. Not solve. You can always maybe make it even cheaper. Who knows? Or get
You're
it cheaper.
talking about blowing
All right,
people
let
into space to mine asteroids.
By energy, he meant all of the energy.
Eventually, yeah, I think we'll mine asteroids. I
think
do.
He meant all the energy.
Yes, eventually that will happen. Not in my lifetime. In my lifetime, I imagine there'll be some sort of a cruise trip where I could go up into the stratosphere.
I imagine Piero will be a robot by then.
Yeah, well, they already did that shit, didn't they? I mean, they already had space flights for millionaires to go.
They had to turn them off because I forget why.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. Do you really?
They had one die, right?
Do you think
The
it's
Russians.
thrill anyway. I mean, I just really can't understand.
Not for $10 million to do it like an
Well,
astronaut.
Even $50. I mean, you're the lunatic that got a concussion.
Are you kidding? If I could take a cruise where I was in a blimp that just got higher and higher and higher until you saw the curvature of the Earth and you're at the top of the atmosphere almost, that would be awesome way to spend a week or two.
I can't even get a little bit wet. My vagina is like dry.
But you don't. But you're not. Yeah, fine. You don't like to travel.
In the atmosphere, the whatever stratosphere, feeling like I'm going to puke.
You don't like to travel at all, though, Gary.
Like a really great time.
Gary,
doesn't
fine,
like to go
but you
out
don't like to travel at all, so that's
space.
not the greatest example of whether other people would like to do it.
I mean, I'd rather be fucking out on the evening with great.
Okay, great. Good to know what you would do.
Okay, I'd rather go on a date with fucking Gray Tex than be shot in a rocket in the fucking outer space.
I predict that's going to happen.
Amazing. Oh my god.
I predict that's going to happen.
That is amazing. I want to see Gary and Gray Tex on a. Oh my god, that would be amazing.
See, I wish we had an animator. I wish we had some artist or computer artist or animator that would take some clips from our Hangouts and put animation over them. But there's nobody with any skill at that here.
You'd have to pay me.
Oh, you bastard.
Nobody to waste their time.
Come on. You can make money. You can advertise them and monetize them.
I do caricatures.
Yeah, right.
I actually just downloaded a program to do that. But
Holy shit, there we go. We got it.
Oh, really? What? Because I've been looking for years, but they're always too expensive, and I've been looking until we get a good cartoon one. Because they charge a lot.
well, I don't know. I downloaded the Flash thing, and I'm just trying it out. So
What do you mean?
I'm in that beginner stage. I don't know.
So maybe Adobe is giving a free download, or do you have to pay later?
Yeah, there's a free There's a trial.
Oh, just a trial, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the where there's a free but less something.
You can get free
perpetuity.
downloads though. There are.
The internet, man. Come on.
There are.
Well, I like those sites. Remember, a lot of people were using them a while ago, where the sites and you could type in the text, but most of those started charging, and/or also they were a pain to use.
Yeah, well, you should try to do the HD. If you're going to learn something new, you really ought to go with maybe HDL5 and try to use their. They have a
Right.
Well,
that's what the Flash uses.
Well, no, for the animation, but I mean,
I
want something so sophisticated where it actually has little cartoon people, and you can have them walk from here to here, and then you put voices on, and they usually would lip sync to computer voice. But I would like one where you can speak over and just make that easy enough, because I can't take,
Yeah, I think that's what the Flash is.
I don't think it's going to add much to the magic of this room, to tell you the truth. Whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that was
I would just do Gary's face red.
That was just bug Stizer. Yeah, no, I don't think we should be necessarily doing that. I do think like the minority. Well, if it was really easy, if there was a computer and you could just assign the characters to the voices and it would generate the rest, then it would be worth doing it all the time because it's hysterical.
And then get it to lip sync. That would be pretty.
Like the Majority Report, they should.
I
do
ain't modeling people's fucking heads though. That is.
I could just steal some Muppet clips.
No, I didn't mean for us, but I wanted to play with that as a way to do conversations. I thought it would be fun to do some videos that way, but it still just was a pain in the ass. Though I know eventually there will be some software that does a decent job, just in the open source or at least cheap.
I just can't get too enthusiastic about
All the ones I found you have to pay by month. Fuck that.
Is people just using it for malicious, evil purposes? Where they'll put your little head on top of the dancing people, and then the head dance, and what's the
Yeah, like the jib jab.
That's not how I want. I don't want that playing on top of my grave.
I know, because you would be big fodder for it.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? My stepson said that you should be a voice actor for computer animated movies. That you. And they should make the characters look like you.
Well, constantly angry.
Oh yeah, penis.
Yeah, a million. There's room for Gary in any of those movies.
Yeah.
A Gary character. Gary the bear. Gary the possum. Gary the segmented worm.
Well, he knows whatever.
He's really Oscar the Grouch, right?
Oh my God, Gary! If you get that option to do an animated Oscar the Grouch voice acting gig, take it.
I'm working on it.
They would never have an Oscar the Grouch now. in a show like that.
Yeah,
for
that's
kids.
Way
even
too
that,
politically incorrect.
even them.
you can't be negative.
Way too grumpy.
Yeah.
Well, and he's a homeless guy basically living in a garbage can.
He's in the trash.
So that's pretty in your face, really, in the whole kid, if you think
Well,
about it.
none of them were living anywhere, frankly. I mean, where
But
was
he,
Big Bird? Where was Big Bird living?
yeah, well, he's a Diogenes, though. I mean, Oscar is Diogenes. He's a cynic living in the street, and you don't really get the idea that he's forced to live there. It's like you get the idea that's where he likes to live.
Yeah, he wants to live somewhere he can live, where he can be left alone.
Yeah, exactly.
If anything, that Big Bird doesn't live anywhere either. He lives in a fucking nest.
Does he? Do they ever show that? I don't remember.
Yeah, he just sleeps in a nest in some random location. He doesn't have a house.
Yeah. And then Bert and Ernie are for they're gay. Were intended to be gay.
Yeah, preliminary homosexual.
Your straight gay Republican gay uncle.
That's basically Matt and I. Isn't that right, Matt? Yeah. But he's Bert clearly though.
No, fuck you. I'm Oscar the Grouch. I have something to cover me when it rains. I'm cool.
No, you don't like that. What's that big, giant, hairy thing? What was that thing called?
Snuffleupagus.
Here's my thing. Best fucking Sesame Street Muppet. Hands down. Grover.
Yeah, that was always my favorite.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I had a book, monster at the end of the book, and that made Grover my favorite.
Oh,
I remember I was young enough when Sesame Street introduced Elmo, and I fucking hated him as a little kid because I was just like, he's the scrappy dude.
He's corporate.
He's Grover's scrappy dude. He's just a cuter, more obnoxious version of Grover.
It's terrible. It was the corporatization of Sesame Street, and it stopped being like the original Kids Workshop thing, I think, at that point. Sell out Disney. It went Disney.
No, well,
it's still better than Disney.
They only counted to 10, so they knew their audience was still only counting to 10. So that was the problem. The characters had to go down to the audience because there was no audience for anybody who could count to 20. Well, it's sort of true. It was they found there was no demographic, right? Kids.
What do you mean, kids?
Yes. No, what the kids got to be like 7 years old.
The hip one was the electric company when I was a kid.
They couldn't drive any audience, and so they knew that their only audience was going to be babies. So it came. Remember Teletubbies?
Yeah, that was a good one.
The scientific.
Sci-fi for kids.
The only kids they could control were kids dumb enough to think that was entertainment.
It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, especially a little baby laughing in the corner.
Again.
About Sesame Street, though, it didn't get sold to Disney because the Sesame Street
sold out. I
was
mean,
like a completely different thing.
No,
here's the thing, though. Recently, the Sesame Street company got bought by HBO.
Yeah, I know. But when I said Disney, I meant they became Disney-like at that time and sold out to the
what he means
to the industry, and not so much because they had really good, innovative, educational TV ideas that affected a lot of good shows. But I think that died out around Elmo.
Didn't understand the characters. That's why the thing didn't work, right? Nobody understood.
Did anybody ever see the Electric Company?
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the Electric Company?
That cameo, that's what I cared about. Their cameos on Sesame Street.
You guys never heard of that. You're all young. Gary probably didn't.
Yeah, I saw all that shit, Bureau. I mean, it's just not that great of shit to talk about because it's almost kind of embarrassing that we actually watch.
I think, aren't we trying to do educational video with our videos?
We're not singing. I don't want to start singing the song.
1, 2, 3.
And then we add a 2 to it, and then you drive the wheel, you turn the crank, and
I think
Gary needs to dress up like a
pretty sure that I've heard Amanda sing a song about antinatalism. Antinatalism, theme song, you should die. You're fucking big.
Newsflash.
It's a zero-sum game.
It's a zero-sum game with a negative number.
Right.
Yeah.
Gary, this is good. Do you know in computers, the way it works out, the way they do numbers, there's a 0 and a -0. There actually is a +0 and a -0, and the -0 basically is what antinatalism is. -0.
Yo, speaking of which, where's Nami Nubs? Has anybody seen him?
I killed him.
Yeah, you kind of did, actually.
No, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I got him to shut up. Yeah. I persuaded him to shut the fuck up. No,
With a hammer to the mouth.
It seems like it, because I haven't seen him in fucking weeks.
It hasn't been that long, but yeah, that's been a couple.
Like, Jesus Christ, because, like, he and Vic are gone. What happened to Vic?
Well, they're both on the other end of the same stick, in my opinion, because they both make irrational arguments.
Well, knowing Vic, maybe he joined, like, a white supremacist fucking militia.
No, seriously, though, I don't, like, because he's not in Brandon's hangouts anymore.
I'm also being serious. Like, if it came out like Brandon was like, "Hi guys, sorry I'm gone. I joined the militia. Like, I'm planning to overthrow the government. It's been a long
That dude's gonna
couple
vote
of
for Trump.
weeks."
Like, yeah, he's gonna vote for Trump. He always wanted to.
Well, that makes him an idiot in my book.
Yeah, he was always planning to vote for Trump.
Yeah, well, I think it was kind of obvious, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, these people have, exploiting capitalist written on their forehead, and
It's
the model's pretty obvious.
yeah, it's like with
The
Brandon.
rationalizations are just rationalizations for that status quo mentality. So, they're not doing any real philosophy. They're just trying to find rationalizations.
Oh shit! Why hasn't Gary ever been to Brandon's hangouts? Oh my god, that would be amazing.
Gary probably has better things to do with his time.
Probably not. That shit's hilarious.
It's soul crushing.
Have you dealt with objectivism before in Minham?
Sure.
Well, I don't even think that's a rational description of philosophy. Okay, I mean it's Randy.
So are you in the what?
I mean, frankly, I like the idea of objectivism. I like the idea of saying that you can't really do philosophy from your personal interest. You have to try to be objective. You have to try to be rational. So I wouldn't, but I mean, Randy and I obviously, as you can tell from the conversation we've had, I mean, my biggest enemy is selfishness. So I'm obviously an anti-Randy, and I hate the whole bullshit. Let's just debug philosophy. Everything we'll find is we'll just kill everybody who's got any decency in them.
It's funny too because Brandon argues that you shouldn't treat people poorly because that's like Perry, I think you should know part of it, right?
Wait,
I don't remember specifically what you're talking about. My mind is already occupied. Gary, I think it's selfish that you're anti-immigrant.
Are we talking about the same Brandon?
Well, you can say it's selfish. I'm saying that I pragmatically hate religion. I mean, not pragmatically. By principle, absolutely hate religion. I think it's the most evil, nasty, whitest thing the human race ever came up with. So, I mean, I'm basically just saying, I've said it quite clearly. I've said, if people want to take a test, and the test will be, do you want it to belong to a secular, progressive country? Well, if they can't say yes, then they should fuck off. But I'm not immigration under any other circumstances.
Well, they do have to because
fucking Brandon says, his fucking room, man.
But that's what they have to do now. You have to agree to uphold the Constitution, which is the secular agreement.
But it's not. It's not an explicit statement. I just don't want religious kooks. I'm just saying we have enough religious kooks in this country. We shouldn't be importing kooks, and especially breeding.
Yeah.
So they just
that's not anti-immigrant. That's just that's for a particular
welfare, which seems to be the obvious truth. Is that any female, the odds of the female
that's not anti-immigrant
having a baby within a year of arriving here, it's like 72%. I mean, it's idiotic. We don't have to do that. That's dumb.
I need some more coffee.
No, it's a fucking Pero. You've been in his fucking room. That's the same shit he says.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you. Yeah, no, but Gary's not saying what I thought he was saying. I thought Gary was more just anti-immigration and refugees in general.
No, the Muslim shit.
No, I'm anti-Catholics too. Okay, I wouldn't let Catholics.
Anti-religious. I think that encompasses everybody who's a fucking fucking nut.
Well, I'm just saying the world we're in a really bad state. I mean, now you keep saying like somehow there's jobs for everybody, but we know that's not the world we live in. It's not the Industrial Revolution. There isn't an infinite.
Well, look, there is. Look. We just have to somehow reclaim some of the money from the top 0.1%. There's plenty of money.
Has no value, so we have to recognize that an immigrant coming to this country who doesn't have any skill is a liability, not an asset.
Sad but true.
Well, it depends on what you mean, because in Alabama,
trained to work in an auto
if we look
factory.
at what they did in Alabama, they got rid of they actually did formulate the proposals that I said that if you want to get rid of immigration, then here's what you do. You just punish the companies that hire these people.
Oh, I know. I've already said that. We're not talking about how to get rid of them.
Right. But I'm saying that.
Why am I against them? But of course, I'm all for employer sanctions. We should implement them as the cheapest solution. I can run the whole thing.
Right. You don't need a wall.
On my computer, I can do the whole thing. Yeah, no walls. It's insane. So we know that conservatives don't want to fix the problem, right? We know that Trump knows this, right? They already did it. They already tested sanctions and it worked. And that's why they don't want it.
But the thing is, Trump knows it because he hires.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying. Good God.
All right. The Republicans have no intention of fixing the problem.
The point I was making is that when you implement these sort of restrictions on companies, then what's going to happen is the businesses that hire these people can't do business without raising the prices on what they're producing. And so they didn't want to do that, and they just let them back in.
But we know there's enough marginally legal aliens, and we know if we get and we've given them whatever that is, immunity or whatever. We've done that. You're a citizen now for free thing enough times. I'm just saying we know we have plenty of labor for a cheap price, so we don't even need the illegals, because that's almost going to China wage. You know what I'm saying? That's the real cheap wage. So we know that it's not going to affect real wages in a huge way. By saying, look, we're not going to let you do this huge exploitation thing where you have these people working at the hospital for $6 an hour.
Well, what I'm saying is that we've seen it. We've seen the action of impinging upon employers. We've seen that action play out, and we've seen what happens. And what happens is that the work doesn't get done.
Where do we see that?
In Alabama.
What do you mean? What did we see?
Look it up.
I'm just saying Alabama isn't exactly American industry. It's not exactly it's not Detroit or something.
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
A large amount.
Wait, let him
Alabama, they were getting paid so much that it drove the economy into the toilet.
Minimum wage ruined Alabama.
A large amount of what we're talking about with immigration or these illegal immigration involves agriculture.
There, exactly. That's the California example.
That's what I'm saying happened in Alabama.
Obviously, we all have to agree that we are getting food incredibly cheap. Compared to the rest of the world, our food is 50% cheaper than the rest of Europe even. All right, so yeah, the fact is we probably should be paying more for our goddamn food. So I'm all for
you can
that.
say we should, but when you're talking about having...
I'm saying that right now, California lets 2 million immigrants in seasonally, okay? 2 million.
Yeah, I think it's just oversaturation is the problem.
Well, if you don't have the people to pick the lettuce, then the lettuce dies before you can pick it.
I won't cry any tears if
Infinity, the problem is that we're not taxing the top percentiles enough. The money is out there. You can put it back into the economy, and people can be paid a living wage.
Yes, we should pay people.
Until you get a robot to do it.
We don't need the rich. We don't need the fucking stinking rich, and they're the worst.
The robots will be doing it.
But that's really not the point. The point is that you have to have a minimum wage, and you know it because we're always going to be exploiting this. If there's no minimum, we know we're going to do it. There was actually people who lived here who allowed there to be sweatshops with kids in them, and people knew they were happening. They knew all that shit was going on, and they didn't do anything about it.
Yes.
Well, eventually they did.
Well, I'm just saying they finally
took fucking ages though.
Because of a principle, and I'm just saying
impatient.
that's a good thing, okay? And I'm just saying that there's no reason to think that we can live without a minimum wage. We can't. We need
the problem is the minimum wage is just too low for medium incomes. It's just too low.
I think people. That's just quite obvious. Desperation will drive the wage to a peach a day. You can't sit there and tell people your kids are going to starve. You're either going to work for food or you're not going to work for food. Of course,
I think there should be like a 10 or 20 at the most allowed difference in pay between the CEO and the whatever the cheapest worker is.
Fuck that, no. So yeah, there should be a maximum wage. Don't matter the fucking minimum wage. There should be a fucking maximum fucking salary.
I'm saying there should be a relationship between the highest and lowest paid.
I don't care.
The problem is that
on how much you can fucking earn as a human being. There should be some like level where the human being looks at the human and says, "Do you really need that much fucking money?"
That's orthogonal. I agree.
I don't give a fuck. It's still ridiculous. How can you possibly spend $70 billion fucking dollars?
I think it'd be better if you didn't have to set a particular number, though.
One guy has $70 billion.
In terms of systematics, it'd be better if it's self-regulated.
Getting rid of that model is easier than trying to fix the symptoms of the model. So I'm just saying, let's get rid of this stupid model of inheriting ownership.
Well, that would be great, but it would have to happen on a global scale now. I mean, because we're in a global economy.
No, we're not. Okay?
Well, in my system,
out all of our industry is being done in China.
It doesn't have to happen overnight.
Now, okay, we're already buying it.
This stuff plays out over centuries. You just have to deal with that.
So how is that going to change?
Well, if you say in this country, well, okay, you can't
start somewhere, though.
You can't give away your money to your family. No, but then they're just going to move to another country and
let them.
Yeah, fuck off. That's like saying, well, we're not going to have slaves. Well,
I'm just saying that's not going to solve the problem. That's all.
I think it might. I think it might solve the problem.
100 friggin' %, because they won't be able to take any of these hard assets with them.
Right, none of the property, the land, the factories on the property. Bye-bye. Okay, these things will get really cheap to buy when they all leave and go to Galtville.
And when everybody sees how much better America's doing without the rich, everybody else is going to say we don't need them scum either, and they'll kick them out. Just like we got rid of kings, and then everybody else got rid of kings. Same thing will happen. We'll all realize that the rich are just the remake of the monarchy. Okay, ironically, the richest people right now are less in number than the nobles of the British Empire king. Okay,
and the more powerful
noble was a lower population by percentage than the rich are now. So we are now.
Yeah, but that's only because the population.
It's a fuck. It's because the rich are just stupidly fucking richer. I mean, the rich. We live in a plutocracy, man. The rich are even more fucked up than exactly what Gary said, than the fucking nobility where
we can throw them all overboard and you're never going to miss any of them.
The thing is that the true part of this manipulation of history is that the financiers have financed for a long time both sides of war, so they play chaos like very reliably by having that kind of international both sides of the conflict access.
It's like people who sell weapons, man. One of the biggest industries is selling guns.
But if we target them, I mean, it is possible to go to different history, part of history at some point. We just need to target that.
The target is the same Randian selfishness. Again, this isn't complicated. All right, it's just we're back to this selfish cunts are the only people in the way. The jackasses who think I'm going to be a billionaire and I'm going to give my billions to my kids and they're all going to be billionaires.
And fuck everybody else.
That's fucking idiotic psychology. That's the only thing in the way. There's a ton of nice liberal progressives who are all selfish cunts who can't imagine a world where they're not going to eventually be billionaires, and
top.
they want to be able to give all their billions to their selfish little cunty spawn.
Yeah, I agree. That's a big problem.
Or
I mean, even like, I mean, that's pretty much across the board.
Yeah, and they're all fucking rich. Have you noticed?
Well, no, they're poor is the point. The point is there's a ton of real poor people who are voting for
We're just
yeah, exactly. That's
Look,
what
you know what? Just shut up and give me my robot slaves.
My robot would be free. Thank you very much.
I like robot slaves. That sounds awesome.
I
Need to
know,
fucking
totally
Japan.
guilt-free, no moral ramifications slave. You're gonna love it.
I'd buy
Well,
one.
I just watched
We won't
Ex
call them
Machina.
slaves though,
What-
because
what-
that's a bad
movie.
word.
What's-
Silent Running, right, Piero?
What?
Silent Running. Do you ever watch the movie Silent Running?
I think so, but I don't remember which one of those was that.
Bruce Dern. He's on a spaceship with the last plant that they have from
Right.
Earth.
Yep.
And he's on there with 3 robots, and he names them Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Right. And
I just remember the
in the
greenhouse,
end-
loving his
in the
greenhouse.
end, he has to let one of them. One of them's going to go take care of the plants, and he's going to blow up the spaceship, and blah blah blah. But slave robots. See, that doesn't even work either, because once robots get a little bit, tiny bit sophisticated, you're really not going to be able to treat them like slaves. You're going to start worrying about them.
Yeah,
There you
you're
go.
going to end up with
Artificial
Terminator
intelligence.
next.
Well, they're not like
Yeah, I
slaves
just
you'd be
watched the
mean
movie
to.
Ex
They're just
Machina. Has
servants.
anyone seen
Well,
that?
they're not really slaves. That's just rhetoric. I mean, they
Well, I
they'll
was
do
just
menial
saying,
tasks though.
I really didn't like the rhetoric, and I think the idea is stupid anyway. But I mean, I just doesn't. I don't. Let's not reclamate the slave idea either. Okay.
Slave,
Everybody
yeah.
knows
No,
that
true. No, yeah.
bad word. Let's
Yeah.
just get rid of that shit.
It's just a blunt way to say right now. I agree with you on that in general, but I mean, it's just a blunt way to say that, a joking way to say, but as I've said before, I do believe that automation will get so much that, yeah, you'll have these robots and they won't have to be expensive doing the laundry and moving stuff from here to here and folding it and
And
cooking
then the UN will
everything
come up with some
Yeah,
bright
but
idea
like
like robot rights
all
and
these
shit.
extra things.
Why? They
Oh
won't.
my
That's-
god!
Piero needs to get onto his balloon so he can float up into the atmosphere.
Then you know what? That's okay. We'll just have Sizer hunt them down.
Tell me it wouldn't be good to have
Nano robots out.
good to have an animated balloon right now. Little animated face.
Yeah, and we'll
Moonlights.
just have Sizor hunt down the fucking robots.
With like a green-haired
There you go.
Oscar Gary in a
Yeah,
can
yeah,
from the ground going, and then you're running into your freaking.
I can just see how Piero's phantasmagorical daydreaming is going to exponentially grow faster with the number of robots.
Well, the thing is, when I was a kid, I thought there's going to be a worldwide network of computers that all talk to each other. It's going to be just like, the moon is a harsh mistress, and there'll be sentient computers, and everybody will be on the computer. And that happened.
After you fly across the universe, you'd be like, oh, well, can't we go to the multiverse? It only costs one wormhole. We can make a wormhole.
Right, but I didn't say
It'll
that.
never end. It'll never end. Piero's just going to keep saying, what do I need to do? I need flying stuff on top of flying stuff on top of flying stuff.
We're done. I know, we're good enough. You're a Luddite. When we get flying
Flying
cars,
stuff.
you're going to be like, I'm not going into those flying cars. You'll be like, you'll look like a 19
Flying cars
version
are
of a Luddite.
I can watch.
In
I can
1,000
watch-
years from now, there'll be these guys that are all dressed in the 80s and go,
right.
I'm not going in a flying car, and I will wear a
Oh
leotard.
my god! Gary is the anti-cyborg faction from like a sci-fi film. That's
Yeah.
like
Well, let's face it, we're going to have to deal
years
with
after
artificial
the invention.
intelligence that's going to happen
so like
as long as there's
I don't
not
know
some
what that
complete
means. I
and
don't know what
total collapse.
artificial intelligence even means.
All right,
You know what? I don't think so. It's not the artificial intelligence, because right now it doesn't take artificial intelligence to have techniques for cars to drive and stuff. So what's really happening that's making it going to happen
That
is
is a form
being
of it.
able to make machines with all of these gears and controls cheaply. That's hard, and you want to do it without super precision, but they're doing that. I mean, it's getting cheaper and cheaper. Partially the components just get cheaper, but also they get better and better understanding of the
obviously,
tolerance
if
and
we
the
could
computer
start
algorithms to
If we
control
could
it.
start over and make the roads compatible with the robots, then the robots would be doing it now. But obviously we can't restart, so that's why it's more expensive, is the robots have to be able to integrate with the humans without hurting them. So once you know what I'm saying, once you go into the future and you start remaking, it's like China has a huge advantage, right? It has no landlines, right? Everything's cellular. So it's way ahead of us in the sense that it doesn't have all this cable crap running everywhere.
Well, I think
never
that
thought about that, but that makes
something
sense.
like
I guess I hadn't
automated
heard that.
vehicles,
That makes
that's
sense.
only like 10 years. Within the next 10 years,
Well,
most
I mean,
vehicles will be
yeah,
automated,
I
but
wouldn't
at least
call
in
that
some
artificial
way.
intelligence. That's just technology.
Well, I think a huge one will be if you have
yeah,
a robot cook that actually chops food fresh and stuff and can mix things. That would be, people would pay $1,000 for that.
Here's an interesting discussion, like
Robot.
between Gary and Infinity. Gary, you're talking about how artificial intelligence to you is just technology, but like in Infinity, what is your can you like clarify, like elaborate on what you were saying about artificial intelligence and shit?
Well, I'm not sure where we differ. I'm just saying that.
I'm saying there's a difference between a calculator and an artificial intelligence. What I'm saying is we're going to have nano calculators, you could say. Okay, we're going to have great little robotic devices, but it's not artificial intelligence. I'm just saying the term artificial intelligence has to do with the capacity of human beings to learn and to do that in some sort of logical and rational way, which usually ties to our sentience, our capacity to feel, and all of that crap. So I'm just saying the word artificial intelligence, I think, is in a different category than even a quantum computer. A quantum computer isn't instantly artificially intelligent.
No,
well, there's different types of artificial intelligence, but if maybe you're talking about the generalized version. General artificial
I've never heard
intelligence.
of any other version, so yeah, I guess I'm talking about the only version I've ever known of, which is simulating the concept of human intelligence. That's what artificial intelligence would be.
In general,
right?
But there's this question of would it be conscious or how much?
It wouldn't be mimicking a human. It wouldn't be mimicking.
Doesn't have to be conscious, but
it wouldn't be mimicking a human. It would be doing what a human does, which is the process of learning and the process of gaining identity. So I'm just saying,
well, that's what.
Well, I'm just saying you can say there's all these broad definitions. I'm just saying I've never heard of any other. There's one definition for AI.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
AI is human.
Well, but the thing is, there's tools that have come out of it that are practical that you can do things with, which are just like in machine learning is actually just mathematical techniques. And you have genetic programming, which is related, and you have neural networks. Everybody's heard of simulating neural networks. Those haven't been that successful in industry as far as I know. And then there's case-based reasoning, which is kind of just like huge lookup tables. And those are actually really good as far as you can answer some questions and they will diagnose you better than your average doctor.
Well, I'm just saying those algorithms, right? That's basically all fits into the category of algorithmic.
They're just different approaches to human type problems.
We're advancing in terms of the science of the mathematical construction of programs and their efficiency. But I'm just saying that's a whole different. I mean, look, the fact that robots will get better, yes, we all agree on that. We're just having an argument about semantics about what you call a highly advanced robot.
Here's a technique.
Robot isn't artificial intelligence, and highly advanced robot isn't necessarily a smart machine.
But the technology is improving towards that end.
I'm saying that no, I don't think we're necessarily towards that end, and a computer now already has more processing power than our brain. The point is that the tricky part is as I pointed out before, the learning thing requires a kind of reward and punishment idea. It means that you have to
well, some people argue that it's impossible.
Well, I'm saying that whether it's possible or not, I'm just saying there's nothing right on the horizon saying we're almost there. I'm just saying.
Like, for example.
No, I wouldn't say we're anywhere near almost there.
Intelligence that can come into this room and make arguments, okay? That's a very complex idea of it. Coming in this room, having an agenda, having incentives to fight for that agenda, that's a more complex thing than anything on the table now. No Apple iPad thing is going to be doing that.
Right. But can we say within the next 100 years it's plausible?
Yeah, well,
I think so.
Computers, what's plausible? Stop. What is possible specifically?
Saying, look, use the term I'm not arguing that technology isn't going to replace human beings in terms of their labor. It's causing all kinds of problems that we're not ready for. The nanotechnology is really scary in terms of all the malicious purposes. So yeah, there's lots of things we're going to face as hurdles because of technology. I'm just saying it's not. I don't think the category of artificial intelligence is the threat. The threat is nanotechnology. The threat is malicious people with algorithms.
People, right? Yeah, because they are going to make like killer robots. They already have drones. If they make those semi-autonomous, you're running off of programs. That's kind of dangerous. They really could go.
Any idea can be used for malicious purposes or not, so it doesn't really matter what it is.
But there's things programmed.
Nanotechnology. I'm just saying there's all kinds of horrible places that goes in terms of.
I mean, the biggest
into somebody's body. It can kill you really easily.
Yeah, but I mean, the biggest threat to human beings is our own fucking stupidity, and we already witnessed that. We don't need fucking robots to show us how fucking stupid we are.
We allowed Stizor into the chat. So
exactly, stupid idea, but you did it anyway.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
I think it's malevolence more, but I think the thing is there are things, even things that have been more or less, you could say mathematically proven that current computers are not good at, like they're not good at programming. And making them infinitely more fast, you can make these, but basically when a computer helps, computer-aided software engineering, it's just a complicated templating system, right? It's limited to this pattern that was chosen by the actual programmer.
It's not limited by anything other than a human being's brain.
Computers cannot program.
But look, realistically, compared to assembly code, we're already using computers to write software.
It's just an aid.
Well, I'm just saying, though,
for the human.
The mechanical levels will get simpler and simpler as it goes higher and higher. But that's, again, my whole point is that an artificial intelligence is going to be basically going to show up and say, what's all your fuss about, you retards?
Exactly, it's going to think completely different.
Can't you people draw a straight line? Here's a straight line. Walk it.
Well, that's the problem.
I'm just saying that an artificial intelligence is going to cut through all your sentient bullshit and all your personality conflicts.
And kill you all.
Like Adolf Hitler.
That's the potential issue. I mean,
it just reflects the programmer.
They're not going to be interested in the nuances.
Yeah, humans kill humans. That's why it's a bad idea.
Hold on.
Right, if it doesn't have the same values as
hold
a
on,
person.
but Piro makes a good point, though. It's going to reflect the programmer's values to some degree.
A human being.
How do you do that?
Then it's not intelligence.
How can't it, though? How can't it, though?
What do you mean? It's like,
the one you program. If you give it true AI, it's going to kill humans.
I mean, there's movies about that, but I mean,
the thing is, the point is, if you think the computer, wait a second, hello, my turn, hello.
Okay, go ahead, Pierre.
If you think that a computer built with the kinds of chips faster, but like we have now, if you think that could just like break loose and suddenly go on its own, and it's like, no, I will no longer clean the windows, then that's like a psychotic delusion.
Yeah,
they will just do what they're programmed to do. They will kill people because they could easily make a RoboCop. They're already making that kind of shit.
We're talking about.
You're ignoring the concept of artificial intelligence if you're saying you're going to program its ethics and have some way to make it stick. That's like
AI then.
That's like me saying, like the movie Telephone, right?
Yeah,
I have a program.
Right, that idea of artificial intelligence is
a trigger
fantasy.
You do what I triggered you to do. You're just a robot then. You're not an artificial intelligence. You're a robot performing a duty.
That's what you believe
about
it
so dichotomous, Piro.
That's not artificial intelligence.
I find it so dichotomous from your point of view that you think that artificial intelligence is impossible, yet you come up with all these technological, fantasies.
Artificial intelligence. Yeah, there's not going to be a sentient breaking free. Artificial intelligence in an industry sense is these techniques to do sophisticated things, or like in games to simulate organic behavior. That's artificially intelligent enough. If it can talk to you on a phone and take the place of a phone helper, then that's a mimic. Exactly. That is going to get arbitrarily better and better and better. That's going to get better and better.
Is it impossible?
That's getting better and better. That's possible. What you guys are calling artificial intelligence of just spun, now it's like on its own. That doesn't happen. A computer follow a set of finite instructions.
The fact is, it can happen, but the point is by definition, okay? You can't.
It's artificial.
Right.
It means it's fake. That's it. That's in the fucking
definition, all right? We weren't talking about making mannequins. We were talking about making a synthetic human.
Artificial intelligence can figure out things on its own.
No, but no, the point is, hold on,
even to the point of creating its own program.
Hold on a minute. Whoa.
For example, when they talk about learning algorithms, what they do is they break down something into a bunch of numbers. They choose the numbers to characterize the situation, and then the machine learning and so on just figures out a complicated parameter set to survive and decide how best to be configured. Should I have a level 5 on going to the left in this situation? And without a human telling it, it can find a super complex solution through basically trial and error within what the programmer invented as the philosophy of the problem.
Exactly. So this is the point, though.
Change the philosophy of the problem.
But the point is that it's artificial. It literally says it in the statements. It's exactly what it is. It's not true intelligence. It's mimicking our intelligence, and we don't even know if we're fucking intelligent.
It's not even doing that. It's something that a programmer made.
Definition of artificial intelligence. It's not.
Programmer made it.
It's fake. It's not true. It's not inherent. It's not inherent in the machine to be intelligent. It's mimicking intelligence.
It's not made of
not mimicking anything.
It is.
That's like saying the Mona Lisa is mimicking a real woman.
No, Mona Lisa is not a fucking on and off switch.
If I write a program that convinces
a computer isn't even close to
mimicking a real woman. That's exactly what the Mona Lisa is doing. It's mimicking a woman.
It's not mimicking. It's a portrait of one, you tit. It's not mimicking anything. The portrait of a woman. In a portrait.
Okay. Stop. Hold on. All right, who's gonna go first? Like, Gary, go ahead.
I'll go first just to say there's no point in having conversations when we can't do English right. Okay, I'm just saying that the concept of artificial intelligence, every one of us is applying a different definition to it. So what's the point?
I just made the distinction so I could tell you what you're calling artificial intelligence. That's never going to happen with the current kind of computers. And the kind that is going to happen is all these case-based reasonings and
never
techniques.
Going to happen. You're just saying it like you have some sort of secret book that says you know exactly why we're sentient and conscious, and there's no way you could ever
No, that's not why.
A reward and punishment.
I could say why. I think
reward and punishment system.
Okay, wait. I was going to answer. Then Piero will answer.
Because our computers operate as Turing machines, and there is no way for a Turing machine to just start going off on its own. Everything reduces down to a finite set of instructions, and in no way can that just start going off on its own. You can have learning algorithms within a parameter set that's defined by its creator.
You mean learning over a 50-year period?
I just told you what machine learning really is exploring a big parameter space. You just don't understand it. So let me just put it this way. It's because I understand how computers work. They're never going to break out on their own. They do what they're programmed to do.
We are machines.
If they look for a way to find humans...
Even the guy who fucking is like the head honcho in artificial intelligence, even he was like, yeah, a computer ain't the same as a human brain system. They just think the same thing. People
here's the deal. When you have, let's say you have a machine.
No, I argued exactly the opposite of that.
Well, whatever, you're wrong though.
Isn't an artificial intelligence.
For example, if you had a killer robot that could learn, here's an example. If you had a killer robot walking around on the ground, say, that could learn, what it would have is a bunch of dials that you could set how sensitive it is to this, when it chases, when it doesn't. And the learning part is there's an algorithm so it can set its own knobs through trial and error. But it can't create new knobs. It can't create new knobs.
Trial and error without reward and punishment.
Yeah, exactly. That's the algorithm, and it's limited to the parameter space that it's in. It can't evolve. It can't evolve, and it can't have its own break free.
And there's no artificial intelligence then, so you have to create a machine like a human being that goes from infancy to adulthood and then maturity, and it acquires information, and it goes through the filter of its native sentient capacity. We are born with a capacity to feel. We don't necessarily have to feel a particular way when certain things happen, so that programming is completely fudgeable, and we certainly know that logic, the logical part, doesn't have anything to do with any of that. That has to do with adding up facts. So I'm just saying that that's where an artificial intelligence would have to have some kind of self-interest in the sense that it can be hurt. If you can't hurt it, then you can't teach it.
Honestly, Piero, I don't think you're dealing with the problem. It just seems like you're dismissing the problem.
All right, then
I don't think Piero's not here, but Piero's not dismissing a problem. You're saying there's a problem. I don't think artificial intelligence presents any problem at all because it's still going to be rational intelligence. So it's not going to be any harder to argue with than stupid.
Well, on what basis do you say rational?
I say rational in the sense that it's going to have the intelligent part, which means it's educated, okay? So what I'm saying is it's going to be highly educated in the sense it read Plato, and it read Nietzsche, it read every book in the universe.
Did it get sad when
every
it read
book that we know of?
Well, right, but what if...
It's required a huge amount of data on words like fairness and...
Yeah, but humans...
What if solving problems means just wiping out population?
Hold on, a computer doesn't have feelings.
And it knows it's not a good thing.
Does a computer have feelings? No. Does it have emotions? Can it lie? Can it bullshit? Yeah. No. You ain't gonna do that shit. And if it did, it'd probably tell you to fuck off. Imagine an AI PC, and you switch it on, and it didn't want to come on. It didn't want to be your computer. That would be funny.
Well, what if you had a situation where just eliminating the population would absolve the problem?
What do you mean by that?
I'm saying I would agree with you, okay, that if you gave me a nuclear bomb to blow up, I'd blow it up, okay? So if you gave an artificial intelligence...
Right,
if you gave an artificial intelligence the power to blow up the world, he might do it because it is a rational thing to do.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, it depends on the
perception. How is that a threat?
Well, I think nuclear annihilation
would be a threat to people who don't want to die, bro.
Intelligence, a nuclear bomb. Why would I give Adolf Hitler a nuclear bomb? Why would I give any fucking libertarian?
That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Well, you're saying that I did for some reason. Why is there any more reason that an artificial intelligence is going to own nuclear weapons? Why will they own them?
Because they're going to be in control of things.
That's why are they going to be in control? I didn't understand. When did we have an election and we decided to...
Okay, then you don't understand the ramifications of artificial intelligence.
Well, I don't understand how they won an election. That's what I want to know. How do you make them the rulers of the world?
What do you think? How far do you think this
happened on planet Earth?
No, go show me a sci-fi movie that's that preposterous where the people voted
a sci-fi movie
to run the world.
A sci-fi movie? How about Skynet? Have you ever heard of
that was
Skynet?
independent, right? That decided to just fuck us all up because we were the threat to the planet. It decided, in its wisdom, that human beings were actually the threat to the planet.
It killed us because it thought we were going to kill it.
Yeah, exactly. We were going to unplug it. But the point is that was a military machine, and I'm saying exactly that we would have to vote for it. I'm just saying after seeing Terminator, now we're sure not to vote for it, for sure, right? Because now we've seen what a disaster it would be. So it's like if we saw a movie about how Trump gets elected president, and then we would know ahead of time not to vote for Trump.
That was actually in The Simpsons.
Now we've been warned that it's not a good idea to let machines run the country. But I already knew that, frankly. I wasn't going to elect a machine president, so I don't think...
Yeah, but Donald Trump was in The Simpsons as president, and nobody watched it, apparently. I seen it. Donald Trump was president in The Simpsons, for fuck's sake. Nobody watched it. There's a warning sign right there.
That's true.
Obama.
No one heeded the warnings.
Yes, right there.
Mecca Obama will bring hope.
And change.
Yeah, I think AI, the way it is in sci-fi films, is so far.
I'm just saying all this stuff out there that's a threat to us. I'm saying the nanotechnology is 1 million times more probable to be a threat to our future than goddamn AI.
I don't know. I think that
Nano?
whole gen warfare is still pretty high up on the what the fuck list.
So from a security standpoint, what do you mean?
We're going to give somebody's going to voluntarily say, "Oh, this machine is so much smarter than we are. Let's give it full control."
Well, no, it's just an evolutionary process.
Not a chance. It's not
Well, you know what? It could happen, like in a lab.
Certainly it is.
Some crazy shit plugged into some shit.
I can't see the evolution of political science where we say, "Gee, we're too stupid, so we should let the robots decide when we eat and what we should shove up our ass."
I'll give you a good example.
Once you're at that point, there's no point in saving you anyway, right?
Yeah, but before they set up the A-bomb, they said it might be a good idea.
The robot knows best, then you're probably worth killing.
Exactly. No one would have said, "Oh, I can't." People would have said, "I can't see a situation where we would have voted on, blowing up 1 million people in one small instance." Yet that is exactly what happened organically.
That's different than deciding we should let a robot fucking control us.
Yeah, but nobody got to decide on the A-bomb. The scientists did.
Look, you can be afraid of whatever you want to be afraid of. I'm just saying, I could come up, I think, with 1,000 things.
I'm afraid of heights. I just don't like fucking heights. That scares the shit out of me.
A sooner and more real threat.
Flying bugs.
Well, I can come up with 1,000 things.
Human welfare.
Yeah, I can do the same thing.
An artificial intelligence who's going to have full knowledge of all of human history and all of human action.
Well, here's the dichotomy, and I'll bring forth the dichotomy that we face with this issue, and that's we probably do need AI at some point. We're probably going to need it.
Because we're already smart enough, okay? The only problem with us is we're selfish.
We're not smart enough.
Yeah, we're smart enough. Smartness is a scheming tool. If we used our brains rationally and logically instead of self-interested, they're very good to bump.
Yeah, hold on, wait, I'm going to say this. If we're smart enough to create something that is intelligent and able to act on its own in the same way that we are, yes, Infinity, we are intelligent. We are smart enough.
But we're smarter technically. Because it didn't create itself.
What the liability of being a feeling organism is that you become a selfish organism. We're smart enough to know that one fact, and once you know that fact, then you can do something about it. It's like if you know there's a crocodile in your swimming pool, you can do something about it. If you don't know there's a crocodile, you might be in big trouble.
So I'll just respond. What I'm saying is we're probably technically smart enough. We could figure it out if we all did the thing. But what I'm saying is we're not smart enough to put together the system to solve the problems that we are currently facing.
That's because
that's obvious because we currently need computers to help us do that in the current.
Yeah, but that's only to crunch numbers.
Hold the fuck on. Do you not understand how fucking complex life is? When you factor in emotions,
we don't even know what life technically
situations, like there's far too much shit to be like, well, we're not smart enough to do things now. Like, dude, we are.
Well, that's exactly my point.
You're grossly misunderstanding.
That's exactly my point.
Look, I'll give you an analogy. Maybe this is bigger.
There's an immense amount of complications that require more input than we can actually have as human beings. So we have to have computers to help us figure out these problems.
Let me have my counter argument. Okay, first off, most of our computers are for entertainment. Most of the devices, the technology we have is all entertainment devices. We're using a tiny percentage of it for any kind of intelligence or doing any kind of real engineering. Yes, there's some of it that helps out when designing buildings and whatnot, but we know we could all do that from scratch anyway, so it's not doing that much. It's not that critical an aid. But anyway, so that's off to the side. The second point is that say if this was a puzzle and you can it's a simple puzzle, right? Puzzle. Once you know the idea of puzzle, the pieces have to stick together and you know it's one picture. But what if you didn't know it was one picture and you didn't get the idea that you can't smash the pieces into each other? So you might take a hammer and try to force them, and you make a mess of it. Okay. Now, it wouldn't be that you were stupid necessarily. It's just that you didn't understand the game. So what I'm saying to you is the only thing that makes us anything, that marginalizes our intelligence or effectively destroys its functionality is the fact that we don't understand that our psychology can't be allowed to own us. Our intelligence needs to own us. So we're not being run by our intelligence. We're being run by our self-interest and our fucking goddamn gooey parts. And once we step beyond that and say we have all the intelligence we need to be quite sophisticated organisms.
Well, yeah, but that seems like an argument in favor of artificial intelligence to take
it's
out those psychological.
It's an argument in favor of raising kids not to love sports, not to have stupid values, not to be a competitive loser idiot, not
those
to
are cultural issues.
Kind of point in all this mindless competition.
Those are cultural issues. They don't have anything to do.
Technically, when we argue, we're participating in a form.
The only thing in our way is cultural bullshit.
Technically, when we argue like we're doing now, we're still that's a form of competition. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's constructive competition when you agree. Okay, it's not some silly competition about who can swim the fastest. It's a competition to try to build something like the best or the best idea. It's a competition for something productive, not something.
To you, it's not productive though. Like you're placing your values and saying your values are absolute, but that's more or less you.
No, I'm saying a cure for cancer is absolutely more valuable. Valuable than a fried chicken recipe.
It's probably more valuable for us to talk about fucking sports than you and I to try and work on a cure for cancer, because that's not gonna fucking happen.
You say.
Good if you was a scientist.
You say.
Where's your magical cure for cancer? Where's your magical cure for cancer? Where's your cure for cancer? Where is Gary's cure for cancer?
Where you talk about how much you want to get into
you, my nigga, I want to see this nigga's fucking cure for cancer on my desk 3 o'clock in the goddamn morning.
Example, jackass.
Seriously.
I can give other examples, jackass.
Probably better for
stupid.
So like I said, it's more productive for us to work on for us to talk about swimming than working on the cure for cancer. There's a lot more to life than just saying, oh, you're stupid because you don't value what I value, which is what Gary's simplistic Mickey Mouse ass is talking about right now.
Right. He's calling me the simple one because I recognize that most human beings waste their potential.
Because you don't understand that human beings have limitless potential and lots of things to add to life. Then just because you don't like sports and competition don't mean shit, homie.
It's not that I don't like it, it's that I recognize it to be unproductive.
Your value system. That's your value system.
You guys calm down a little bit.
You narrow-minded moron. That's your fucking
lazy ass.
Come on. Hey, one at a time at least.
You don't understand. Wait. People have different values.
Which of you guys prefer to be muted and which prefer to be kicked?
Just both shut up, man. My fucking ears can't take it. Jesus Christ.
Come on. And you guys say I'm a psychotic.
Arguing over something that was fucking pointless.
No, it's not pointless.
So wait, I just came back, but I can guess what's going on.
No, there is pointless.
Gary's like absolute bullshit.
Can we take a second to someone tell me exactly what was the debate?
Okay, alright.
It's about sports. He's a fucking sports whore.
You them both.
Stop. So Kalins is you're a sports whore.
No, what he was saying is some people find other shit appealing, and Gary's saying he recognizes.
Do you like sports?
Wait, man, because you're gonna get this fighting again. What he was saying is some people appreciate some shit, some people don't. And Gary was saying in this conversation that we're having, he finds this productive, not so much an argument in the sense that you can reach somewhere which is, better than arguing about sports, shall we say, because he finds sports non-productive. In the same way, I guess icons can say, well, he likes sports, and then they both started going.
No, I was arguing, okay, unlike Spicer's paraphrase, I was defending the fact that the human race could be magnificent, and it wastes 99% of its potential on junk. Garbage, trash.
Listening to Gary complain about his miserable ass life is one thing.
Okay. And what, Kalins, you were saying sports isn't a waste?
Basically, no. I'm saying no. I'm not. Sports isn't a waste. There are many cultural practices that are different to you that, like, to that culture, they value it, and I don't see why that value.
But look at what happened but look what happened in Brazil and what a disaster it is for working people.
Okay, so Brazil speaks for every. So are you saying Brazil speaks for every example of sports? Or?
No, but I think there's a theme there, or like George Carlin, even though he was just comedically harsh. You know his thing about. Golf courses and the 1 million acres of prime real estate, and you should give it to homeless people, and sports is fucked up. And there's truth to that. It is a cultural disease, the way we do it. It's not wrong to play sports. It's not necessarily wrong that kids, it's not wrong that we buy basketballs and have kids play basketball at school, but when they want for fun, but millions of dollars, and when you have poverty.
Well, no, and more importantly, when you have ignorance, okay? When you have ignorance, that's not a good thing. You want to incentivize kids to become smart, not to become athletes.
That's retarded. But anyway, there are lots of things. There's lots of things that one can do. Here's my thing, right? You say that you use like homelessness and poverty and shit. Okay, but there are lots of things that you can move resources from to combat poverty. It's the thing that annoys me is that these arguments and these conversations are had by people who quite honestly live within a fucking bubble.
We all live within a bubble to some extent.
I've got plugs. I've got lots of hoses and plugs out of my bubble.
But some are more than others.
We're not doing enough.
Some are larger than others, though.
Maybe I don't play enough sport.
Maybe, but some are larger than others.
We're protected economic.
I mean,
we're protected by.
We live in this fucking. We live in this fucking bubble, and then we have people like Gary here, who looks like he basically just rose from the dead. And, like, apparently his moral value system is the only thing that apparently matters.
Ugly fat ass, do we, fat ass?
If you'd like to, I can show you what I look like, sexy man.
Your real ugly face. Let me see, ugly fuck.
Hold on. I'll send it to Piro, and then he can send it to Gary, and then we can both make out afterwards.
I can't send it to Gary. I don't know how this stuff works.
And then after I send it to
send it to me on Google Plus, and I'll put it in the video.
Gary and I can then, like, just...
I'm not going to be a docking go-between, sorry.
I'm sorry, but you have to be in this now, Piro. Like,
well, I'm not in it.
I'm
not in it.
This is so
Homie's not in it.
Because Gary
Homie doesn't give a damn.
Gary is clearly not a bottom. I'm not a bottom, so Piro, you have to be the bottom. I'm sorry. Like all of this,
that's not gonna happen.
All of this aggressive sexual tension has to go somewhere, man.
A lot of sports sluts are stupid. They can't figure out that they shouldn't talk about other people's appearance when they're afraid to show their own face.
I told you I would send you mine. So, like, why are you still complaining?
But you're trying to include me because you know I won't be involved. I'll space it out.
I'm including you because it's funny, and it's funny for fucking size over there.
I'm just laughing at how so, like, it was a nice conversation, and then it's interesting.
No, Piro, you misunderstand. I do that for comedic value because it's funny to me.
No, I figured that. No, you misunderstand my not misunderstanding. So where were we in the conversation?
Well, we was about artificial intelligence. Fuck the sport thing, please.
Yeah, the human race has no hope because it's going to waste 98% of its potential on silly entertainments for its silly gladiator heart. It wants to go watch some Christians get eaten by the lions, and it wants to watch.
That's cultural.
Yes. I just saw like a nigga get eaten by a fucking alligator like 2 days ago.
A bunch of bloodthirsty fat asses.
Because Gary here is like peak performance of fucking health and like what we should aspire to. And the reason why I said that, Gary, is because I find it preposterous that someone like yourself could call me fat. Also, by the way,
sports culture is corrupt.
I'd like to make this point. Also, by the way, Gary, you're the one who assaulted me first because you called me fat. You actually said that about me.
Come on, let's not be.
No, we are.
He said it first.
No, he didn't. He said.
You're gonna insult him now. It's just gonna go round in circles.
That's right. That's right. So.
But the point is, the point is that I'm here on camera.
Okay, I just told you that I would give it to Piro. The only reason
this is boring. Hey, you guys, there's not really a lot of more back and forth on this subject that is goes.
Anyway, Piro, I'm giving it to you because you're the only person
I think one thing that we have is it's like we do a lot of this. Too much relativism where it's like, yeah, everybody could feel how they want. You could still have a position of whether it's good or bad, and if somebody else has a position you disagree with.
But that's fine, and I'm fine with disagreeing.
Like, that's what we went around with the democratic system. We argue about if it's going to happen instead of what we particularly think of it.
And hold on, I'd like to put this out here, Piro. The reason why I asked you to do it is because I don't know anybody else who knows Gary. You're the only person that I know.
Let's just forget the whole.
I don't know Gary. I know Gary, but
I don't have anybody who's on his list. I don't know anybody who's on his list, so I can't get.
I don't care. Come on, that's boring for me. I have to listen to you two fucking wank each other off. Please just get back on a fucking topic that's relative.
This is
in all seriousness,
it's not relative.
I
It's
boring as fuck. I don't like to be involved in that kind of stuff. People handle their own private.
I had a problem. Somebody PMing something. I've got 14 email addresses.
Yeah, I don't really see why you're all uncomfortable. Like, oh God, like I'll just.
No, because it's like this, for example, Gary has emails you can find on his website.
Anything to donotgod.com, inmendum.com, do not.
All right, hold on. Let me send it to you through inmendum.com.
Jesus, why all the effort into the stupid sending of shit? Just turn your webcam on and just fucking say hi.
I don't have a webcam.
Apparently, we all didn't realize, but he's actually Sidney Poitier, and he's going to be so like.
I am, and then when you see me, you and I are going to have some Sunday action there.
Oh, Jesus.
The thing is, I think that we have a culture, and I'm fine with there being sports. I see some of the positive aspects, but sports culture are totally corrupt, so I am against it. I think it's screwed up. It should not be done the way it is. It's just like there could be spirituality, but all the money of all the churches every freaking mile and a half is ridiculous. Now, does that mean I want to close all the churches by force with guns? No, but I do think it's stupid.
I do.
Well, good for you. I mean, maybe it might convince me.
Here's the thing, though. I can at least understand Piro's perspective at the very least. Like, just the idea that, you see something and you don't personally agree with it, but you can see the negatives and the positives to it, not just, it's a waste of shit.
I don't think, but Gary wasn't.
But that was Gary's point, though.
No, Gary is like.
It's not stop playing sports, it's that it's. Go ahead.
No, he was just saying humans could do much better than, kicking a football around, which I agree with.
We're on the brink of idiocracy, and the cure isn't more sports.
That's true.
But then, Sizer, you play esports. Why the fuck are you even?
I don't play esports. I play computer games. I used to play esports.
That's what that shit's.
No, I don't get paid, bitch.
You don't, but that's what that fucking shit is.
Yeah, but being competitive. Yeah, but if I just show
but it's all a form of competition.
Hold on a minute.
Another thing about sports is
let me respond. Let me respond. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Let me respond. If I had a choice between playing computer games or finding a cure for cancer, I'd rather find a cure for cancer.
That's fine. That's fine. But I'm not talking about whether or not you have the choice to do that. I'm just saying, how is it
I'm not a fucking scientist.
No, well, we're not talking about whether he has the choice to do it. We're not talking
But that's the fucking point. But
But
that's the fucking
more
point.
valuable.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not arguing value, though. I was never arguing value. Gary just went insane and just assumed I was. I was saying things.
But that's the whole point of your argument.
No, that wasn't the point of my argument. My argument was that people value things differently.
Yeah, we can all agree on that. But I'm saying is, if I had a choice, if
that's fine.
If I had a choice, well, that's just me. Gary's just saying his.
That's not what Gary is saying. Gary's saying, check it out.
That's what I got from what he was saying.
That's what I got from it.
1 minute.
Then go ahead.
What I was asking for a concession to is the fact that it's our selfish, stupid, silly psychology that waste our time, and it would be better to invest in our intelligence, to incentivize the intelligence.
Intelligence has no real meaning. We don't even understand what intelligence means. I'm not going to let you finish because what you're saying has no actual. It's vague. It's too vague. We don't.
I want to bring something up.
I'm sick of this shit. This asshole gets to control everything. Fuck
yes. All right, then fuck off. Like every.
You don't let him finish.
You know what?
So here's the thing. I don't like how much I get to interrupt you guys. I don't like how much I get to interrupt because it's my room, and when it gets like that, I want to be able to go to calm down and arbitrarily decide who goes back and forth, right? And I've had something I wanted to interject in the conversation. So it's either that I get called interrupting too much, or I can't even get a word in edgewise.
When they shout like that, I wish you would fucking.
Even a middle ground. Well, I've in this while, not to whine about it, but I have done some shouting. But I'm also willing to let it go. But
yeah, don't shout, man. Just
now that Gary's gone, I would like to bring up the thing that I was thinking about, which is the sports culture is so corrupt, and it's like the Catholic priests, right? There's a lot of Sandusky's out there in these martial societies, and the same with the Boy Scouts, and there's a bunch of them that in my activist circles that we felt, and the word was, and everybody believed, and it sure was true of the Catholic priests, and it's true of Sandusky, and people saw that and did nothing, which shows something.
Also, Stizer ain't doing shit because instead of like going to pursue a science, he's doing shit. You are doing absolute shit.
I'm doing exactly what I want to. I pursuing computer games. I don't know
what you're talking about.
I know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm pursuing what I want to do.
You're pursuing exactly.
Yeah, but I don't want to do. I don't want to do anything that you just said. Well, fuck. I don't want to be a footballer. Or some shit.
Well, no, why don't you go fucking pursue science in this shit then? Since you're like
acting as if science, man, I build computer games.
What's the point?
I don't fucking know.
Just because I don't do cancer
video games.
Cancer research. That's not cancer research, bitch. That ain't cancer research. I don't want to save the planet.
That's what I'm talking about. If you can't,
I can't shut up with a high-pitched voice, man. You know.
So the issue is what are you talking about?
Basically, Stizer is talking about how he'd rather do these noble fucking things, and yet
I didn't say any stupid shit.
He's sitting around like playing fucking computer games.
Yo, just because you started shit with Gary, don't start.
No. Wait a second.
Bitch.
Wait.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait a second. We were talking about sports and where they're negative. You kicked the guy that was anti-sports, so now I'm the anti-sports guy.
I didn't kick him. He left.
Yeah, because you were fucking going on all the fucking time.
Because you're fucking
Listen, bitch, you've got an opinion. I've got an opinion. Sit the fuck down. Bitch, you're gonna overtalk me. Stop. You.
It's still the same thing, you guys.
Either, bitch. I ain't running nowhere because you're too.
Professional sports has this corrupt culture that includes.
Fucking cunt. It's not even.
Fuck you, you whiny hypocrite! Like, oh, I care about all this shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit around and play computer games.
Well, I have.
Fuck you! I didn't say I fucking like that shit. You fucking cunt! Don't fucking put words in my mouth. You was the one who came up with it. You fucking cunt!
You're the one who's.
Shut your fucking mouth, you squeaky little bitch!
This is ridiculous, you guys.
You know, I'd rather be a squeaky little bitch.
He's still going on about it. Gary's left the room. Don't fucking stop.
You're both going on about it.
I'll just fucking leave.
Well, yeah, I mean, instead of getting
that's two people that's left because of his squeaky ass fucking mouth.
Well, whatever. So none of you guys know who Amy Goodman is, so fuck it. I'm ready to go. That was exciting. I got 3 interviews tomorrow, so gotta go to sleep. Bye.
I know who Amy Goodman is.
Did you hear do you know what's going on with the Dakota pipeline? Were you and I talking about that? Who was it that started off in here talking to me about that? Gary, maybe, no. Who the fuck, was it you?
On the protest, he got beat up or something.
Amy Goodman is got a warrant for her arrest on a misdemeanor in Dakota because she was at the protest where the Native Americans mostly are protesting them building this pipeline, oil pipeline, right across their reservation.
I think Jill Stein got one of them as well for doing spray painting on a bulldozer or some shit.
Yep, that's right. Same place.
Yeah, Jill Stein got one as well. Huh.
The thing is, Jill Stein is going there as an individual, a politician, and that at least makes some sense. But usually you wouldn't charge a journalist for being there to film what goes on, you know?
Oh, she only filmed it and got arrested for it.
Well, she hasn't got arrested. She's back out of state, but they put it in. It's one of these things that if she goes back in to keep covering it, then she could get in trouble with it. But I don't think she cares. She got arrested at the Republican convention 1 or 2 cycles ago.
Isn't that just like a fine, though? Wouldn't she just pay a fine for that shit?
Yeah, misdemeanor would be no big deal, exactly.
I wouldn't worry about it.
But it builds up, and when they harass protesters and activists with things, they build up, right? And then they make no parole, and then sometimes people go to jail for a long time. Like in the marijuana area, there were people that I know of a guy in Hawaii that had a pot ministry, and he got in a lot of trouble over the years, and then finally he got an agreement pretty much with the local cops, and they let him do it because there was medical marijuana. But he wasn't quite doing it that way. And then he ended up getting busted. The local cops helped, even though there was a don't enforce marijuana law passed locally. The feds came in and the locals helped him, and then he was in jail for like 4 years. Oh, so wow. They build things up, it was misdemeanor here, and then a little, and then boom, they can do.
Sounds a bit brown shitty though, doesn't it? Like fucking, you know what I mean? Like the media is supposed to be free to do shit, innit? Like that, like report stuff. And if you're gonna,
yeah, traditionally in the U.S., for all the flaws and people's careers are ruined because they get fired and stuff. But as far as actually going to jail, no, usually they don't prosecute it because even though you could prosecute it, they figure, well, they'll get off on freedom of the press in the end. But see, if you want to be hard ass like other countries, definitely have traditions of, and the United States does too in certain circumstances of, no, go ahead and put them in jail. Sure, they get off. But believe me, a reporter doesn't want to be in jail for a week. This is a true slap suit kind of approach, right? Even if they're going to get off, you could also put them in jail. So it's kind of surprising to me that they do this. Now, her getting arrested, kind of tussling with cops that were trying to arrest the cameraman because he wouldn't stop filming. That sort of does happen a lot. I've seen that happen just being a protester. I've seen the people down there filming for little TV stations and stuff, or newspapers and stuff, that they will get arrested for not leaving an area the cops say to clear. Mm. But that didn't happen in this case. In this case, they were trespassing, but she was totally filming with the crowd. There was no instigation. On the other hand,
they could always go to if she was trespassing, then the cops can just arrest you anyway. As soon as you're trespassing, kind of like fuck that, I guess, because you are trespassing.
Right, but generally speaking, you wouldn't do that to the press.
No, but I'm saying is
unless it's a
probably
fake
just
press
making an example of
it. And Amy Goodman is an institution. She's obviously not instigating it, so
maybe
it's just a harassment. Harassment.
You never know, because I mean, if you got a good name as like /activist /reporter, sometimes like the locals will be like, yeah, get here and make an example.
I met Amy Goodman, and she signed a book for me by her brother just a couple months ago because she came by to Bar Harbor. She's great. I'm a huge fan of hers.
It's on YouTube or something?
Huge. No, it's Democracy Now. That she's you should watch it. It's a liberal news program by a real with real journalism in it. And it's called the War and Peace Report. And
I'm sure I did. Oh, hold on. I'm sure
it's pretty famous now. Yeah, it's pretty famous now.
Pretty sure I've watched it. Oh yeah, yeah, I knew that is because they endorsed Bernie Sanders in the election.
Yeah, and Jill Stein's on her.
The very progressive RD type, like left.
Yeah, but they also are really they give the facts of both sides, even though there is an open liberal slant to things. There, you can get information there. Like, let's say you were conservative, you could watch that show, reject their slant, and still get more information than you're getting off of Fox News. That you could then
information.
Right? Yeah, and so, but what I mean, it's nice. It's like it's good journalism in the sense that there is real information there, even for people that disagree with the interpretation. And the interpretation is also there. I mean, she believes in an activist kind of journalism. Like at the thing on Saturday when there were private guys releasing dogs on the protesters and biting people with dogs. And she was there and she's like, why are you letting that woman's dog attack those people? You know, so she's not like, you can't be involved. If you see an injustice, you're not supposed to just record it and go, oh. You're supposed to stop it, so there's an activism.
Like on both sides kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's true that you could do that. And so it wouldn't be that bad that Fox is there with its angle. It's just that it's such a big fat liar. You know what I mean? But if it was honest...
Well, that's got so many fucking people that watch it who are like... You know,
but you know the whole thing about that. But you know the whole thing about the average age. It's an amazingly unsustainable by definition. It's following... It's because there's a huge generational change that's on its way out, and
old people,
and they're taking the yeah, but no, it's not old people.
I don't mean that in a bad way, though. I just mean like the older
people forget. They think old people are a certain way, but that's just because the generation that is their grandparents was that way, and in reality, it just changes as the baby boomers become the 80-year-olds. 80-year-olds will seem different. Yeah. You know, they'll have the goofy reputation again or whatever it is. So in certain generations, they had hard ass. My grandfather would chopped out a tree with his bare hand or whatever. And that's always changing. And there's a huge shift coming right now. And Fox is like on the wave, the final wave in the set. You know, they come in sevens and it's like the final wave, which is, I mean, they say it makes $1 billion a year, which I'm like, that's astounding.
Okay, this is weird, right? This has got nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it's kind of related to politics, right?
$1 billion.
Did you see Hillary Clinton cough up them balls of gloop? Did you see that? Anybody?
No, I didn't see that.
Right? But anyway, the other day, right? Apparently, well, I actually watched the video.
I saw her stumbling today, but what do you mean? Some old video or recent?
No, it was recently. She was doing a speech. It's on YouTube. I'll probably find the link now. But she spat out these like huge balls of green gloop. It looked gross. I don't know what they were. Someone was saying it was Bill Clinton's nuts, which is quite funny. But apparently, I've just been scrolling down YouTube.
Okay,
breaking news.
Yeah, why don't you suck Donald Trump's dick then?
Hillary Clinton diagnosed with pneumonia. Not surprised after coughing that shit up. It was gross.
Right. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Hillary.
That's what it sounds like. I mean, you know, green. That's the whole snot thing. Is when it has the colors.
Yeah. Watch this, dude. You probably won't want to.
Green's the worst color. Though personally, I find it a pleasant little color, and when you do have that sickness and you finally get that lump out, it's kind of like, oh, thank God, and it'll be there, and you stick it with a toothpick for a little while, and it's kind of
dude, these were globules. Watch that. These weren't snot balls, you know, them little like snot balls you get like oh look, it's gross, but it's tiny. These are like fucking snowballs. I'm not kidding. 2 of them into a glass of water. I was just like, that is just gross. Just watch it, dude. It's nasty on so many levels. And they were huge.
Come on, man. This is
that's just
this is ridiculous.
This is very important politics right here. Wait a second, I need a higher.
Look, watch it.
Give me a break.
Watch how big these fucking suckers are.
Give me a fucking break. This is so stupid.
Why does it matter?
Because she's
like, coughing into a glass and
it's hard to
something.
And she's like 70 years old. What do you expect?
I don't know what she coughed up, man, but that was nasty.
I didn't see anything. Oh, oh my God, that was pretty big.
There's like two massive nuts at the bottom of the glass.
But so what does it matter? Yeah, so she's got. I've done that before. If you're out and about 24/7 and you get sick when you're talking and you get a horse and you're flying all over, pressure, and you're 70 years old, she looks like a pretty healthy 70-year-old. When Ronald Reagan ran, everybody said, "Oh no, he's way too old," and sure enough, he had Alzheimer's. But 70 back then is not like 70 now. And she's doing fine. And I'll give that to, it doesn't really matter because they're all a team of people and they better be. So if one dies, and someone could get hit by a bus. So it's just silly.
I don't
But
even
I would
care.
say fine with Trump. I believe Trump is pretty healthy for a million-year-old.
Something into a glass. Who gives a fuck? I'm voting for her.
Well,
I don't give a fuck.
The whole point was she's got pneumonia. That's the point, apparently.
I don't care. I'm still voting.
There we go.
But you're not saying I'd vote for her because of that, right?
Yeah. You could die.
Why?
She could
die.
That's ridiculous.
I'd rather have her dead than Donald Trump alive.
Hold on.
Oh, don't say that. Because Donald Trump's going to win, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I think you
want him to win?
Trump. He's going to win.
Bastard, if
he's going to win.
That's just
don't put anything
he's not going to win.
Actually, I want Donald Trump to win too. That way,
that will shake up American politics because people will get off their ass and stop.
The world will collapse economically.
It'll start laughing.
That's perfect. If the world collapses, then it'll become like Mad Max, and we can all make like weird feudal era societies and shit.
And drive crazy ass.
Exactly.
It
can be like a robot apocalypse.
It's not gonna happen.
That's
why you can't run the government.
Why do you wanna piss on my dreams, huh? Why can't we have a fucking apocalypse?
Seriously, I'm gonna join up with Stizor, and we're going.
You know what? I'm ahead of my curve, you guys. I've always loved the apocalyptic thing. I've read just many and all the classic science. I love apocalyptic games. I was watching Mad Max when I was underground, but we don't really want one.
Yeah, we can sit there and fantasize.
No, we don't really want one.
You know what?
We want it to happen.
You know what?
You replace your arm with like a fucking giant blade and shit.
Society, what's the zombie thing about? Everybody's into it now. When I was a kid, no, it was a freaky little subgenre, but it was popular in sci-fi. And now,
you know what? The people who don't want to be killed are the ones. Exactly. The ones who die first are the ones who will not join us. Exactly.
Yeah, they'll be too busy trying to make the commune while we run the place.
I also like these like lost at sea or plane wreck, and they have to make it in the woods.
5 minutes.
I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine. I'd eat bugs and shit. I'd be fine. People would be grossed out, but I'll be alive.
You know what? We'll just eat the people who we kill, Sizor. Fuck.
Yeah, I just go all Mad Max and shit, man. Family stuff.
I have two novel-sized stories I've worked on for years, and I basically have it all worked out, and they're both the end of the world.
Good. It's the best place to live.
Exactly.
But we don't really want the end of the world. The thing is, we're actually in a sweet place if we just step forward. We know how to make things better. It's not a confusing, will people stop having so many kids? Yes, they will. We know how to clean water. We know how cheap energy.
Because there isn't any. Don't have to worry about that shit.
With you, we're on a crash course. Calamity.
Just because people are stupid about it.
There's nothing that says otherwise.
Also, wait, Sizer,
that's not
my
true.
bad, bro. I just wanted to say that.
Alright, good. I apologize too.
No, my bad, bro.
On me next time.
You're both a couple of bitches. Anyway, you're both a couple of cucks. Okay.
Cucks.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's the new
cyber cucks. That's what we shall be.
I forgot what we were going to say.
I'm an E.
Oh, yeah. So, no, here's the thing. Here's what my answer. The indication of what people are into, like sports, doesn't make it look good for doing the things that we know. But technologically, and the people that care about what are the real solutions, doing the math on energy and things, there's actually available solutions for all of the actual, meaning infrastructural problems, the things that make people's lives longer and there's more money and the economy works. They're actually known. They've been discovered.
It's not like
it's not magic anymore. And we could make a much better society where everybody had more of part of the wealth enough to be safe and have health care and all this impossible education.
But it's not going to happen.
You're just a cynic.
It's
a cynic, but you're a cynic and you have that right. But you can't say there's no indications because you owe it to me to answer.
Entitled to be a cynic. Leave me alone.
Yes, but you also should answer if you ask me and I give you the specific thing where I say there's some indication. Of course, you're going to go, yeah, but that indication isn't going to win at the end. But you could consider these indications. Like, are things getting better? Is the world population growth slowing?
That's
okay. Well, look, is lifespan getting longer?
Yes, but more
in
people
developed countries.
More people
all
die
over the
from
world. It's
poverty
getting
than should
longer.
die.
It's longer everywhere now than it was 100 years ago.
Yeah, and more people starve to death than they did 100 years ago.
Okay, wait.
Well, not percentage-wise, they don't.
Wait, okay,
Technically,
wait.
they do.
One second.
I don't know if that's true. I don't.
Okay, one second.
Well, you can look it up. The UN has numbers going back for, numbers that were measured going back into the 60s and other numbers from various measurements.
On average? Or
I'm telling you, per capita income is going up. Life expectancy.
Well, who gives a shit about that?
The population growth, because these are things that make the world a better place.
At a slower rate than it should be going up. Even the IMF know that shit.
Who cares if child mortality is going down? Well, the parents. And also people that don't have. Also, when people have. I'm telling you, things are getting better.
We should check the comments, by the way, because we have an active comment section now, right?
We do. I didn't know.
I do not think things are getting better overall because we refuse to accept what we're doing to the planet. We keep doing the same things over and over to the planet. We see the ramifications of these actions, and we refuse to accept them.
Are you trying to say that Jesus won't come and save us?
Okay,
is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
My turn. Hello.
Yeah,
I want to
sorry about that. I'm sorry.
So, you are making us. You talked about that anecdotal thing before, but you're making a subjective evaluation that's not better for this words. I'm saying there's a way to measure things that can be considered better or worse, and I think that lifespan, per capita income, things like that are measurements that
those are internal
good things
to a certain system of economics.
The worldwide one
don't recognize every aspect of what is going to affect the economics of the future.
Okay, I'll show you what I mean.
You're saying.
Okay, wait. So this actually is kind of an interesting conversation.
Oh wow, we have got a comment. People are actually
we got an active comment section going on right there. That's why I said we need to actually read them so we can engage the viewers.
I don't see comments. What do you mean?
Hold on.
That's because you're in here with us, not looking at the
on Google Plus or on YouTube.
On YouTube.
YouTube.
I'm getting error pages for some reason. Well, I can't even get onto the site because I'm getting error messages.
What are you looking at a Gapminder for? Show us the fucking questions, Paro.
Damn it. I can't get onto YouTube.
Wealth and health nations. How did they do these surveys, man? Did they ring people over the phone and shit?
What
about people who haven't got phones?
I think they have cell phones, right? There you go. For the people who don't have houses.
What if you live in, like, I don't know, the Sahara Desert or someplace with camels and shit?
Well, the camels can transport cell phones. There you go.
Yeah, they carry cell phone towers on their.
Exactly. Oh my god! I can't believe I actually got into a fight with you, Sizor. That was.
Well, see, that's because you fucking blame me for stupid shit about like fucking cancer and shit.
You know I love you, Sizor. I don't love camels.
I used to be
fuck camels. Wealth of health. And health of nations.
Trying to prove us that the world's a better place to live.
Okay, so what are we talking about here?
I'm talking about statistics like lifespan, child mortality,
and that's
general health, per capita income. These statistics are all getting better in the world, and this leads to more security. And for example, when infant mortality goes down and gets better, then people have fewer kids. So overpopulation is really not going to be a problem.
It never was.
But wait a minute. Overpopulation.
That's
so
never
you
been a
disagree that?
I don't know. It's crashing.
We don't have enough. We don't have too many people on the planet. We have a problem with distribution of resources, though.
So wait a minute. You disagree that populating the planet even more, to say double. Let's say double. What it is now.
Did you listen to what I just said? I just said we don't have a population problem. We have a distribution of resources.
Okay, well, we have a distribution problem then.
Okay, so you see this here, for example.
Well, that's
okay.
fine.
So this is life expectancy here on the vertical, and this is income per person per year, GDP per capita.
Oh, look at all the risk.
Yeah, and the statistics all go up.
I already know about this.
So that's everybody following.
In my favor.
Everything flies in your favor.
Totally in my
Everything flies in your flavor because everything's getting better, like I said. So naturally,
everything's getting better.
Okay, wait. Yeah. Infinity, explain how. Infinity, explain how it flies in your favor, because if we understand that, then
Here's where everybody at 1800, no life expectancy in a nation longer than 40. Now, none less than 50.
You're increasing the population in that graph, right?
Yeah, that's
the size of the bubbles or the population getting bigger.
Yeah.
Right. And so you're saying that's sustainable because when you look at the...
No, I didn't say it's sustainable. I said that the population...
Well, then what are we talking about?
I said the reason it's sustainable is because also we could say...
Well, wait a minute. You just said it's not... What do you mean?
Wait, if you listen, if you wait, then I can
Is it
tell you.
sustainable or is it not sustainable?
Okay,
what's sustainable? The bubbles getting bigger forever? No, but they're not getting bigger forever. They're getting bigger slower now, and they're balancing out. And I could show you the statistic of the number of children per woman, and it's balancing out.
That's because people
can't
afford
per
kids.
woman. Here we go on the y-axis. Babies per women on the y-axis.
Notice the giant drop-off in China. When they introduced the two more babies law.
Well, listen.
Okay, so wait, no, this is 1800. See, the world is from like 8 up here down to 4, so it's right here in the middle around 5.5 in China. That's 1800. Here we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
When was that? Look where China is now.
Around 2.
Yeah.
1.57 US, 1.97. Now, what are these nations? Nigeria.
That's
poor
Africa. That's
If these guys get clean water, and stuff, they're going to go right down to here. We know that for a fact. That's how these countries all did it. They all had programs for educating their people.
All them countries are rich. And
this is the result of social service programs.
No, that's the result of being in a country where you have to pay more tax for babies.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on.
No.
It's hard. Okay, it's hard.
First it's industrialization, then comes the taxing.
So just have more countries that require more energy to sustain them, is what you're saying.
No.
That is what you're saying.
No, I was being
Okay, wait, hold on.
Look at the countries that produce those results. They require more energy to produce those results. Correct?
Yes.
No, but more people are not having
Okay,
babies.
so where does the energy come from? How are you going to produce it? How are you going to do that without...
Well, I think there's a lot of technology. There's a lot of technology in that area, and a lot of people have different answers.
Energy's not the
Piero's going.
I think there's a lot of answers, and I think we should have a lot of answers. I personally think we should just go for thorium energy, which is everywhere in every part of the world.
Okay.
I think we should use water.
Okay, guys. One second, guys. I just like to say this.
No, we should use something real.
Wait, guys. In this scenario, like Infinity is Gaia, the spirit of the Earth from Captain Planet, and we're the eco villains.
Yeah,
like,
we want to just.
Yes, I agree. You guys are just the advocates of of continuing the mad machine that
Yeah.
is destroying everything.
That's not what made the life expectancy go down. That wasn't the mad machine. That's Peace Corps and all kinds of things.
Nah, man, that's the purpose.
What do you mean, what do you mean?
Honestly-
We keep increasing the population.
Yeah, so
At a slower rate, and now it's balancing out. Once we have that number I just showed
It's
you
not
here
balancing
at 2.
out. We're not going to be.
Oh, you're ignorant.
We're
I
going
just showed
to double
you.
the
Okay,
population.
guys.
Dude,
hold
Under
on.
right
your
now.
scenario, if I may,
right now it's balanced out
I may-
already.
if I may,
Okay, wait. Let Infinity go, because he has been trying to.
under your scenario, we don't even have a chance of balancing it out until we double it again. That's insane.
Excuse me, you don't listen sometimes very well, because right now the average rate of having babies per woman is at a steady rate in most places. These little tiny countries don't
it's
add
gonna
up
go
to much as
down.
all
It's
of this
gonna
stuff.
keep going down because people can't afford to fucking.
So we're supposed to be balancing out at around 11 billion people if the curve continues the way it looks right now.
No.
How many is that? An
That's
extra?
wrong. That's
You're
why I
wrong. I'm
said
showing
what I
you the
said.
statistics
We're
right
at
now, and
7
you're
billion
wrong.
now.
You're
It will
wrong.
be 14 billion by 20.
That's 7.4.
You're wrong. That's not what the UN says, and these are statistics that are collected from around the world on the growth rate, and you can see that it's down between.
Okay, I'm
in the
going
twos.
by WHO stats. That's what I'm going by.
Of when?
What do you mean of when? The recent stats.
When did you do it?
So you think that is
Can you show us your stats?
I said it'll balance out at 11 to 13 or whatever. 14.
Can we?
fine.
Okay. Can
it's
we
going
agree?
to balance out.
Let's find agreement here. Can we agree that there should be a limit?
No.
There will be a limit, yeah, and we go out and if you educate.
No, hold on.
If you make people
can we agree that there should be a limit?
Nope.
No, here's
there
the
should
point.
not be a limit on population.
Oh my God.
Okay, guys.
If you
create a simple question.
My turn.
Going.
If you create an infrastructure, a modern infrastructure, clean water and schools and libraries and shit, people only have about 2 kids.
Which all requires energy, Piero.
Yes. So yes, I'm fine.
I'm asking
using energy.
If
I'm using it right now.
Does that mean we don't have to worry about population?
Nope.
We don't have to worry about population because it's going to level off at around 14 or 15 billion, something like that. It's
Based
gonna
on what? Based on what?
So you're saying
stop. I want to answer based on the because I used a different thing. Based on the fact that in the last 100 years we've gone from 6 children per woman to around 2, which is the sustainable level.
We still have exponential growth, which is going to put us at 14 billion.
And that's still not a lot of people.
14 fucking billion. That's double what we have now. And we're burning up the fucking planet as it is.
The time we
and
get
you
to
guys
14,
just want to keep going and going and going.
The time
well,
we get
because
to 14 billion people,
it's insane.
No, you're insane. There's plenty of energy.
And there's plenty of space.
Plenty of energy. We can plenty of energy. No problem.
Energy. There's tons.
That's why we're digging up all the shit out of the fucking Canadian
right.
No, that's
sands.
That's what I
pulling up all that shit.
No, that's
what I said. Because what I said obviously
because
means
there's plenty of fucking energy.
Oh my God!
Because what I said
generated in the sky.
Because what I said obviously meant I believe we'll get the energy from oil.
We get it from anywhere else.
Obviously, that's not whatever you think it should be is not happening. Why is that not happening?
Because we don't need to do it yet, dude.
Do you know new things happen every year? Things change, right? And so there's trends, and that's what we're talking about. This isn't a history chat.
So we can impinge upon our energy needs so that we can then force the situation. That's what you're saying.
What I hate is when you ask me a question and I answer it, and then it's like, but fine, I just answered you the question. You don't have to agree.
Right,
I believe there's enough nuclear energy. There's also a lot of other energy.
But why are we not doing that right now?
Because it's not working on profitable.
Okay, guys.
People are working on it.
Oh my God, calm down. Seriously.
That's the whole point. It's not profitable.
And people are working on solar.
It puts big companies out of
It won't be
business.
profitable until we're pushing the shit out of our resources.
It's not, dude. Do you know who owns the most patents for electric cars? The most patents for electric cars is owned by an oil company. It's in their best interest for there not to be any fucking, like, I wouldn't say free energy, but cheap energy. It puts them out of business. Don't be stupid, dude, and don't be naive.
So okay? Fight it and slow it down, but it's still happening. There is a lot of good renewable energy, but that's not enough. But that's not enough. But you know, nuclear is cleaner than burning coal. Coal ash is radioactive.
Why are we doing it?
There are people doing it. It takes more than a year. People are working on it.
Well, I'm saying
it takes 10 years.
That is not really feasible to answer these problems.
Okay,
you're wrong. You're just not a part of it. You're going to resist it, but there are people doing it.
I'm not going to resist it.
Sounds like you're resisting it.
Okay, guys.
I'm not resisting it. I'm trying to make you deal with reality.
The reality is it is going on, and there's been a lot of progress in that particular idea, and most of the ideas that I'm talking about, because the ones that seem most promising have been around decades, and so they've had a chance to prove themselves at least a little.
Well,
and then you go, well, Mondragon's been around.
Commercially.
You say Mondragon's so old that proves it doesn't work. It's got
no, that's not what I said.
And it's old, so it doesn't work. It's not a good example of something that works, or else everybody'd be that way by now if it worked. That's not how I see it.
Well, I think it would be more. Well, yes, I do think that example, that model would be more.
Fine.
You would see it in more cases than it is now. If it were so. If it were so impressive, but
I didn't say it was any more impressive than just one company doing it. I think it's impressive there's an example of that at all. It took me years till I heard of that place, and I'm like, shit, I had no idea. So I like to tell people about it that might also be interested in an example of that, just to prove that, well, it's at least there exists an A that is run that way, so therefore it's possible.
I'm glad that you do that. I have no problem with that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of deal with the reality of the situation and what
reality? I don't know what you're talking about. Mondragon reality exists. So it reality is a reality thing. What are you talking about? In what way is what I'm saying unreal? Did I say all companies are like that now? I've not said anything unreal. I said I promote that kind of business. I think there could be more examples. And I also think that ethically, we need businesses like that.
What's actually happening?
Oh, my God. You're just going to keep repeating. So you're talking about what really exists, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So am I. What did I talk about that didn't exist?
Well, you keep stating it as if it's...
I said there's a huge trend and all businesses are doing this. Yeah, as if it should be.
I mean, we're going back to...
I didn't say there was a huge trend, and I'm not even saying that it would happen in the United States. Maybe the United States, with all of its traditional wealth, will be the last to go, if I am right and it even takes over. But I never said there was a huge trend for businesses to do this. You guys talked about, why would companies change to it? And I said they won't. They'll have to be competed out of existence until they go bankrupt and reform that way, or just go bankrupt. That's what I said. So I never said it was happening now. I said that's what I'm for, and I think it's a good idea. When people like you say, "Oh yeah, but that could never happen," I say, "Well, there's at least one example." I didn't
say it could never happen. I didn't say.
And then people are like, "No, I want to go through it." And Gary says, "Oh, well, show me one not-for-profit that runs as a business." So I tell you about 4 or 5 major ones you've all heard of. Oh, well, that's what I'm here to do.
Well, that's fine. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, because this has gotten really angry. So, Infinity,
well, he keeps getting angry at me.
I know.
Anger. That's not anger. I'm earnest.
Yeah, you obviously are angry.
No, okay. Well, I'll tell you, it's not anger, but that earnestness that's like anger or whatever, and you could say it is anger, I guess, if you want, is that I don't appreciate someone saying, well, I'm not going to get in the way of it. I'm just going to say it's stupid to talk about, could never happen, and doesn't happen. And then when I
didn't say that.
No, this is my characterization of what's making me angry about your reaction. Then when I show you examples, you're like, yeah, but that example doesn't work for reasons like, well, it's longevity and success locally. It's not as big as GE, which is totally behind the point. It's a point I never made. You're arguing a point I never made. I said there's an example of this.
And you're arguing against something I never said.
You refuse to acknowledge, geez, I wish I worked in an environment like that.
Okay.
Or no, that would be a terrible environment. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay, guys, at least let him tell me.
And yet you still work against it without even knowing it by ridiculing the idea of promoting it.
I did not ridicule anything.
Yes, you do. You say it's worthless, it's never going to happen. You're in reality. Well, in reality, we can do things this way. People just don't want to. But guess what? People change. Sometimes they duel, and then there is no more dueling. Sometimes there's slavery, and then it's illegal. So what your point is yes, make a prediction. It's not going to happen. Some things will happen, some won't. I want this one to happen. I haven't said anything unrealistic at all.
Okay, Infinity, you explain your position.
And I'm not mad at you. I mean, I think it's good to have an opposition. I'm sorry that your argument is a little bit facetious.
I pissed you off in some way.
Look, this is the appropriate way to argue back when you feel an argument is facetious. And I think yours is facetious. When I show Mondragon and you say, oh, that just shows that I'm right, that this kind of thing could never work because, look, it's 60 years old. That's nonsense. That means it did work.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No,
that is
I
what
did
you
not
said.
say that.
What did I miss?
Say that I said that again. I'm going to call you a liar.
Oh, no.
I'm telling you.
Okay, what did you say then? What do you think you said?
Okay,
what do you say
I am the one who is pissed.
Okay, what did you say?
Then what did you say then?
What did I miss, yo?
Don't.
You said that the example that there was a democratic organization, like I said, a private organization that existed, and it's Mondragon, at least one, that proves that it's not going to happen because it isn't even bigger.
No.
It isn't even.
Okay, what did you say, Infinity? What did you say, Infinity?
What I said was, it seems to go towards my point that organically it is not happening. That is what I said.
Okay.
That's a different thing than saying it's never going to happen.
And how is Mondragon inorganic? What's inorganic about it?
I didn't say it was inorganic. I said...
Well, it's happening at least one time, and we know there's more. That's probably the biggest co-op.
I said that organically, it doesn't seem that model is occurring in the economic situation that we experience.
It isn't occurring as much as other phenomena, you mean? Right? Because it's occurring.
As a general rule.
As a general rule, there's co-ops all over, various amounts of success. Right?
Well, if you don't understand what I'm saying at this point...
That's happening organically. No, I do understand.
Okay,
you are trying to...
I'm saying that those models
you're trying
are not...
to dismiss a phenomena...
I'm not dismissing it.
Without dismissing... You want to dismiss it and pretend you're not dismissing it, but you are dismissing it. You're saying it's not a real phenomena or something, and it's confusing because it doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, I will say this on the dismissive aspect of it. I'm saying that we cannot conclude that this is going to be a significant aspect of the economy.
And the part of what you
at the point that we're at, that's my opinion.
But what you miss is that my whole point has not been a discussion. That my point is that I think it would be a good idea if it were.
Well, fine. It's a good idea. So let's say we agree on that.
So have we been...
Fantastic.
It seems like y'all are arguing like different. You guys were arguing.
No, if you're a true believer, you have to believe it's actually...
You're trying to pigeonhole me into this certain aspect that it's easier for you to argue with. And
no.
Yes, you are.
No, you keep doing
that. That's why I got pissed at you.
We probably missed...
I didn't really get pissed at you, but granted, maybe it's mine not pissed is the same as what people call pissed, so I don't know.
You guys...
Anyway, I don't hold it against you.
It was a misunderstanding.
I offer a half apology for pissing you off, but the point is, I'm pissed off too, except for that you kind of answered what's bugging me, because I think that's an important question. Do we even think it's a good idea? I believe in it, but I remember when it didn't seem possible, and I still think there's some things that are more, some things the president should decide and some things you vote on. That's the way, organizations work, right? So I also I'm interested eventually in talking about what you could and couldn't vote on. Should a software company vote on the next product, or should just the marketing department vote on the next product? Well, let's have 100 million companies and we can try all the different kinds of ways of doing it. I'm open-minded.
Wouldn't it be a bit stupid wouldn't it be a bit stupid having a marketing department in that case? Wouldn't they just be out of a job if some of the idiots who've never done marketing in their life got to decide? That's dumb.
Well,
right?
no, marketing.
You have specific. No. Look, okay. Let's hold on a second. Let's go. Hold on a sec. Let's go back to the trade union thing, right? Trade unions were formed, right? Not because the companies were brilliant, right? The companies were shafting their workers, right? The workers decided, fuck this shit. We're not beasts of burden. And they decided, no, we want a 5-day week and we want to get paid a reasonable wage. And then unions happened, right? Ever since unions came about, especially in America, if you watch the documentary on the Noam Chomsky Clinic, which I found interesting, the business side can't stand the unions because they have to negotiate with their workers. Who the fuck wants to negotiate with workers, right? Now, in modern times, like you're saying, some companies, maybe with a bit of, value to them, say, okay, we'll give our workers in some cases better holiday, better pay, better leave, holidays, 4-day weeks, better, that way. But I can't see it going to the top where they're like, a board of directors is saying, yeah, let's vote, ask the workers to vote on, let's say,
what about this? Even an
budget.
Ordinary company could use more voting. Like I was in a startup where we voted on what we'd call the next product, but it was just going to be the code name, right? So the marketers and sales could actually do the final name.
I think that's a bit different. I think
that's fun because the code name is what's important to the developers. And so things like that, even in a traditional company, it's not going to make the world a paradise.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's
nicer to work in that environment.
No, but I'm saying that things like that are pretty easy to implement. I think the way, I wouldn't say the way the building's built or anything, but I think working conditions could be voted upon pretty easy. As long as it's,
So, how about this? When you're at a big company, I would think that the marketing could hire the ad companies, or when they're they're interviewing ad companies, and they might have to make a little 15-second mock-up or a cartoon version of an ad or whatever they're going to do. They should show those, if they're a big Intel or something, they should show those to their employees, and that's one of the votes on which one they think is better. Things like that should go, and it will make the company better.
I think that's okay because they're the consumers, right? I think in some cases that would be a good thing. In some cases, you do need to get scammed when it comes to advertisement. That's the entire point of advertisement, is to scam you. It's to make you want something you don't need. It's basic human psychology. If I want to sell you a product, I want to not sell you it because I'm giving you useful information. I want you to think it's the most wonderfulest thing since, sex or heroin or whatever. So, that's what I'm trying to sell you. I'm not trying to sell you something boring. I want to sell you something good. That's why on car adverts, you don't see the actual information of the car. They just show you a car and a bed and a bra or some shit. Buy our car. It'll make you sexy or some shit.
It's so weird how they use nature so much for car advertisements of all things.
Yeah, that's because they're trying to make you think it's eco-friendly when it's not.
But even back in the day before people cared about the eco, or even with a Humvee, it's always in nature. It's a power trip.
That's because it was the new horse. It was the outdoor thing. That's why people who live in rural areas tend to buy big Humvees, because they think they're riding a fucking horse. It's Wild West.
Even with horses on the local level, you had to worry about all the horse shit all over the fucking.
No, I mean, it is psychology,
but it's real.
I think it's because having your big armored vehicle in nature makes you feel powerful against all the bears and spiders and things people are scared of.
That's also, I mean, the psychology behind advertisements is to get you to buy shit that you don't need.
And then with the sports car,
how you guys can sit there and not think that we're totally fucking fucked.
Okay.
You're even worse than Gary, man.
I think I am.
I'm gonna a little bit to be
fucking hell.
My philosophy is called terminal optimism. I believe in being optimistic
if Gary,
Yeah, but if you're optimistic, you can be delusional.
You and Gary should have babies.
I think Infinity is like the avatar of death. Honestly, like holy shit.
It's Gary's long lost black twin. Did you and Gary's mum get up to some shit? Huh? Back in the day. Mind you, that would make it. Yeah,
no, I admit, man. I mean, I'm a pessimist. I admit.
No, look, I, to be honest with you, right? I think the human race is fucked. But at the same time, you've got to have a little bit of optimism. I mean, how the fuck did we get here? That makes me an optimist. Right?
I mean, I have a little bit of optimism. I think we can do it. We can, you know. I have that thing, you know. We can solve this problem. We can get out of this. The problem is, I don't see that we're going in that direction.
That's because
what about Bernie and stuff? There's some sub trends. They just have to grow to be dominant.
No.
Even Bernie, though.
Hold on.
Bernie, it's still infinite growth.
Not perfect. It's better than I was dealing with in my 20s and 30s.
Look, I mean, the only time the human race does anything at a fucking pace,
I wouldn't give it a more than 50% chance. But you know, where do movements come from? It's getting to possibly a tipping point. You know, it has some ways to go.
Not even close. No way. No, we're not even close. The only way the human race will get up its ass.
Like Bernie's not perfect.
Wait, hold on, Paddle. The only way the human race will change its way of thinking at the moment is a natural calamity. That's all. That's the only thing that will change humans.
No.
Maybe that'll happen and we can overcome it.
Guys, what about this? The death of a previous generation. That's what causes it.
Shit.
People die off.
How many people died?
All of the Fox viewers are dying off in the next 15 years.
Yeah, they are, and a lot of their influence kind of goes too.
Yeah, but they've got kids though, haven't they? That's the
I mean, they've got kids.
But that's
they've got kids, but then they're the younger generation.
Yeah, the demographic.
What if some sort of black swan occurs?
That's racist.
To be honest, I don't think it would be a black swan, but.
No, what do you mean, black swan?
Well, black swan in the sense that unseen calamity occurs.
Like there is a lot of those still water stuff, or let's say we cured cancer a little bit, there'd probably be a nuclear war because we'll just sell them pills. You know, a lot of weird shit could happen. And a water disaster, and the fact that we're not going to prepare for global warming, because my view is global warming could be okay if you didn't spend money on war. This I don't believe will happen. Don't tell me that. I'm just saying as an accounting thing. You can move all the cities inland. We're not going to do that. So we're going to see tens and hundreds of millions of people
the thing that's
die in giant storms.
It's not just moving cities inland.
You could. It could
cost billions of dollars.
Right. Like
massive amounts of energy to move all those people inland for one thing. Even if that was the only thing you had to worry about.
Do you acknowledge we're spending that energy in other even stupider things? So, but it's not going to happen. So yeah, there's going to be some giant, terrible.
Yeah, I recognize we spend energy on lots of stupid things.
But after we lose tens of millions of people in some in storms that should be in sci-fi movies, they will start to say, let's try to get ready for this and build
then we pivot cities. Then we move and finally focus all our energies where
you know what
the science has been saying the whole time.
Now, do you think we're going to have a nuclear war? I mean,
we could have a nuclear war.
A global thermonuclear war, not just like Pakistan and India.
Guys, hold on.
Right, world wrecking.
Guys, hold on.
I just
Wait, let Infinity answer that question because I think he heard me through the noise. What do you say to that? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
A global level.
You're talking about what would happen if resources were really, really constrained as a result of climate change.
Well, you could lose all of Asia just from if North Korea decided to send one off when Pakistan did, and then India did, and then that would wreck like a quarter of the world right there.
Right. Worst case scenario, everything is done. Right. Worst case scenario.
And then if it happens in 20 years when people like North Korea can hit Europe and US, then they're involved too, and we would then react, And so I agree, you could have that still, and that would be a big ender that is, I don't know, in there at 20% or something big. Do think that those kinds of endings are likely.
It's not the scientists.
And then there's famine and other percentages.
Talking about climate change aren't
just
freaking out for no reason.
My optimism is like 50.
Oh well, you know, we have to move a few people inland. No, it's a
no, but you don't get
cataclysmic.
No, but here's what you're missing is that it's a voluntary thing from our culture, which that means we might not change it. We'll die rather than change. But you can move people around. For every place you could grow stuff that's a desert, the water moves around. And if you would move the farming around and keep the people alive, it could be juggled with the resources and wealth of our human society. But for some reason, we think the top 10th of 1% deserves half of everything.
But
whatever it is.
Well, I agree with your sentiment, but within a very small frame of time,
you're depressing me. Shut up.
Within a very small frame of time, that is extremely difficult.
Well, like, were you one of the who was saying the maximum income? Because if you did the maximum income, if you just said everybody in that top half of 1%, the maximum income being billions, that you could double everybody else's money, and instantly. Obviously there's enough money for
you could probably quadruple everybody else's money, and they'd still be uber rich. There's only 7 billion.
Even if you did that, I'm not sure how that solves the problem.
Because money is anything with intrinsic value.
Well, it doesn't solve problems like energy fears, except for I have an answer to that I think is pretty legit. And I also think some of the, the green stuff that's been poo-pooed ever since it started and really was expensive. And like when Carter put solar panels on the White House, I liked it. It was symbolic, but it didn't really help, But now they really have gotten good, and they could get a lot better theoretically.
What do you mean it didn't really help?
Well, it
was expensive and didn't generate enough energy to really, it helped as sociologically, but I'm saying as a technology, it wasn't ready, and people said that, and it was true. And then they kind of broke through to a profitable level in the 90s, but that's...
Well, I mean, it would have broken even in 10 years.
So, I don't know. Here's what I'm saying in general. Look, even if I was wrong about this example, I'm saying there's a point where the technologies are kind of lame, and only the starry-eyed people could go, we'll use solar. And now
like cold
it does work, but solar still wouldn't be quite enough. But there is an answer to that, which is more powerful electric engines and other ways of doing electricity.
Anytime you build a new building, you have to go through the codes and everything. And even those aren't really enough. Even if you did make them enough, well, I mean, the owners are going to make the decision that's going to produce the lowest cost for them.
Have you always been this depressing there? Like seriously.
Well, I think we have to undermine that kind of ownership. I believe some people should be able to work hard and get in a position to decide when you build giant things and where you build them. But if we just distributed the income, the working class. It's just like they've done studies, and how much money you have doesn't increase your happiness because you get used to it, except for below, a certain level where you don't have security. Area. No, my point is that we don't need everybody to have the same amount of income. We need there to be a minimum where you don't have to set the minimum. If you do set the maximum somehow, either with a rule or better yet, just a natural system where having a lot of money leads to putting it back in. That's what capitalism really is. Capitalism is the idea that when you make money, you're supposed to put it back into the business.
No, capitalism is just keeping it.
No, it isn't. No, that's not what. No, capital specifically, it means wealth that you put in.
No, that's based on.
You're talking about a capitalist culture. The concept of capital is wealth that you put into your business to be productive. And right now, they're hoarding their wealth.
Okay.
But if you charge people,
listen to the point. The point is to have a working economic system. That wealth has to be pumped back into the circulation system of the economy. And if we had that, I think we could solve these problems.
We've got that now, but the
whole problem. Everybody can buy organic, and everybody can do things in a greener way because it's just a little more expensive right now to do things the greener way.
Okay.
But the problem with capitalism as an economic system in and of itself is that it does not account for externalities.
It doesn't account for greed.
Okay, wait.
And so these external costs have to be incurred by the public.
That's why we pay taxes.
After the fact.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, and we're doing terrible on that. We've let them increase their externalities ever since Reagan. It's including the Clintons, and that's why people hate the Clintons, like Bernie, because they are playing this entire game of the last 50 or 40 years of letting them 30 years of letting them have all of their externalities, including externalizing making American goods in another country and paying them shit type stuff. So yeah, that has been getting really worse. But we're also sort of towards a breaking point where it's gotten so bad that this country had a guy that almost won the Democratic nomination saying he was a socialist, which is unbelievable in my lifetime. I did not expect that.
Okay. I want to say one thing though. We gotta establish like a little bit of an order here, because like this is crazy as shit.
Order.
Okay. All right, Piero, you go first, and Infinity's gonna go.
Well, no, I got to make my point.
Sizor's gonna go. You gotta go last because you're the white person, and you have to be.
Frankly, I like that you're so ardently pessimistic because I appreciate cynicism, and
I am.
And I am the cynic in most environments, so it's comforting to come here and get to be the.
There's nothing wrong with being.
I am also a terminal optimist, though. Like if I'm in a startup that's failing, it's like, well, you keep going, and when it's over, you just go, oh, well, it's over. That's where you use your the final say. So that might be a reason you wouldn't want to believe my prognostication. I more or less think this is the solution we need, the area of solutions. So I'm working towards that. But whether it really happens
all I would say to Vic is that, look, dude, we got this far.
I think North Korea is going to nuke someone.
Itself by mistake.
In my lifetime, unless they don't get stopped, they're going to nuke someone.
Yeah, they'll nuke themselves. They'll let one off and it'll blow themselves up. I can't wait.
That's maybe a likely. I wasn't meaning that, though. I think they'll hit.
That's a possibility.
Hawaii or California, Silicon Valley, or the most logical thing would be South Korea, but somehow I think that's too logical. So they'll do something crazy like nuke Russia.
No, they will literally fire the rocket somewhere and it will literally fall back down on North Korea.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Like fucking Amendum is more optimistic in this regard than fucking.
He is. That's that. I think he's black-blooded from somewhere.
Infinity is like if they were Pokemon. Infinity would be like the evolved version of Gary. He'd be like.
He'd be Infinity Mon. Negative Mon.
I'll take it.
Negative Mon.
Is there a reggae one? So that it can be like. Is there a Pokemon that's like a reggae?
A black Jamaican Infinity.
A Rastamon, obviously. There must be somebody. If I look that up, there's going to be at least a fan Rastamon. Probably not a.
Alright, but like, all joking aside, though, Infinity.
Pokemon.
I'm just joking, though, Infinity. I'm not. So I don't want to come off as being a complete.
Who owns Pokemon? Does Nintendo own Pokemon? Isn't it owned by somebody?
I think Nintendo.
No, it's not. It's owned by somebody else. Pokemon Go. The people, all.
Oh, you're talking about Niantic or whatever, right?
Yeah. No, who owns the actual thing? I know they have a deal with Nintendo, but I actually thought they own. No. So there's a Pokemon company that doesn't own anything else. It's not a famous some other company.
No, they made Pokemon, but Nintendo owns shares in the company.
And the original Pokemon was what? The cartoon or the card game?
The cartoon. I thought it was a cartoon.
It was the card game.
Maybe they might have come out with it at the same time. I think that co-marketing might have.
I remember the cards first.
And then they did that with the Beyblade. That had a cartoon and a game too, and I think they did them both at the same time.
Infinity, are you there?
Yep.
All right. Like, but yeah, we're just fucking around though, Infinity. We don't.
The worst news is that things are getting better.
Or some shit.
Yeah, negative Mon. That's funny. You definitely should have kids with fucking Gary though. That would be a fascinating thing.
That would be Jesus Christ.
We'd have to bet on which one killed it first.
Well, it's surprising how much we agree. I have to admit.
It feels like it's mostly you guys mostly agree when it comes to this particular issue, though, because you guys seem to agree on a lot of other things.
So, what do you guys think about in Maine? We have two things, and I know there's some 5 other states. In Maine, we have one that I don't know if anybody else had, but we are voting on doing IRV voting, which is important to us. We have this crazy LePage guy.
What's
It's where what it is where when you vote, you rank. So you could go 1 Nader, 2 Gore, 3 Bush. And we had this actually happened to us. We've had LePage, this crazy Trump supporting Republican, for 2 elections because the liberals, the Democrats and the liberals, they ran against him. So there were 3 people and they split the vote twice in a row. And so it would change that. And also it's cheaper because when you have to have a runoff in some elections, you know, it's just better to do instant runoff and you do it all in one election. So that's a good thing. I'm curious what people think about that. And also we have there's medical marijuana here for I don't know how long before I got here. And we're voting on recreational, which I think 5 other states are. And I'm curious what people think about that.
I think that'll pass. I think it's a good idea. It's a pass.
Well, it's it's ahead right now. And as a matter of fact, you know what? Nobody has spent any money or registered any organizations in opposition to it.
Dude, have you seen how much? What was some state that done it? Had so much money they didn't even know how to spend it.
We've got well, yeah, they made I forget what tens of millions in revenue, but I think it's like 100 million just in tax revenue or something in Colorado maybe.
Yeah,
but there's Colorado, Oregon, Alaska just passed it.
Yeah.
Colorado, Oregon, what is it? Washington, Colorado, Oregon, Alaska, and District of Columbia.
Yeah. I mean, the money that they generate.
And there's about to be another 5, and that'll be 10%. And Massachusetts is one of them going for it right now. So like, and if something happens, like the whole Northeast gets it, then you'd have you know, a little trading block where it might be possible. Of course, the federal government can still say it's illegal to go across state lines. But that's really hard to enforce because they're all troopers on the highway. So
it's still a federal crime anyway, isn't it, to take your cash into a bank? It's still a crime for banks to.
People are worried about that, and so the banks aren't taking it. But I think that's bullshit. But yeah, nobody wants to test it.
No, they're not allowed to by federal law. The banks aren't allowed to exchange to take cash that's made from drug money. It's like in the law. So I think it's like statute 10 or some shit.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just something the banks were pulling.
That's why they
well, I do believe it is probably a federal crime because it's insured by the federal government and there is laws about drug money. And
yeah, it's I think Bernie Sanders mentioned it.
But I also think it's the kind of law, there's these weird laws like you can't have a lunchbox in downtown at noontime.
What?
No, like there's laws, you know, that stay on the books and stuff. And so this is one where I think a brave local bank should take the money, but nobody wants. They're too upstanding and can lose their license.
It's the funny one where like Massachusetts forgot to ratify
like maybe there's some non-bank, maybe some non-bank like a safe deposit company could say our safe deposit box are so good that you know it's a safe and just become an alternate kind of bank. No loans, but a money store thing because it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, couldn't you do it as a instead of being a bank, there's another word. Shit.
There's credit union.
Credit union.
No, not a credit union. It's
it has the same laws, pretty much.
It's something to do with. It's something to do with.
Well, there's savings and loan.
No, it's
not check.
I can't remember what they're fucking called. But they're in Britain. I know that.
Well, what you can do, you can always have people buy something for money, cash, and let them redeem it for cash. Like gold at the going rate or something, and you can build the equivalent of a bank, but you won't be able to give loans and a lot of regulated stuff like that.
You know what you could do then? Actually, come to think about it, you could do it in bitcoins. Sell your ganja in bitcoins.
You're gonna store your money. Yeah, it's just too bad. I don't think that's very.
That's not actually in the law. It's
like putting it in tulips, though, is the thing. I don't think that's very reliable, personally.
Bitcoin.
No, I'm just saying it's not in the law. There's no federal law that specifically mentions bitcoins, so you can get away with it slightly.
Oh, Infinity left.
Wow.
Somebody going to
I'm gonna have to go pretty soon.
Someone went to go. Oh my god!
Depressing fucker. I'm only joking, Infinity. If you ever watch the end of this shit.
Oh my god!
I'm only joking.
Dude.
You know what? I know that he always has those opinions, but I think this is the first time I really put it together, just the complete level of his cynicism. I mean, because he's always like, being skeptical about these things when I bring up these kinds of things or robots, this or whatever. But I never put it together as like, no, that's his whole view, how cynical he is.
Exactly.
He's a pretty mellow guy, and you could tell he doesn't live his life like if you're hanging out with him, it's not like with. I'm sure the world is fucked up every second.
I'm sorry.
You guys compared him to Gary. Like Gary can be hysterical about how fucked up things are 24/7, and yet it is like Infinity was more cynical, but he's way more mellow about it.
Yeah,
really.
he's just
it's
like
harder
the chilled
to pick
version.
up on.
Here's my thing. Like,
I mean, I just picture him like, here, let's eat these shrimps. Yeah,
okay, wait.
Shit.
Here's my thing, right? I'm actually really curious as to what Piero, like, you were being earnest. You said about the thing you had before, but dude, like, were you thinking about that the entire time this conversation was going?
Thinking about what?
Like the argument you had, the discussion you had with Infinity earlier.
Well, what do you mean? Yeah, it bothers me that people do this all the time, and I say what I advocate, and it's going to be an argument about, is it going to happen? And it's impossible. And then when I give examples, it seems like always it's like, oh yeah, but the problem with that example is, I never was arguing that this was going to happen on its own. Why is that the argument for 3 hours? Certainly not because I'm saying that.
Pato, I think you missed the point there then, because if your underlying premise is to be negative, then you're not going to see anything in a positive light. It's going to be, buff, depressed mode. It's like Gary. It's like Gary. If you say to Gary, but this could be.
But that's what bugs me.
He reverts back to, humans are just stupid. Press the button already.
But he was saying that he wasn't against it the whole time, and I'm like, well, tell me, what have you done, and could people vote on these things, and let's see if it is possible. Because, like, to make it possible, we'd have to visualize a way for it to work. Because, like, if you just started letting everybody vote on everything,
that'd be crazy.
Or every team of 5 people voting on kicking out their boss. No, because then the bosses could never make hard decisions. But it's the same with mayors, and that's why there's term limit. The length of your term and stuff is a way to give you enough room to make some hard decisions and either not get reelected or make your argument that it was a good idea in the end after people have a chance to see. So, I mean, I think it was a little disingenuous, but not in a bad way. I think, he's just that negative, and it's like he's, like you're saying, he's going to see the criticism, but I don't think it's fair, actually, intellectually, to, with Mondragon, have that reaction to the point I was actually making. Because
some companies do it that are not Mondragon. There's a company in Italy that makes motorbikes. It's on. If you watch Where to Invade Next, there's a company that does it on there.
But I mean, like, what was the point about how is Mondragon not a good example of that co-ops can succeed when it's been around since 1956 and has over like 75,000 employees?
Because
you can't say that helps my point every time, every single thing, or the fact that life expectancy is now higher everywhere, and that these things. These statistics.
But the energy, dude, it's going to kill the world.
So you can say that we're going to have a nuclear war before it keeps getting better enough, but it is getting better unless you want to say those numbers.
Before it gets better.
This is the rational argument. If you want to say those numbers don't mean better, fine, but we obviously disagree. Most people, I'll just stick with people that do think it's better when less children die.
The world is better than it was in the 1800s.
I think Infinity.
Even in Africa.
I think when it came to Mondragon, I think Infinity's point was that things it hadn't changed fast enough. It hadn't changed at, I believe, a pace that he thought would lead to any sort of meaningful change. That's kind of what I got from what he said.
Yeah, but remember, I sarcastically or sardonically or whatever it would be was saying. So your complaint is that Mondragon is great, but it hasn't grown fast enough. And he's like, no, because I think we found out the real point. It's fair to say, even with him not here, I think he could agree with this to a certain degree. No, he really is cynical. It's not good enough, period. Not that it should have grown faster, but sort of like it's like if you have a terminal illness that you actually know, or you got some poison, and then for one day you're having better health, you're kind of a moron to go, hell, I'm going to get cured. It's like, no, just because, you know what I mean? And I think that's sort of his attitude of it not being good enough. And he would not commit to, he wishes it was going faster, because in a way that's just futility, right? I think that's the way I would interpret what he's saying. So, and fair enough for that, but it's fair for me to be, I think that's kind of disingenuous with the facts when I come up with the few examples to show that there are some people that does address organic, and you can say there's still reasons it'll fail, but you can't say Mondragon helps your argument. You can't say that when there's not-for-profits competing with for-profit insurance companies, and the not-for-profits are no angels, but they are definitely not as evil as their for-profit competitors in general.
Well,
I think.
Well, I'll give you
like banks versus credit unions.
Hold on. I'll give you a good example. That there's actually a bank in the UK called the Co-op, right? Its board members are.
Well, do you have credit unions? We have credit unions, lots of them.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's a bank that more or less its members or shareholders are mostly the public who bought shares or whatever. It's been going since like 1800s and shit, or some, probably not that far back, but it's been going for a long ass time. And the shareholders were shocked that the Co-op's top brass at the time were getting up to nefarious shit in the credit default swap market. So they lost shitloads of money, and then after all the shit calmed down, basically what they did was they got rid of the CEO and the board, and then started like appointing them from the public and shit like that. So they kind of changed. But sometimes it needs that kind of shit for the
democratic organizations get corrupt. We know ours are corrupt, but at least you have some potential redress if you get wise enough.
Yeah.
And
but that's what they did. I mean, it does
put the right people in jail when they break the law, and you know, it can. Whereas if you don't have any mechanisms like that, then you're really screwed.
But it also depends on the country. I don't think that's going to happen in China. You know what I mean? But you got more chance of it happening in the United States or in any.
Well, do you guys have credit unions? I mean, in the U.S. we have credit, and mostly what they were is federal employee unions had credit unions for their federal employees or their state employees, and there was some year where some president, a Democrat, I think, allowed them to open up and accept other people, and it's been a great thing because there's a lot of credit unions. Every state seems to have one or two that you can do, and they're not perfect. I got my house mortgage from a regular bank, and the credit union guy called my wife and was sort of a whiny jerk about it. You said you cared about the credit union, but yeah, and it's like, well, but you were rude and didn't really have a better price and weren't necessarily 100% honest about the options and whether the prices are complicated. So this other woman gave us a better price and gave us better credit. And if a private bank can do that, or it's a savings and loan, but if they can do better service and innovate or whatever, then yeah, I believe in the free market competing. But I like there to be these not-for-profit baselines. So like you have to do at least as good as them. And push come to shove, you can make a better argument to a credit union. Like when I got divorced and my credit was all screwed up, that I couldn't get a car loan and I needed one, and for a used car, and you know, I wrote a letter explaining my situation, and so they approved it. And I don't think I would have got that with a bank. So, but I mean, I like to say
structures though. No, but I think structures can change. Sometimes they're forced, or sometimes, you know, some people do want to set up good corporate governance. In that
I like the public option thing. Like, have a public state-run car insurance company. Everybody private has to do better than that baseline, and some will. And some people will do worse but market, but that won't last that long. And then you could almost do that in everything, even cars and stuff. I think that the government should get in, not doing the fancy stuff, but like whatever's standard and cheap to manufacture now. You know, the car, the VW Bug is kind of past it, but when you had a car like that, the government would be spitting out, you know, things that just so people that needed a car to get to work and didn't care if it was a status symbol, and it was kind of, you know, optimized for price and stuff. And I think you could do that in every single area, right down to having, you know, stores where you can buy groceries and government supplies. That's an old idea. I argued with Gary.
Yeah, pencils. I remember that one. The good old pencil
supplies. I strongly believe that because you're just sitting there right now. Why not open it up so I could buy it? Because it's the only products like that that don't waste all their money on packaging, and the pens are all the way full. Like a little bit. You know, there's no marketing element. It's just like, you know what, people need pens.
But that's what I'm saying. In some regards, right? It should be I'm a believer of nationalizing certain industries, not because I think business can't do it or anything. I just think some things should be off limits to greedy bastard profit margin corporations.
But why do you need to do that? What I think is you have the government create, instead of nationalizing, you have the government create a competitor. That way the government can't get away with cronies just moving in and this is how the government power company works. Instead, the government power company just does things right. They're allowed to spend enough money that they justify to, to the voters and the people to pay in their budget. And then if private industry can do better than that, then
no, that's what I mean by nationalize. I don't mean like literally government
right.
like lock stock. I'm saying like let the government
like gentle.
Well, I shouldn't really say the government. I should say the people. Right, should own companies themselves to compete with the other companies, like you're saying. Yeah. But yeah, I think it does need the government to facilitate that little mess.
What I'm calling it is the public option. If you apply this public option idea, which I don't know if you heard that in the American Obamacare, which we didn't get one, but I think there could be every kind of public option in anything that isn't cutting edge technology. At a certain point, there would even be a public option.
Yeah, I was going to say, why would that be
a public option cell phone? And they just make a commodity cell phone and it doesn't look fancy. But people like me like it. Like I like the look of a Bug because it looks utilitarian and stuff. And, I like the look of a plane. I always want to go get a cell phone that's just, this is a cell phone, generic. I like generic in a lot of cases, not in mayonnaise, but I like it in a lot of fridges or whatever. I just want it to work medium good, and it doesn't have to make me look rich or anything.
Basically, don't need all the bells and whistles.
Not usually, and it's kind of nice that over time. Right. So I'm the kind of guy that now finally I've got water coming out of my fridge. I literally waited until every fucking fridge has water coming out of it, and I still never bought it for myself. But this house had one in it, and so did my last house, and it's because the normal price fridges get more and more of those kind of features. But frankly, a lot of them I don't even want because like power windows and things like that have gotten into all cars that used to be a Cadillac thing. I don't like stuff that breaks. If I had power windows in a car, would be fine, but it should have a place where I can put in a hand crank when that breaks.
Yeah, like manually shit.
Yeah, I don't like robotics like that. So what I like about robotics is that it's getting cheap. Like the computer is getting smart enough that it can make wobbly legs work well enough, right? Like why do we have cheap drones? Is because the computer's smart enough to make cheap propellers. They don't seem cheap, but they're pretty cheap. Either they're not stable, right? They don't give out the same thrust as they're wiggling and stuff, but the computer can compensate for that now just by controlling the motors enough. It's just if this one starts to go up, so it can balance it, and that means we can use cheap pieces for all these kind of robots, and that's the kind of thing I want. I don't like $400 window door things. I have never had anything but trouble with power stuff. Though now I got power because I got a Subaru, and again, new cars are all automatics and power. So, but I won't like it when it breaks.
Nope.
Or I had one in Hawaii that broke an Oldsmobile the year before Oldsmobile went out of business, and the fucking window got broke partway down, and it was up, and then I'm like, what? And I went meet one extra time, and then it never went back up, and it's fucking Hawaii, so the rain is like it wrecked the car in a week.
By upholstery.
Well, it didn't wreck the car because the car was already fucked up. I mean, the roof had felt that came. It was a total junker car. After I divorced.
Yeah, but at least it still went places, though.
Well, yeah, and then it had a problem going places. What was it? I don't think we ever totally figured it out because it was the year too new or old of one to get any repairs on the island, and I just ended up not being able to really do anything with it. So that's when I begged for the car loan, and I got an Echo, which again, perfect example, utilitarian little Toyotas. If you remember these little ones, like 30 miles to the gallon, it was great. Or maybe it was even more than 30, 40, I think. Little four-seater. But yeah, no, I think things are getting better, but that we might kill ourselves. So there's a trend, and a lot of the Peace Corps and social justice warrior work really has paid off and made a difference, among other things. And the trend is obviously getting better, but as a bow to the cynics, like infinity, yeah, we could
go extinct.
We could. Well, actually, I see the only thing is that we could global thermonuclear war, or we could also kill off a lot more animals. So, giraffes and tigers and stuff will just be stories. So, but the only thing that would really knock us into the Stone Age for 1,000 years again type thing is an all-out nuclear war over more than half of the world.
Dude, we only need one fucking rock to hit us and we're fucked. That's it. Put it in the right place and in the ocean, a fucking big rock flying out the fucking
what do you think
from
of this?
behind the sun.
I came up with this idea when I was a kid, and I still think it's true. Like, if we cured cancer, there'd be a nuclear war, like, right away.
Nah.
Because they don't care about blowing up 1 million people in a city at once. They're excited about that. They just don't like that you can't move in after. And if you could cure radiation poisoning, rather than cancer, let's say you could cure radiation poisoning, then they would just have wars with nuclear weapons.
They got 101 ways how to kill us. They don't need that shit. They just put little bits of shit in your food.
So do you not think we're going to ever have an all-out nuclear war? Let's say 10 bombs?
No.
Pakistan and India, say?
No, we're never going to do that because we're too selfish. We're too, invested in our own fucking existence. We know already. If we nuke each other, that's game over. So
that's people that I want to guess. I don't say I know, but my guess is we won't have an all-out one. We won't have one Pakistan, India. There could be an accident where something goes off in that area, but I do think North Korea is going to do something before it flames
out. They'll nuke themselves by mistake. I guarantee you. They will try and nuke somebody, and the rocket will fall out the sky, and they will nuke themselves.
I've been wondering how much of an underground movement there is. I know there's some in North Korea, and it could be moving along. This is in history, and regimes like this, eventually there's a super secret counter.
He tried to kill Hitler, didn't he, as well? Once upon a time. Yeah.
I know that's and they weren't even and that's a good example, if only because it was such a young regime. It's amazing how long they've gone on in North Korea, and partially because of Korean culture to begin with, maybe, or what they went through, or because
they shoot everybody at the top,
or because we really have been
problematic.
We've been so against them. They've been in a war in their mind all this time in martial law. But whatever it is, will it really last forever? I mean, I've been wondering if we won't see something there soon, because that's one thing that could happen is if it's a bunch of knives in the night, you could wake up with
Well, if we look at it politically, the only reason why that place still exists is because it's a buffer zone between America and China, or it wouldn't exist. If America and China got along, that place would already be fucking like South Korea. It'd get on just fine with everybody else, probably. It's China likes that.
Well, that's the funny thing, though. But as we get along better and better with China, well, no,
it's getting there. It's slow, but it's getting there.
Well, compared to even when I was a kid and stuff, come on, we got a lot of people that are enemies, and we bitch about the Chinese owning everything, but that's like bitching about your rich friend down the street and you're a little bit. Sometimes when you're drinking, it gets a little nasty. It's no North Korea, or we don't hate them like the Iranians.
I'm happy that Russia, China, and the USA aren't like in loggerheads as much as they used to be.
But what I was going to say is I agree with you. That is why it's been this way. And as we have more and more relations, it gets more and more untenable
to have them in the middle.
Just because it's little brother ally to put
it's a little crazy brother, though. That's the problem.
China doesn't run things anything like North Korea, so it's weirder and weirder because they've got Chinese tourists and stuff. It's getting weird. The Chinese themselves are going to start to realize this isn't okay down there.
It's not. It's batshit down there.
Yeah. So I think something's got to give, but I actually have been thinking more. When something gives and the pressure starts to mount, he's going to send off a few nuclear warheads to just random places like Venice Beach and Anchorage and probably Japan and South Korea.
Well, they could Chernobyl themselves. They could. Whoops, oh well, where are we going to all live now? Anything could happen in that crazy country.
Oh, well, it's fairly likely in the sense that it's hard to shoot off ballistic missiles and it's easy to practice with them. So,
And how many
but
fell down though? They fell into the sea and shit. They're not that
plus
good.
there's sabotage, except for it's so weird how we actually seem to have literally no people. We can't sneak in any Koreans. It's like they have no idea what's going on there. There's no South Koreans that could sneak in the North Korean pass as spies because
They shoot everybody.
it seems like they have absolutely no actual spies in there. Like compared to Iran, you hear what's going on in Iran.
Yeah,
You hear whether they're watching what TV programs and stuff, even though they're just as closed off to us, like in an official way. But in North Korea, it's like literally they don't know what's fucking going on. They're like, we think a bomb went off or something. There was it vibrated on the.
Yeah, they have to ask like the National Geographic organization,
or whether he's
whether
he's alive or not. I mean, when they used to hide whether the Soviet premier was dead, they were like, "We have rumors. We think he's probably dead." And here it's like they won't even know.
Yeah.
He'll come back and they'll be like, "Oh, people said he was dead for a second." I don't what. Yeah, so, which is weird, and why I think he has a certain amount of control that a lot of these little puppet states aren't as independent. There's indirect, degrees of people that talk to each other. Like the Mexicans got along with Cuba while we were more or less getting along with Mexico. So that was just one degree of getting to Cuba. And so that's where everybody went in America to get to Cuba, fly to Mexico. And the Mexicans wouldn't even mark your Cuban part of your thing, So it was like, okay. But there's none of that with North Korea. It's bizarre. So I guess there's a little with this Dennis Rodman. I mean, it's just amazing to live.
They're a bit psycho, though, aren't they, really? Because they let some people in to visit, and then they're like, nope, that's it. We hate the planet. We're going to blow you all up. And it's like, oh, fuck's sake. They do it like every 10 months.
And that it's certain celebrities and stuff. And it's like, it's so 21st century. Like, we've invented the Bond villains that we wanted to have.
Right.
Complete with telling you what they're doing for an hour before they push a button.
I have a question. If this is kind of fucked up, but like this just reminded me something. If infinity is like the spirit of the earth, then does that make like Gary like a planeteer, or is he like?
Is this some anime thing? This sounds like an anime thing.
This is Captain America. Oh, this is Captain Planet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You've never heard of Captain Planet?
The anime. It's probably anime.
Gary always reminds me of like Dragon Balls.
It sounds like something I'd like though.
Gets so angry, man. He's like, I can just remember cartoons.
But don't you think it's funny how he claims to be this pacifist all about fairness? And I think he has a fair claim to that. I mean, his claim to that is sort of like, the George Carlin was not. George Carlin was a nice guy, and he's the one that said about fuck, piss, all the words. And cynicism is idealistic in a way when you think things should be better.
Well, Gary's problem is he thinks the world should be a better place, but he's depressed because it's not. And then his argument always comes across as the world should be.
Well, I guess both he and Infinity says that it can't get better is the problem.
Yeah,
it's
they can't see past
it's rigged by nature.
Yeah, but of course it's rigged by nature. That nature. But the fascinating part with that is that nobody created nature, but they're bitching about it. It's funny. It's like they don't know what it is, but then they're still willing to say, well, it's not going to get any better. Well, tell that to the fucking dinosaurs. Oh, wait, they're not around anymore. But thankfully, they're not. Because if they was, you wouldn't be around. The universe is a funny place, but it works.
Well, that's funny because, I mean, you probably know this, but you know how the atmosphere on Earth is basically the pollution of the gas of all the bacteria originally, and now we have that process still in the trees and stuff, but it was originally a destabilization, and then the life there adjusted to it being a stable kind of pressure and amount, right? So,
we all literally terraforming.
So that's the thing too, but that's not very optimistic. But it is true. If we did nuke ourselves, that we just prepare the way for the roaches and the rats, and who knows? In 10 million years, maybe there'd be intelligent rats that would look back in history that were like in the roaches together with them. This would be a good cartoon, man. A futuristic roach and a rat, and they'd be ancient. They'd be archaeologists.
Digging up humans.
So
or going back in time too.
So there is a TV show called Capital Critters, and it's about rats living in DC, and the roaches are kind of like the oppressed minority group.
Yeah.
And the rats are like the white people. It's so fucking weird.
That's appropriate. Hey, you guys you might have read Underground Comics, or do you even know about? There's this old hippie one Underground Comics ripoff press called Fat Furry Freak Brothers.
No.
Yes. Wait. At first, I thought you were gonna say, what was that one underground comic he made? What was it?
This is like Underground from the hippie era, with the guy that, not Bob Crab.
Was it Crab? Hold on. Wait. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hero.
Yeah, Bob Crab. But I get it confused because also my aunt married this much less famous, but Robert Crab.
Is it Crump?
Crump, right. No. Anyway, he did that Janis Joplin album and that Truckin' guy.
People on Truckin'! Robert Crumb!
Right.
People on Truckin'!
So this kind of thing, and so the Fat Furry Freak Brothers were, with my hippie parents, the health stores, the hippie stores up there, was the same kind of style. And so it was these three hippies living together, and they'd always be trying to score pot or stuff. But there was the sub thing was Fat Freddy's cat, and his enemies were this army of roaches.
Fritz the cat.
No, that's different. Fritz the cat. That's another underground thing, though. But that's actually the previous thing, and for sure, Fat Freddy's cat was off of Fritz the cat.
I thought because they're by Robert Crumb, right?
No, these are. No, I forget who did these. But no, not him.
Okay, Piro.
Similar style though.
Really? That's not Robert Crumb?
No.
Gilbert Show.
Well, Robert Crumb stuff, if you ever watch his, it's really dark and incest and weird.
He had this weird.
This is well-meaning. This is like a Cheech and Chong of thing, is what it is.
He had this weird obsession with women's shoes.
That's right. Yeah, that sounds right. And he's kind of a Mad Magazine borrowed his stuff too, with like lots of drooling, slobber, and just really depraved face looks and big heads.
He liked it when he was a little kid. He liked it when sitting on women's shoes and being like, you know how they do the babies, like they bounce them up on their leg or their knee. He liked doing that on a woman's shoe. He had.
Did you see that movie about him? My aunt knew him. My aunt knew him because she knew everybody in the underground thing and the California people. But that movie, they hated that movie. They thought it was really unfair. But it's true, but also unfair. But his family is really crazy.
So women loved him.
He was an artist, and at a time he really pushed it really too far. I mean, I didn't really enjoy his work except for the drawing. I think is awesome.
Was it because of
the depravity of it? But I think he's a true artist, so good enough for me.
Was it because of the racist shit too that he would do?
Yeah, all of that stuff. Yeah, I thought it was over the edge, but I also thought it's good to put that kind of thing in art, and then you find out his life and how his family is, and it's better to have put it into this art. And he's an innocent guy. He's a nice, innocent guy that's a nice guy. And his family is really depraved, like psychotic, pedophilic kind of people. So he put it into the art. What else? That's good, but it's also creepy. Whereas the Fabulous Freak Brothers like Cheech and Chong. Cheech and Chong is underground, and you could say they go too far sometimes or promote something that shouldn't be promoted. But it's all good-natured, more or less. Whereas Crumb is not good-natured. So I praise it as a dark stuff. Yeah, the dark arts, you know what I mean? Dark comedy, dark whatever. His was a very dark comedy, and I dig that. Whether I don't have to like something personally, so
yeah, but you can't stop people from doing it, though.
I never enjoyed sitting down and reading his stuff, and I've read it only almost for reference, because I'm interested in comics and stuff. So You know, that's that. I don't really enjoy it personally, but it's interesting.
A lot of it was okay. So I'll tell you what. So Matt and I watched the documentary on Robert Crumb. Then we watched both movies of Fritz the Cat. He also hated how they made Fritz the Cat. He also hated the Fritz the Cat movie. He thought he was portrayed negatively. He thought it wasn't done well, and he thought he was portrayed really negatively in the documentary. Also, this is fucked up.
Oh, I totally forgot. Fritz the Cat was his original thing.
Yeah, he got pissed off.
I should read that. I've never read that. Is that more mellow? Because the stuff I'm talking about is all this hippie guy and to keep on trucking, and then it got really Mad Magazine to the extreme.
Okay, so all right, so I'll give you an example of what happens in the movie, right? So
I forgot that was him as well.
So when Fritz the Cat is going into the like this nightclub, he meets the crows, and the crows are basically an allegory for like black people. And he says something like, "I've always envied crows because like they can fly away from their problems, because the crows live in like this shitty part of the city and no one likes them."
To be honest, I'd laugh at that though.
Huh.
No
it's like it is weird.
Yeah,
and then,
I think but in them days, right? You got to understand, like it.
No, I'm not judging. I'm not judging it. I'm not judging it. I'm just describing what happened. Basically.
Oh no, I mean, I think dark shit like that as a place. I don't think, like, I'm like Pat. You don't have to like it or condone it.
Hey, do you guys know about the Elon Musk projects? What do you think of Hyperloop idea or SpaceX?
That's technically not. It was his, but he gave it to somebody else to do. I think it's a good idea, Hyperloop. I like.
He didn't. No. Here's the latest news. First of all, what they did is they made a white paper, and anybody can do it. It's open source. There's this other company that's tweaked it and doing it different. That's who Thunderfoot was talking about. But SpaceX has started their own.
Really? I didn't know he started his own. I thought he just said, "There's the idea, and do what you want."
That's what he originally did, but no, I heard that they have a test track. SpaceX.
Oh yeah, they did the test track. Yeah, I seen that on. That was on YouTube.
Well, no, there was another test track, which is the thing that Thunderfoot was trying to debunk, right?
Thunderfoot's a fucking idiot, though. I can't stand that guy. He's a fucking moron. He always wants to fucking.
He was just bad mouthing SpaceX because their rocket blew up.
Well, how many rockets have blown up for NASA, for fuck's sake? When they
first started,
NASA's rockets used to fall over, for fuck's sake. In fact, when they first started launching rockets, they fired one at Mexico by mistake. Mexico was like, "What the fuck are you doing, trying to nuke us or some shit?" They were like, "Nope, sorry, the guidance system failed." Shit, man, of course they're going to blow up the rockets. It's not like you just make one and hope for the best. Them things take a lot of fucking engineering, you know.
I'm going to have to go. Do you want me to leave it open with you guys?
Nah, it's like 20 to 5 for me. I'm gonna hit the set.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'm hoping to get work. Wish me luck.
Good
luck. Tell us how it happens.
I'm glad you two cucks made up.
It's all his fault. Don't blame me. I'm a pacifist.
I will. Well, I love you too, Sizler. Thank you. I'll not get so enthusiastic next time, Piero. My bad, bro.
Yeah, don't get so enthusiastic, especially with me. With Gary, it's fine, because then I can listen.
We need some software, but whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, bye.
Peace out, guys.
Later, everybody.